I think the Queen's duty and her service, her tolerance, her commitment to others, I think that's all been incredibly important to me, and it's been a real sort of guiding example.
Do you believe in a silent act of revenge that lasts for 30 years, where every emotion is buried beneath the cold rituals of the royal institution? When the doors of Buckingham Palace close in silence, the familiar smile of Prince William suddenly fades. His eyes change, sharp and decisive. He is no longer the son who always preserves harmony, no longer the symbol of patience. What remains is a command delivered in the shadows. The Parker Bowles family is no longer on the list. There is no official announcement, no explanation. Yet those involved understand a purge has begun. This is not an unfounded rumor. This is a real shift of power. Quiet, yet powerful enough to shake the foundations of the British monarchy. As King Charles grows weaker, the balance of power is gradually tilting toward the heir. And for the first time, William no longer wishes to play the role of the dutiful son standing behind Camilla. He holds in his hands what many call her political lifeline. A single decision, a note, or even silence is enough to determine the fate of an entire family. But the biggest question remains, is this long-delayed justice for Princess Diana, or a ruthless move by a future king? Is William repairing the past, or creating a new fracture within his own family? If you support William, comment 1. If you feel sympathy for Camilla, comment 2 right below this video. In the year 1995, a 15-year-old boy sat in front of a television screen, so silent that no one realized his heart was breaking into pieces. This was not an ordinary evening in the royal family. It was the night the world listened to the Panorama interview, where Princess Diana spoke the truth that had been buried for years. There were 3 people in this marriage, a short sentence, yet powerful enough to pierce every wall of authority, and somewhere within the palace, Prince William heard it all. No one knows exactly how a child feels when they realize their family is not the fairy tale the world believes. But for William, it was not only pain, it was the collapse of belief. He saw his mother, a woman once loved by the world, now standing alone, defending her own dignity before millions of doubtful eyes. And the most painful part was not the betrayal, but how it was concealed, cold, calculated, and ruthless. In the years that followed, as Diana was gradually isolated from the center of power, William witnessed everything. The long, silent meals, the tears hidden behind closed doors, the late-night calls that were never answered. He needed no explanation. He understood that there was another woman, a name people avoided mentioning, yet present in every empty space within his family. And over time, that name was no longer a secret. What made the wound never heal was not only the past, but how the past was rewritten as time passed, as the media began to change its tone, as articles slowly shifted from criticism to sympathy. William realized something. His mother's story was being distorted, and the one who benefited from that shift was none other than Camilla. A long-term strategy. Patient and calculated, step by step, her image was softened, humanized, brought closer to the public. But what was the cost? It was the silence of 2 children who had lost their mother. It was being placed in a position where they had to accept, to smile, to appear before the public as if everything had been forgiven. William never forgot the headlines that subtly suggested Diana was too sensitive, that she had exaggerated everything, words that seemed harmless, yet cut like silent knives into his memory. And he knew those narratives did not appear by accident. At one point, William understood that this was not just about emotion. It was a battle of image, of media power, of who gets to tell history. And at that time, he was still a young man without enough power to change anything. He had no choice but to watch. to learn to control his emotions, to become part of a system he did not fully trust. But memory does not disappear. It waits. Every time Diana's name is mentioned, every time an article praises Camilla's resilience, every time the public begins to forget what happened, the scar within William aches again. Not an explosive anger, but something deeper and more enduring, a silent vow that was never spoken, yet always existed. The vow of a 15-year-old boy that he would not allow his mother's story to be forgotten, that one day the truth would be restored to its rightful place, and that those who had hurt his family would face consequences, even if delayed. As time passed, William was no longer that boy. He learned to smile in public, to shake hands with those he did not truly trust, to remain silent when necessary. But inside, everything remained unfadet, simply better controlled. And that control made him more dangerous than ever. Because unlike impulsive emotion, a decision nurtured over many years carries the weight of calculation. William does not act hastily. He observes, he waits, he understands that in the royal world, power does not come from loud words, but from small yet decisive changes, an appointment, a signature, a removal from a list. And now, as everything has changed, as he is no longer the one standing behind, as power begins to rest in his hands, what once was memory has begun to transform into action. It is no longer a story of the past. It is a strategy for the present. But emotion is only the surface. What truly makes Camilla uneasy is not what William feels, but the legal power he has just secured at the end of the year 2025. While official reports maintained their usual calm tone, a quiet yet decisive movement took place behind closed royal doors. There was no grand announcement, no formal ceremony. Yet those who understand the mechanisms of power recognized it. A milestone had been set, an unofficial transition, yet strong enough to alter an order that had existed for many years. And at the center of it all was Prince William. They call it Operation 2026, a name that never appears on paper, yet is whispered in private conversations among the elite. It is not an open coup, but a process of restructuring power carried out with near absolute patience and calculation. William does not need to speak. He lets the numbers speak for him. And the number that shocks many is 800 luxury brands, names that have been tied to the British monarchy for generations, are now under the direct control of William and Catherine. Royal warrants are not merely symbols of honor. They are keys that open the doors to prestige, profit, and recognition within elite circles. A brand granted a royal warrant does not simply sell products. It sells a story. It sells a connection to the highest level of national power. For many years, this system was distributed in a relatively balanced way among senior members of the royal family. But as William gradually took control of the Duchy of Cornwall, and as his influence continued to expand, that balance began to shift, not through a sudden decision, but through a series of small adjustments. Some brands were no longer renewed. Others were redirected in their patronage. And most of them, quite naturally, began to align more closely with William and Catherine. This was not a coincidence. This was strategy. Because William understood one thing clearly. In the modern royal world, power does not lie only in titles. It lies in networks. It lies in the relationships between the monarchy and the business world, between ceremony and economic interest. When you control who is allowed to use royal prestige, you are controlling the flow of money and influence, and that is the key point. By concentrating the authority to grant royal warrants in his own hands, William is tightening the indirect financial resources that others can rely on. The banquets, the events, the relationships built around this patronage system have begun to shift direction. Businesses, always sensitive to power, quickly adjust. They do not turn their backs on the past, but they begin to look toward the future. And that future is named William. Camilla does not need to read reports to understand what is happening. She feels it through subtle changes. Invitations no longer arrive as frequently as before. Familiar faces at events begin to grow distant. No one says it out loud, but everyone knows the center of power is moving, and she is no longer standing where she once was. What makes the situation more serious is the way William is building a court within a court, not a formal structure, but a network of loyal individuals, advisors, and partners, all revolving around him and Catherine. They do not only share a vision, they share interests, and in such a system, loyalty does not need to be forced. It is cultivated through opportunity and recognition. Major businesses, luxury conglomerates, long-time royal supporters begin seeking closer access to William, not because they are forced to do so, but because they understand it is the logical direction. A brand associated with the future of the monarchy always holds more value than one tied to the past. And when that choice becomes clear, the shift is only a matter of time. Meanwhile, Camilla faces an undeniable reality. She still holds the title, she still appears in ceremonies, but real power, the invisible yet decisive kind, is gradually slipping away from her. There is no direct confrontation, no formal declaration, only silence, and small but continuous changes, enough to create an ever-widening distance. William does not need to remove Camilla from the system. He only needs to ensure that the system no longer revolves around her. And when that happens, everything else will adjust on its own. That is the nature of power within the monarchy. It does not always manifest through dramatic actions. Sometimes, it lies in the ability to shape the environment, allowing others to make decisions that benefit you. Sharp observers recognize that this is not merely a personal move. It is part of a long-term strategy to redefine the role of the monarchy in the 21st century. William does not only want to inherit, he wants control. He wants to ensure that when the time comes, no competing center of power can stand against him. And in that process, those who are not part of the direct bloodline begin to feel the shift most clearly. No more unspoken privileges. No more doors that are always open. Everything becomes tighter, more conditional, and far more selective. A new system is being established, where position is no longer guaranteed by the past, but must be justified by alignment with the future. As money and patronage are tightened, relationships once considered solid begin to weaken. Promises no longer carry weight without tangible benefit, and in that context, Camilla family, those who do not carry royal blood, begin to feel more clearly than ever that they are standing at the edge of a circle of power that is steadily shrinking. As money and patronage are tightened, Camilla family, those who do not carry royal blood, begin to feel a chill from behind their backs. As changes in the patronage system begin to create a chain reaction, a quiet question emerges within the royal family. Who will be most directly affected? The answer does not lie with those under the spotlight, but with the names once considered part of a gray zone, not fully royal, yet benefiting from proximity to power. And on that list, the Parker Bowles family stands out as a clear example. Tom and Laura. Camilla, 2 children from her previous marriage, have long existed in a unique state. They carry no royal titles, hold no official duties, yet appear regularly at important events. They are seen as familiar guests, individuals with access that requires no explanation, a position close enough to benefit, yet distant enough to avoid responsibility. And for many years, that balance was maintained as an unspoken compromise, but everything began to change when William tightened the definition of working members. This is not merely an organizational concept, it is a tool of power. In the structure he is building, only those who truly hold official roles are permitted to appear at national-level events. There is no longer space for purely personal connections, no more exceptions based on sentiment or history. The difference between guest and working member suddenly becomes clearer than ever. One side carries responsibility, duty, and receives compensation from the system. The other side consists simply of those invited, without entitlement, without official standing. And when this boundary is redrawn with firmness, Tom and Laura immediately fall into the gap. The number 0 begins to appear in private discussions. No title, no salary, no official role, a number that seems simple, yet carries profound meaning. It is not only the removal of privilege, it is the redefinition of position. From those once near the center, they are pushed to the margins without the need for any public statement. William does not need to name them directly. He only needs to apply the principle consistently. When everything is placed under the standard of streamlining the institution, every decision appears reasonable. No one can oppose a system that is more efficient, more refined. But behind that logic lies a calculated choice: who is retained, who is removed, and more importantly, who no longer fits the image the monarchy seeks to build for the future. National-level events begin to change their guest lists. Names that once appeared regularly suddenly disappear. There is no official explanation, only empty spaces on seating charts. Invitations never sent. Phone calls never made. And in the world of royalty, silence is always the clearest signal. Tom, with his role in media and culinary circles, once served as a soft bridge between the monarchy and the public. Laura, with her relatively private life, still maintained a certain presence at family occasions, but as the new structure takes shape, those roles are no longer considered necessary. The monarchy no longer needs unofficial bridges. It needs control. It needs clarity. What is notable is the way William carries out this process. There is no direct confrontation, no outright refusal, only a series of small adjustments, enough to create the final outcome: an invitation note sans, a list reduced, a new criterion applied, step by step, without noise, yet impossible to reverse. And with each of those steps, the position of the Parker Bowles family becomes more fragile. They cannot react, because officially they never held power. They cannot demand, because they are not part of the system. Everything they once had depended on silent acceptance. And when that acceptance disappears, there is nothing left to hold on to. Camilla understands this better than anyone. She knows this is not merely a personal matter. It is a message, a reminder that within the new power structure, there is no place for relationships outside the framework, and that even those closest to her are not guaranteed a position. This shift does not happen in a single day. It is the result of a long process, where each small decision accumulates into a major turning point, and when that turning point becomes clear, no one can deny that an era has ended. Those who once stood on the edge of power now realize that the edge itself is shrinking. There is no longer space to stand in between. Either you belong to the system, or you are removed from it. There is no gray zone, no exception. And in a world shaped by such rules, the Parker Bowles family has no choice. But what makes the situation more tense is not what has already happened. It is what comes next. Because when a system is restructured, it does not stop at rearranging positions. It continues to expand, reaching deeper layers of power, places that were once considered untouchable. This purge does not stop at guest lists. It reaches the final place of refuge for Camilla when King Charles is no longer there. The shift in power does not stop at guest lists or financial relationships. It moves deeper, touching the most fundamental layer of the monarchy, where law, tradition, and constitutional principles intertwine into an invisible network that controls every movement. And at that deep level, a cold truth begins to emerge. Before Camilla, a truth she cannot negotiate, cannot delay, and cannot reverse. A title can disappear in a single moment. Within the power structure of the British monarchy, a title is not simply a form of address. It is access, influence, protection, and also the key that opens every door. As Queen Consort, Camilla stands beside the king, appears in every major ceremony, shares the spotlight and a portion of symbolic power, but all of that is tied to a single condition: the existence of King Charles. When that condition no longer exists, everything around her will change in a ruthless way. The title, Queen Consort, exists alongside the king. It is not an independent entity. When the king passes away, that title ends its function. In its place comes another title, still formal in sound but entirely different in meaning. Queen Dowager, a royal widow, a name that seems to retain dignity, yet in reality is the clearest sign that power has departed. A Queen Dowager is not the center, not the one who holds authority, not the one who makes decisions. She becomes a symbol of the past, a figure maintained for tradition, but no longer capable of shaping the future. And in a system being restructured by William, that position is not merely on the sidelines, it is a space of isolation. What makes this prospect unsettling is not the name itself, but what comes with it. When William ascends the throne, he does not only inherit the crown, he inherits full control. From residences, to budget, to staff, and to security systems, everything falls under his authority. And that means Camilla, once at the height of power, must now depend on the decisions of the very person she once could not control. The number 24 hours is not a written rule, but it is enough time for an administrative decision to be executed within the royal system. If William issues a request, Clarence House, once the center of Camilla activities, may no longer belong to her. No debate, no explanation, only a directive, and the system will move. Clarence House is not just a residence, it is a symbol of position, a place where private meetings occur, where relationships are built, where power is maintained through presence. Losing that space does not only mean losing a home, it means losing an invisible form of power that the place provides, a loss that cannot be measured in numbers, yet carries deep consequences. Budget is the next factor. In the role of Queen Consort, Camilla activities are supported by a stable financial system, allocated according to protocol and position. But as a dowager, everything must be reviewed. Priorities shift. Spending is more tightly controlled, and most importantly, decision-making no longer belongs to her. Every expense, every plan, must pass through a system ultimately controlled by William. The security and household staff, once an extension of power, no longer remain unchanged. They are not just employees, they are the ones who ensure the smooth operation of everything around Camilla. But when the structure changes, they must adjust as well. Loyalty within the monarchy is not tied to individuals, it is tied to position. And when the position changes, loyalty shifts with it. William understands every one of these details, and it is this understanding that makes him dangerous. He does not need to issue a harsh command. He only needs to let Camilla see what could happen, to allow her to realize that every path leads to the same outcome, a future where she still exists, but no longer holds power. This is the true nature of a decisive strike, not immediate removal, but control over the entire context. When you control residence, you control space. When you control budget, you control action. When you control staff, you control operation. And when you control all of these, nothing more needs to be said. Camilla, with her experience, understands that this is no longer a personal confrontation. It is a systemic transition. Once it has begun, no one can stand outside it, and it cannot be reversed. The isolation in this context does not come from being completely removed, it comes from still existing within the system. yet no longer being part of it, from still appearing, yet no longer being heard, from still holding a title, yet no longer possessing real power. A suspended state, where past and present no longer connect. Camilla may try to adapt. She may seek to maintain influence through personal relationships, through the media, through everything she has built over many years, but all of those efforts face an unchangeable reality. William is the one setting the new rules, and within those rules, there is no place for elements that no longer fit. Sharp observers recognize that this is not only the story of one individual, it is the sign of a new era. An era in which the monarchy no longer relies on silent compromises, but operates under clearer and stricter principles. And in Zucha system, sympathy is no longer the deciding factor. Time is the final element. When the moment of transition arrives, everything will move faster than anyone can prepare. There will be no prolonged transition period, no gradual adjustment, only a single moment where everything changes. And after that moment, a new order is established. For Camilla, the most frightening part is not the loss of power, it is the loss of control over how that power is lost. When every decision lies in someone else's hands, every step becomes passive. And in a world where power is everything, that passivity is the clearest sign of defeat. A queen dowager in the new era is no longer a powerful figure behind the scenes. She becomes a symbol, a living memory, a part of history, but no longer the one who continues the story. And for someone who has spent a lifetime moving toward the center of power, that is an ending difficult to accept. But in the current context, when all signs indicate that the transition is approaching, the question is no longer whether it will happen, it is when, and when it happens, no one will be able to stop it, because within the monarchy, when one era ends, the new era does not wait. It moves forward. Cold, but it's easy. And without looking back, an era does not end with an explosion. It closes in silence. Slowly, yet decisively. Just as everything in this story has unfolded, there are no public confrontations. No shocking declarations. Only small changes, arranged with precision down to every detail. Enough to create an irreversible outcome, and at the center of it all, William does not choose revenge through emotional outburst. He chooses a colder and more calculated path. He takes revenge through erasure. No one is condemned. No one is removed in a loud manner, but names disappear from lists. Doors close without explanation. Privileges are reduced until nothing remains. This is not punishment in the usual sense. It is elimination. Once you no longer appear, no longer get mentioned, no longer have influence, you no longer exist within the structure of power. And that is how an era is buried. What makes this story worth reflection is not only the outcome, but how it is carried out. The British monarchy has endured for centuries not because of absolute power, but because of its ability to adapt to the times, to public opinion, to inevitable change. And in the current generation, William represents that adaptability more clearly than anyone. But it is not a gentle adaptation. It is a ruthless one, where everything that no longer fits is removed, regardless of the cost. As the spotlight turns toward the future, the image of William and Catherine walking side by side emerges as a symbol of a new order, steady, controlled, and no longer bound by the past. Behind them lies the darkness, where once familiar names slowly fade into silence. No one turns back. No one retells the old story. And perhaps that is the most frightening thing in the world of power, not being defeated, but being forgotten. Thank you for staying with us on this journey to uncover the hidden corners of royal power. Do not forget to subscribe to the channel so you do not miss the next chapter about King William V. Goodbye. The sound of something shattering rang out. sharp and cold like a warning. The space seemed frozen before a voice filled with authority tore through the silence. "Be silent at once. I order you to take it off and return it to Catherine. Immediately." This was not a carefully staged cinematic scene. This was the real fury of King Charles III. Erupting in the heart of Buckingham Palace on a chilling afternoon in April 2026, what happened next quickly spread beyond the ancient stone walls. Internal sources described an atmosphere so tense it was suffocating. At the center of every gaze was the 12-carat sapphire ring, a symbol once closely associated with Princess Diana, a legacy that carried not only material value but also memories, pain, and secrets never spoken aloud. Yet, in a way that was difficult to explain, it appeared on Queen Camilla's hand during a high-level reception, where every gesture was scrutinized. Was this an accident or a calculated act of possession? As Catherine was in a period of recovery, her absence unintentionally created a vacuum of power, and within that vacuum, a symbol had shifted. Some sources suggested this was a quiet act of retaliation by Camilla after years of enduring harsh public judgment. Others believed it was the final straw that forced the king to act in order to protect the line of succession. Was this justice being carried out, or merely a staged performance to calm a rising storm of public opinion? Comment 1 if you support the king's decisive action. Comment 2 if you believe Camilla will never easily let go of what she has desired for 30 years. In April 2026, the atmosphere inside the British royal family was no longer the calm composure the public had grown used to seeing from ceremonial balconies. It was dense, tense, and simmering like a storm yet to break. At the center of all speculation was the prolonged absence of Catherine. Her health condition, though carefully and sparingly disclosed by the palace, became the most dangerous power vacuum in many years. When the woman seen as the future of the monarchy was forced to step back, an invisible gap appeared, and like every gap within the British royal family, it never existed for long without someone attempting to fill it. Internal sources began to leak details that unsettled public opinion. During the time Catherine was absent from public view, access to the royal jewelry collection showed unusual changes. Pieces considered symbols of succession, closely tied to the role of the Princess of Wales, repeatedly appeared on Queen Camilla at high-level events. At first, these were minor details. A brooch, a pair of earrings that drew little attention. But over time, the extent of this borrowing became increasingly bold, even crossing long-standing unspoken boundaries. A shocking figure began circulating among royal observers. The total value of the jewelry pieces Camilla used during this period was estimated to reach £150 million. This number stunned the public not only for its material worth, but for the symbolic meaning of each item. These were not merely diamonds or gemstones, they were legacy, history, and messages of power passed from one generation to another. More notably, some of these pieces were believed to have been informally designated for the two sons of Diana, William and Harry. This raised an unavoidable question. Was this truly just temporary borrowing in Catherine's absence, or a calculated move to redefine Camilla's position within the royal power structure? Some experts believed that after many years of being viewed as an outsider in the public's heart, Camilla was attempting to strengthen her image by directly associating herself with the most powerful symbols. Others argued this was a risky act, because every piece of jewelry she wore was not just decoration, but a painful reminder of a past the public had never truly forgotten. The silence from Buckingham Palace during this period made everything even more difficult to understand. There was no official statement explaining the use of these pieces, no confirmation and no denial, only images appearing in the media. Every small detail examined, every glance analyzed, and in the royal world, where every gesture carries meaning, silence is sometimes the strongest statement of all. Meanwhile, Reactions within the royal family were kept almost completely hidden. However, some close sources revealed that discomfort was quietly spreading, particularly from Prince William's side. Unlike his father, who always tried to balance duty and personal emotion, William was believed to hold a clearer and firmer stance when it came to his mother's legacy. To him, those pieces of jewelry were not simply royal assets. They were memories of Diana, the remaining fragments of a woman who had endured far too much within the very system he now stood to inherit. This tension did not explode immediately, but it built day by day, event by event. Each time Camilla appeared wearing a controversial piece, the pressure increased. Public opinion began to divide sharply. One side believed Camilla had the right to use what belonged to the monarchy as queen. The other side saw it as an unacceptable intrusion into Diana's legacy and Catherine's future. In that context, Catherine's health was no longer merely a personal matter. It became a central factor, directly influencing the balance of power. Her absence was no longer simply a period of rest, but a vacuum that was being exploited, and most notably, no one within the royal family openly intervened, at least not until everything had gone too far. What unfolded in April 2026 was not an isolated event. It was the culmination of years of accumulated tension, suspicion, and silent struggles that had never been acknowledged. And when the sapphire ring appeared on Camilla's hand, it was not just a piece of jewelry. It was the final drop, the moment when every boundary was broken. But Camilla forgot one thing. She could borrow jewelry, but she could never borrow the respect of Diana's eldest son, Prince William. In the days that followed, while public debate outside continued to rage over the sapphire ring, a real confrontation took place behind the heavy doors of Windsor Castle. No longer cold glances or indirect warnings. This time, everything was pushed to an entirely different level. According to highly credible internal sources, King Charles decided to take an unprecedented step within the modern royal family. He ordered the drafting of a formal legal document, binding in nature, to conduct a full inventory of the treasures that once belonged to the late Princess Diana. This was not merely a symbolic act. It was a clear declaration of power. The document, as described, was not simply a list of assets, but a detailed delineation of ownership and usage rights down to each individual piece of jewelry. Every ring, every necklace, every gemstone was recorded, cross-checked with archival records and informal agreements that had existed for many years. More notably, the document emphasized the element of personal legacy, indirectly affirming that not everything in the royal jewelry collection could be used at will, even by a queen. This move immediately shook a power structure that had long been maintained in a fragile balance for decades. Rules surrounding royal jewelry were governed by convention and unspoken consensus, rarely formalized into rigid legal documentation. King Charles, choosing to formalize the matter, revealed the seriousness with which he viewed the current situation. It also reflected a shift in how he handled conflict, from restraint to decisiveness, from diplomacy to direct confrontation. Camilla's response, according to what was revealed, was anything but conciliatory. On the contrary, she was said to have displayed an unprecedented firmness. In a private exchange at Windsor, Camilla did not deny using the controversial pieces. Instead, she presented a principled argument. As queen, she had the right to access and use anything within the royal collection. To her, those pieces were not the personal property of any individual, but symbols of the monarchy, and the person standing beside the king had the right to represent those symbols. On the surface, this argument was not entirely without basis. Historically, queens had worn many symbolic pieces without facing public objection. However, the difference lay in the context. The pieces associated with Diana were not merely royal heritage, they carried a unique emotional value, not only for the public, but also for members of the family, especially her two sons. Their use, therefore, could not be seen as a neutral act. The debate between the two sides quickly moved beyond legal boundaries. It became a confrontation between two perspectives on power and legacy. On one side was the traditional view, where the Queen's authority was defined by her position beside the King. On the other was a more modern approach, where personal legacy and family sentiment were placed at the forefront. Especially in an era where public image played a decisive role in the survival of the monarchy. According to close sources, King Charles did not hide his disappointment at Camilla's reaction. He was said to have emphasized that the issue was not about rights, but about appropriateness and respect. In a time when Catherine was absent due to health reasons, the use of jewelry symbolizing the role she held could be misunderstood and damage the image of the entire royal family, but this argument seemed insufficient to persuade Camilla. Her stubbornness was reflected not only in words, but in actions. Despite increasingly clear warnings, Camilla continued to appear at events wearing pieces from the controversial list. Each time, the pressure intensified. The media continued to question, the public grew more deeply divided, and within the royal family, fractures that had long existed began to surface more clearly than ever. Notably, throughout this process, Prince William remained largely absent from public debate. However, his silence was widely interpreted as a sign of a storm being contained. Those familiar with the internal structure of the royal family believed that William was not someone who would easily overlook matters related to his mother's legacy, and once everything crossed a certain threshold, his response might no longer be symbolic, but concrete. The confrontation at Windsor, therefore, was not a single event. It was the intersection of multiple currents of conflict, power, legacy, personal emotion, and public pressure all converged here, and when neither side was willing to step back, the outcome could only be escalation. In that context, the inventory document introduced by King Charles was no longer just a legal instrument. It became a boundary, a warning that what had once been accepted in silence would now be brought into the light, and anyone who crossed that boundary would face consequences. Camilla's stubbornness, instead of easing the situation, pushed everything closer to the point of eruption, because in a system where every action carries symbolic meaning, refusing to step back is not merely a personal decision. It is a statement of defiance, and it was precisely that defiance that drove the conflict to its peak, leading to an action no one expected from King Charles. Ladies and gentlemen, if the confrontation at Windsor was the breaking point of long-simmering tensions, then William's arrival transformed it into a direct reckoning with no path of retreat, no longer rumors outside or private disputes behind closed doors. This time, Diana's eldest son stepped directly into the center of the storm, bringing with him something no one in that room could ignore. It was not only emotion, but evidence. According to internal sources, William requested a private meeting with the King and Camilla immediately after the inventory document was introduced, but not yet fully enforced. The atmosphere of the meeting was described as suffocatingly cold, not because of the temperature, but because of the presence of things that had never been spoken aloud before. William did not begin with anger. He began with deliberate silence, a silence long enough for everyone in the room to feel its weight. Then he placed a set of documents on the table. It was not an official palace file, but personal records, letters, and documents preserved from many years ago, directly connected to Diana. According to descriptions, they contained passages that clearly expressed her wishes that items of personal significance would be preserved for her sons and later for their families. Not in the form of a complete legal will, but clear enough to understand that for Diana, those items were not merely royal assets, but part of the memory and emotion she intended to pass on. William presenting this evidence was not only a legal or symbolic act, It was a direct reminder that this story did not begin in April 2026, but had stretched across decades, and that any decision made today must confront the shadow of the past. But what made the atmosphere in the room even heavier was not the documents, but what William said next. He spoke about Catherine, not as the Princess of Wales, but as a woman, a wife, and someone facing unstable health. According to accounts, William revealed that Catherine had truly broken down after seeing images of Camilla wearing the sapphire ring, a symbol she had always regarded as a sacred legacy of her mother-in-law. For Catherine, that ring was not just jewelry. It was a symbol of continuity, of responsibility, and of the sacrifices Diana had endured. Seeing it on someone else's hand, especially someone long associated with much of the past pain, created a profound psychological shock. William, during the exchange, did not hide his anger as he emphasized that the act was not only about ownership, but an intrusion into the memory and emotions of the entire family. These words, according to sources, changed the atmosphere in the room completely. It was no longer a debate about power or rules, but a confrontation with real human consequences. King Charles, who had tried to maintain the role of mediator from the beginning, was said to show clear signs of hesitation. He understood that the issue could not be resolved by documents or legal arguments alone. Meanwhile, Camilla's response continued to stir controversy. She did not deny what William said, but she also showed no clear sign of concession. Instead, she returned to her familiar argument about the rights of the Queen, but this time, that argument seemed to lose its weight, because it could not answer the core question William had raised. Why that ring? Camilla's choice was not random. In a vast collection of jewelry with hundreds of pieces, her decision to wear the sapphire ring so closely tied to Diana's iconic image gave rise to many theories. Some believed it was an assertion of power, a way to signal that the past had been replaced and the present now belonged to her. Others offered a deeper analysis, suggesting it reflected a jealousy that had lasted for many years. Diana's shadow had never truly disappeared from the British royal family. Even in death, she remained present in public memory, in the image of her sons, and in symbols such as that ring. For Camilla, who had lived under constant comparison, accessing and using these symbols could be seen as a way to redefine her position. But that very act unintentionally reopened old wounds, making her efforts to build an image more fragile than ever. The irony was that in attempting to assert power, Camilla only highlighted the contrast between herself and Diana in the eyes of the public. The ring, instead of becoming a symbol of continuity, became a symbol of conflict, and each time it appeared, questions of legitimacy and respect were raised once again. The confrontation at Windsor, with William's direct involvement, brought everything into the open in a way no one could fully control. The documents presented, the words spoken, all created a turning point. There was no longer a way to return to the previous state, where everything was kept hidden and resolved in silence, and as the first details began to leak out, the reaction of the British public no longer remained at the level of observation. A wave of opposition began to form, spreading from the media to social networks, from royal experts to ordinary citizens. The questions no longer revolved around a single ring, but expanded to the entire way the royal family handled its legacy and responsibilities. Amid these waves of accusation, the British public began a backlash. Unlike anything seen in modern history, the public reaction did not explode all at once like a sudden blast, but spread slowly and persistently, like a silent crack running through the very foundation of an institution. At first, it was limited to analytical articles in major newspapers, cautious commentary from royal experts, but within days, everything moved beyond control. Online forums, social media, and even live television programs began focusing on a single question: why did Camilla choose Diana's ring, and why did no one stop it sooner? The first number the palace could not ignore appeared at the end of the first weekend of April 2026. A large-scale public opinion poll showed Camilla's approval rating had fallen to a historic low, down to just 12%. This was not merely a warning figure, it was an unprecedented collapse for a reigning queen. More notably, the decline did not come only from those who had always held bias against her, but also from groups of the public who had gradually come to accept her role in recent years. Media experts assessed that this was the consequence of a symbolic miscalculation. In an era where images and messages spread faster than ever, every choice made by the royal family can become the center of millions of discussions, and in this case, the sapphire ring was not just jewelry, it was a symbol, a story, a collective memory that the British public had never truly let go. Beyond that, voices from experts in the field of jewelry and royal protocol began to emerge more frequently. Some leading specialists delivered strikingly direct assessments. According to them, for a queen to wear a piece associated with a figure considered a late rival was not merely a lack of sensitivity, it was one of the most serious diplomatic missteps of the 21st century. When viewed in the context of royal symbolism and ceremony, the reasons given do not lie only in the personal relationship between Camilla and Diana. Within the symbolic system of the British royal family, every piece of jewelry carries a specific message. It can represent succession, a historical period, or a particular relationship. When these unspoken rules are broken, the message sent becomes unclear, even misleading. And in the case of the sapphire ring, the message received by the public was not one of continuity, but of appropriation. Royal historians also began to join the debate. They pointed out that in the past, there had been instances where members of the royal family reused jewelry from their predecessors, but the difference lay in the method and the timing. Such actions usually took place after enough time had passed for emotions to settle, and were always accompanied by clear messages of respect and remembrance. In contrast, Camilla's action occurred in an entirely different context. Catherine was absent due to health reasons. Memories of Diana remained vivid in the public mind, and the appearance of the ring at this moment was seen as insensitive to a degree that was difficult to accept. International media quickly entered the discussion, turning the story into a global topic. Major newspapers from Europe to the United States continuously published analysis, each offering a different perspective, but all revolving around a shared conclusion: the British royal family was facing a serious image crisis, and at the center of that crisis was Camilla. Meanwhile, the response from the palace remained the familiar silence. No official statement was issued to explain or calm public opinion. But this silence only made matters worse. In the eyes of the public, it was no longer a sign of composure, but a signal of confusion or even helplessness. The pressure did not stop with the media and public opinion. Inside the royal family, consequences began to emerge more clearly. Close sources revealed that many senior advisors expressed concern about the long-term impact of the situation on the reputation of the monarchy. Some even warned that without timely action, public trust could be damaged in a way that would be difficult to repair. For Camilla, the consequences were not limited to a drop in approval ratings. It also marked a shift in how she was perceived. For many years, she had worked to build an image of a devoted and discreet queen, gradually gaining public acceptance. But in a short period, those efforts seemed to be erased by a single decision. Her image returned to old controversies, to questions about motive, and to comparisons with Diana that never truly faded. The lies in the fact that while attempting to assert her position through symbols of power, Camilla unintentionally weakened the very foundation on which she stood, because within the British royal family, power does not come only from titles, but from public acceptance And once that acceptance is shaken, everything else becomes fragile. Small protests began to appear in certain central areas of London. They were not large-scale demonstrations, but enough to attract media attention. The banners did not directly target Camilla as an individual, but focused on messages about respecting Diana's legacy and the role of Catherine in the future of the monarchy. This showed that the issue had moved beyond the personal level, becoming a symbol of a broader debate about values and direction. In that context, each day, without a clear resolution, only increased the pressure. Questions continued to be raised, not only about the ring, but about how the royal family handled internal conflict, about its ability to adapt to modern times, and about the level of transparency the public was willing to accept. And as the curtain of truth was gradually lifted, it became clear that this was not merely about jewelry, but about the honor of a dynasty. As the final layers were pulled back, the full picture of the situation no longer appeared as scattered fragments, but as a chain of closely connected actions. King Charles's ultimatum was not simply a legal document intended to inventory Diana's collection. It was a turning point decision, representing a final effort to protect the legacy of a woman who had become an enduring symbol in the public heart, while also preserving the order of succession represented by Catherine. In a system where every move is carefully calculated, the king's choice to act decisively showed that he fully understood the seriousness of the crisis. Looking back at the entire sequence of events, it becomes clear that this was not a simple dispute over the use of jewelry. It was a clash between two systems of values. On one side was the concept of power based on title, where a queen could claim access to all royal symbols. On the other was the value of memory, respect, and invisible boundaries that cannot be erased. And in that clash, Camilla's actions became the focal point of criticism. A queen, more than anyone else, must represent not only power, but also dignity and refinement. The true power of the British royal family has never resided in diamonds or glittering crowns. It lies in how they are perceived by the public. Attempting to assert position by taking possession of items tied to another person's painful memory is not only a strategic mistake, but a symbolic failure, because gemstones, no matter how valuable, remain lifeless objects. They cannot replace respect, and they cannot buy trust. What stands out most after everything that has happened is the reaction of the British public. In an era where trust in traditional institutions is gradually weakening, the strong support shown for Catherine demonstrates that she is not merely a ceremonial figure. She is a symbol of continuity, of stability, and of a royal family that feels closer to the modern public. Despite being absent for much of the crisis, Catherine's presence in the public mind became stronger than ever. This contrast creates a deeply ironic paradox. While Camilla attempted to assert her position through tangible symbols of power, Catherine, even in absence, maintained her place in the hearts of the people through intangible values. It once again proves that within the British royal family, titles can be given, but recognition must be earned. Jewelry can change hands. Gemstones can be passed from one generation to another, but a place in the public heart cannot be transferred by force. And at this moment, in the eyes of the majority of the British public, Catherine remains the only Princess of Wales, not only because of the title, but because of how she represents it. This story, with all its drama and controversy, is not just a passing scandal. It is a reminder of the true nature of power within the British royal family. Power does not lie in what you can wear, but in how you are remembered when the lights go out. Thank you for following this intense and dramatic story. Do not forget to like and subscribe so you do not miss the latest developments of this royal power struggle, which will continue to unfold in tomorrow's video. The church bells rang, deep and prolonged, like a farewell to the past. Interwoven with that, was the image of the coronation of Camilla Parker Bowles. Magnificent and regal, yet interrupted by the sorrowful eyes and tears of Diana Spencer. On one side stood glory, on the other a memory that had never been laid to rest. And between those two opposing worlds, a question began to emerge. Do you believe in a love that endures through the years? Or is it all just a carefully calculated game of power set in motion long ago? In the year 2024, the United Kingdom was shaken by increasingly visible fractures within the royal family. People spoke of the rebellion of Meghan Markle, of the meaningful silence of Catherine Middleton, but very few noticed the shadow that stood behind every frame. Camilla, the woman who spent more than 3 decades rising from a position of public scorn to the pinnacle of palace power, a journey built not only on love, but on patience, strategy, and moves that were never revealed. There were whispers that she would not accept anyone shining brighter than her, that relationships once thought unbreakable, from the brotherhood between Prince William and Prince Harry to the fragile bonds among the royal wives, had all been bent into a new order, an order in which the final legacy of Diana was gradually fading. And before we open that oak door, where unacknowledged secrets are waiting, I want to ask you one thing. Do you believe Camilla is a woman who endured for love? Or is she the one quietly controlling everything? Comment 1 if you believe in love. And 2 if you believe in a plan that has never been revealed. 20 years. A span of time long enough for a person to completely change their fate, and long enough for history to be rewritten in an entirely different way. Within the United Kingdom, there was a campaign that was never officially announced, yet its traces appeared everywhere. Those in the media gave it a cold name, Operation PB, the abbreviation of a plan whose goal was not to build an image, but to reshape the memory of an entire nation. After the death of Diana Spencer, the public did not just grieve, they were angry. And in that anger, the name Camilla Parker Bowles became a symbol of betrayal. Opinion polls at the end of the 1990s revealed a shocking figure. Her approval rating dropped to around -15%, a number that was not just low, it was a verdict. In the eyes of millions, she could never be accepted, let alone become queen. But real power does not lie in the emotions of the crowd. It lies in the ability to shape those emotions over time. And that was when the campaign began. There was no press release, no official statement, only closed-door meetings inside media offices, where leading public relations experts in Britain were brought in. They were not asked to defend Camilla. They were given a far more difficult task: to make the public forget why they once hated her. Millions of pounds were poured into sophisticated strategies. Camilla's image gradually changed. From a woman behind scandal, she appeared more often in charitable activities, quiet, reserved, never competing for the spotlight, a model completely opposite to what the public once believed. Carefully selected photographs, articles with a softer tone, stories of devotion, of patience, of a woman willing to stand behind to support her man, Charles III. This was not a random transformation. It was a long-term strategy. Step by step, they blurred the image of Diana in this story, not by denying it, but by shifting the focus from personal tragedy to royal duty, from pain to stability. And in that process, Camilla was no longer the one who broke a marriage. She was redefined as a woman who had waited, endured, and ultimately simply stood in her rightful place. 20 years. 20 years for a story to be rewritten without anyone realizing they were reading a different version of the truth. The public grew tired of the past. New generations grew up without carrying the memory of Diana as a personal wound. And that was when the campaign entered its final phase: normalization. No more controversy. No more outrage. Only acceptance. When Camilla Parker Bowles officially became queen, the reaction was no longer a wave of anger like 20 years before. It was silence. And in the world of power, Silence can sometimes be more valuable than support, but do not mistake that silence. It does not mean everything has been forgiven, it only means the campaign has succeeded, because power does not need to be loved, it only needs not to be opposed. And when looking back at the entire journey, one question becomes clearer than ever. Was this truly just a story of enduring love, or was it a calculated game, where time itself was used as the most dangerous weapon, because not everyone has the patience to wait 20 years, and not everyone has the resources to spend millions of pounds just to change how the world sees them. But Camilla did. And when the campaign ended, she did not just change her image, she changed the way history would remember her. But every story of power follows a rule. When the original goal has been achieved, ambition does not stop. It simply changes direction. And that is where everything becomes more dangerous. Because once power is firmly in hand, Camilla's target is no longer the public. Those outside have been won over, or at least silenced. The real threat now comes from within, from younger faces, more beloved figures, and those who possess what she took 20 years to obtain, the natural support of the public. One name begins to emerge as an undeniable counterweight: Catherine Middleton. The woman often called the jewel of England, the one the public embraced almost from the very beginning, the one who did not need a 20-year campaign to be accepted, and also the one who, in the eyes of many, holds the heart of the royal future. In a game where spotlight cannot be shared, the existence of Kate is not just an advantage for the monarchy, it can become a threat. And when you have spent your entire life securing the highest position, you do not easily allow anyone to overshadow it. The question now is no longer what Camilla did to gain power, it is what she will do to keep it. And the answer may be more unsettling than anything that came before. In every game of power, there is always a piece that makes the one in control cautious. Not because that piece has acted, but because it holds the potential to change the entire board, and within the royal family, that name is none other than Catherine Middleton. The woman the public calls by a name full of meaning, the White Rose of England, a symbol of elegance, composure, and near perfection in the public eye. But that very perfection becomes a threat. Unlike Camilla Parker Bowles, who spent decades regaining acceptance, Kate entered the royal family with something no public relations campaign could ever buy: natural affection. From her earliest appearances beside Prince William, she quickly won the hearts of the public. No scandal, no controversy, only the image of a modern woman who still respects tradition, a perfect balance the monarchy has always sought, and that is precisely the problem, because in a system where attention is a finite resource, Kate's radiance inevitably casts a shadow over others. Especially the woman who spent 20 years reaching her current position. Camilla could not fail to notice this. And according to many behind-the-scenes sources, caution quickly turned into a form of subtle control. It did not begin with public orders. It began with ritual. Rules that seemed harmless. Long-standing traditions that every member of the royal family must follow. But for Kate, they gradually became an invisible cage. Regulations on clothing, standards on public appearances, unspoken rules about not exceeding her role, all of it tightened in a noticeable way. There are whispers that Camilla actively emphasized the revival of old rituals, not to protect tradition, but to draw a clear boundary. Kate may be loved, but she must not surpass the position of a future queen, at least not yet. That restraint is not easy to detect from the outside. The public still sees a perfect Kate, always smiling at the right moment, always appearing flawlessly composed. But behind those images, the pressure continues to grow, because every step must be calculated, every word must be controlled, not because she lacks ability, but because there are invisible limits that cannot be crossed. And then, one detail began to raise questions: 180 days. An unusually long period in the world of royalty, where every appearance is carefully measured, Catherine Middleton almost vanished from the media. No image, no events, no clear explanation, only silence. In that void, rumors began to spread. Some believed it was a matter of health. Others spoke of a need for privacy. But there were also more daring theories that this absence was not entirely a personal choice, that as Charles III faced health challenges, the internal power structure of the royal family was being adjusted, and in that process, figures with strong public influence could become elements that needed to be controlled. There is no public evidence, but in a system where information is tightly controlled, absence can sometimes speak louder than presence. From another perspective, that disappearance coincided in a striking way with the moment Camilla strengthened her position. As the king reduced his public appearances, the role of the queen became more prominent, and in such a sensitive period, reducing attention on other figures could be seen as a strategic move. What is notable is that when Kate returned, everything seemed unchanged. The smile remained perfect. The composure remained intact, not a single visible sign of what may have happened behind the scenes, but that very perfection led many to question, was it natural? Or was it the result of a system of control operating flawlessly? Because true power does not need to be displayed, it reveals itself through what cannot be seen. And in this case, what cannot be seen is far too much. The difference between Camilla and Kate is not just generational, it lies in how they approach power. One had to fight to obtain it. The other seems destined to inherit it. And in any system, that difference inevitably creates conflict. Camilla understands that public sentiment can change. She has lived through that herself. And for that very reason, she understands the value of controlling an image. And Kate, with her almost absolute public support, is a factor that cannot be underestimated. Perhaps that is why rituals that seem outdated have been revived, not because they are necessary, but because they are useful. They create structure, and within a rigid structure, every individual has a place. No one is allowed to step beyond it, but every form of control has its limits. Because public affection is not something that can be easily extinguished, it can be blurred. It can be diluted, but it rarely disappears completely. And that is precisely what keeps Kate a unique figure, a symbol that, even when restrained, cannot be replaced. The question is, how long can this restraint last? And when the moment of transition truly arrives, who will hold real control? But if with Kate, Camilla chose to tighten control through ritual and image management, then with someone entirely different in background and personality, that strategy no longer works. Because there are people who cannot be controlled by old rules, and when faced with them, power must use a different method, more ruthless, more direct. If with Kate, Camilla used ceremonial restraint. Then, with a free-spirited American like Meghan Markle, she chose a far more ruthless weapon, isolation and division. If Kate is a white rose restrained by classical rituals, then the arrival of Meghan Markle was like a strange wind blowing straight into the thick walls of the monarchy. Not born into nobility, not raised within rigid rules, Meghan brought with her a completely different world, where freedom and individuality are not things to be hidden, and that is exactly what made her a dangerous variable in the eyes of those who hold power. At first, everything seemed to follow a fairy tale script. Meghan entered the royal family beside Prince Harry, with enormous global media attention. A wave of curiosity, mixed with expectation, spread across the United Kingdom. But in a short time, that picture began to crack. Negative articles appeared with an unusually high frequency, no longer praise. Instead came suspicion, criticism, and stories told in an entirely different direction. One number startled many observers: 67 negative articles within a single week. Not a month, not a quarter, just 1 week. Headlines relentlessly focused on Meghan. From the way she spoke, to the way she behaved, to speculation about her character and ambition, a media campaign that many believe could not have occurred naturally without a steady flow of information from within. And in behind-the-scenes whispers, one name began to surface: Camilla Parker Bowles. There is no public evidence. But in a system where information is a tool of power, controlling the flow of information also means controlling how a person is perceived. Meghan was not the first to face tabloid pressure, but what made her situation different was the speed and intensity of the negative wave. It did not resemble a natural media reaction. It resembled an organized campaign, every small story amplified, every mistake scrutinized, and every action interpreted in the most negative way possible. Meanwhile, Meghan had almost no opportunity to respond, because within the royal family, there is an unspoken rule: never explain, never complain, never engage with the media battle. A rule that can protect an image in many situations, but can also become a trap when the opposing side controls the entire narrative. Then, a sensitive detail began to emerge: rumors of conversations surrounding the skin color of an unborn child, Archie Mountbatten Windsor. A topic sensitive enough to shock, yet vague enough to resist clear verification. These pieces of information spread, were discussed, speculated upon, and eventually became part of a larger narrative. In an environment where every detail can be turned into a weapon, such rumors do not only cause personal harm, they shape how the public sees the entire story. Meghan was no longer a woman entering the royal family with hope. She was gradually portrayed as a controversial figure, an outsider who could not integrate, a disruptive force to an established order. The question is, who benefits from that image? From a power perspective, weakening Meghan's image also means protecting the existing structure. A woman who is free, unbound by old rules, can become a source of inspiration for change. And in a system built on tradition, change always carries risk. Camilla understands that better than anyone. She was once outside the system. She was once criticized by the public, and for that reason, she understands that the fastest way to protect her position is not to change the system, but to ensure that no one else can challenge it. The tabloids, in this context, are not just a tool, they are a weapon capable of shaping public opinion without direct confrontation, and when used strategically, they can weaken a person without any visible action. Meghan was gradually isolated, not only in the media, but within the very environment she lived in. Relationships became strained, distances became more visible, and in the end, the decision to leave the royal family was no longer a shocking choice. It became an almost inevitable outcome, but the story does not end there. Because in every power struggle, removing an opponent is not just an ending. It is also a message, a warning to those who remain, that this system is not easily changed, and anyone who tries will pay a price. What is striking is that even after leaving, Meghan's image continued to be contested. Old stories resurfaced, negative narratives persisted, as if the campaign was not only meant to push her out of the royal family, but also to ensure that she could never return with a stronger image. In this entire story, what troubles many people is not how Meghan was treated. It is the reason behind it all. Why would a woman who has reached the highest position still feel the need to eliminate potential threats? Why do women who enter the royal family, instead of being protected, have to face such intense pressure? And why does history seem to be repeating itself in such a disturbing way? Because, if one looks closely, what happened to Meghan is not entirely new. It carries similarities to a story that once shocked the world, a story about a woman who was deeply loved, placed inside an unforgiving system, and ultimately became a victim of that very system. A name whose memory has never truly disappeared: Diana Spencer. Many people ask why Camilla appears so harsh toward her daughters-in-law. The answer may not lie in the present, but in a shadow from the past that has never faded. Yes, Ladies and gentlemen, there are ghosts that never leave. Not because people do not want to forget, but because the memory is too powerful to be erased. Within the royal family, the name Diana Spencer still exists as an irreplaceable symbol, not just a woman who has passed away, but a legacy that lives in the hearts of the public, and that, according to many theories, is what has made her a problem for those who seek to fully control the royal narrative. If we look back at the journey of Camilla Parker Bowles, a pattern begins to appear. She does not confront the past directly. She does the opposite. She allows the past to become fragmented, blurred, and gradually replaced by new stories, and within that entire strategy, the legacy of Diana becomes the final target. But how do you erase a symbol that millions of people still revere? The answer may lie in two individuals who carry Diana blood and memory, Prince William and Prince Harry. They are not just two princes. They are two living pieces of Diana legacy. When they stand together, they represent an image the public has always longed for: continuity, unity, and a future that could heal the wounds of the past. But if those two pieces are separated, everything changes. In recent years, the fracture between William and Harry is no longer a rumor. It has become a reality, openly discussed: rare joint appearances, distangles, an undeniable gap. And then, one number began to be mentioned as the clearest sign of that breakdown: 1,000 days. 1,000 days in which Prince Harry has had almost no real communication with his father, Charles III, and his brother, a period long enough to turn disagreements into a divide that cannot be bridged, long enough for shared memories to be replaced by opposing perspectives. In an ordinary family, that would already be a tragedy. But within the royal family, it carries far greater meaning, because when Diana, two sons no longer stand on the same side, her legacy is divided as well. One part becomes tied to William, to duty, to tradition, to the path of succession. The other part becomes tied to Harry, to rebellion, to questions, to the desire to change the system. Two completely different paths, two different interpretations of the same mother. And when the public is forced to choose how to see it, the unity that once defined Diana's strength begins to disappear. There are those who believe it is simply the result of personal differences, the pressures of royal life, individual choices. But there are also more daring theories, suggesting that this division may not be entirely natural, that in a system where every detail is calculated, allowing such a powerful symbol to remain whole could be a risk. If Diana continues to be seen as a perfect figure, every comparison will always disadvantage those in power. But if that legacy is fragmented, debated, and placed into different contexts, its strength will diminish. And the most effective way to achieve that is to let her two sons walk opposite paths. There is no need for direct destruction, only the need to let differences grow, to let misunderstandings remain unresolved, to let distance widen, and eventually, to let them become the storytellers of two different versions of the same story. In that context, the role of Camilla Parker Bowles once again comes under the light of speculation, not through evidence, not through confirmation, only through a chain of events that raises questions. She is the one who understands the value of public image better than anyone. She is the one who once faced constant comparison with Diana, and she is also the one who spent decades changing how the public sees her. If anyone understands the importance of controlling the narrative, it is her. And if anyone recognizes that Diana's legacy remains a force capable of shaking the current order, it is also her. But in all of this, what stands out most is not what is said. It is what is left unsaid. The silence between William and Harry, the absence of moments of reunion, the growing differences in the way they appear before the public, all of it creates a picture in which the legacy of Diana is no longer a unified whole. It becomes two parallel stories, and when a symbol is divided, its power is no longer what it once was. Perhaps it is simply the effect of time, It may also be the result of personal choices, but it cannot be ruled out that in a game of power, victory does not always come from creating something new. It comes from weakening what already exists. If that is true, then the number 1,000 days is not just a detail, it is a milestone, a sign that a legacy has been successfully divided, and in the world of royalty, where everything carries symbolic meaning, that can be seen as one of the greatest victories any strategist could hope to achieve. But every victory has its cost, because when a legacy is divided, it is not only the past that is affected, the future will never be the same, and the final question still remains. Were these events a natural sequence, or the result of a plan calculated in silence, a plan whose consequences will extend across generations? And if that is the case, then the shadow of Diana, even when divided, has never truly disappeared. All the pieces we have just explored, from a 20-year media campaign to the invisible restraint placed on Catherine Middleton, to the controversial isolation of Meghan Markle, and finally the division between Prince William and Prince Harry, no longer seem like separate stories. They connect into a larger picture, a picture of power, of control, and of the price that must be paid to remain at the top of one of the oldest institutions in the world. At the center of it all is Camilla Parker Bowles, a woman once rejected by an entire nation, once seen as a symbol of betrayal after the death of Diana Spencer, yet that same woman patiently, quietly, and persistently rewrote her story. Step by step, she moved from a shadow of public rejection to the highest position a woman in the royal family can reach. From a power perspective, it is an almost absolute victory. She overcame public opinion. She overcame the past. And in the end, she placed upon her head a crown that few once believed she could ever reach. But every victory has two sides. Because power can be built through strategy, but respect is built through emotion. And public emotion, though it can be guided, never truly disappears. It only settles, waiting for the right moment to return. The questions still remain about the role of the media in shaping perception, about the pressures faced by women who marry into the royal family, and about the division between Diana's two sons. These are not merely rumors or theories. They have become part of how the public understands the entire story. And within that picture, Camilla victory becomes more complex. Because a crown can be granted through ceremony, but true recognition comes from the hearts of the people, and that is something no campaign can ever fully guarantee. Windsor Castle still stands, majestic and steadfast as a symbol of endurance, but behind those thick stone walls, invisible cracks have begun to form. Not an immediate collapse, but fractures that are quiet, prolonged, and difficult to repair. Perhaps Camilla has won the battle for power, but the greater question lies elsewhere. Has she truly won the hearts of the people, or is it all merely a temporary acceptance, a silence of compromise rather than genuine forgiveness? In the end, Windsor Castle still stands, but its soul has been fractured. Camilla may have claimed the priceless crown, but she will forever live beneath the shadow of questions that history has never answered. Is royal power worth a broken family? Can a position compensate for distances that can never be repaired between those bound by blood? And were these events truly the necessary price for the survival of a monarchy? The answer may not lie in what we see today, but in how history will tell this story in the years to come. Thank you for joining this journey into the hidden corners behind royal doors. If you wish to continue exploring untold secrets of royal dynasties around the world, do not forget to like and subscribe so you do not miss what comes next. What if I told you that, just minutes ago, the palace quietly enacted one of the most brutal decisions in recent royal history? A decision so severe, so absolute, that it effectively erases a member of the royal family from every privilege, every protection, and every lifeline she once relied on, because yes, it is now officially confirmed, Sarah Ferguson, the Duchess of York, has been completely cut off from all royal benefits, effective immediately. This isn't a minor adjustment or a standard budget review. This is a sudden severance. No financial support, no security, no access to estates, staff, or medical care tied to the crown. Overnight, a woman who survived cancer, scandal, divorce, and decades of scrutiny has been pushed out of the royal system she once served and suffered for. And the biggest question echoing through Buckingham right now is simple. Why? Insiders report a late-night emergency meeting with senior courtiers, followed by an unusually blunt internal memo. There was no ceremony, no warm wording, just a direct order cutting Sarah loose. Some sources claim this move is tied to her recent health scares. Others whisper it was driven by political motives, and a few believe this is only the first step in a much larger restructuring of the monarchy, one that might involve removing more unnecessary members. But here's the part that no one can ignore. Why was this decision executed in complete silence? Why now, and who exactly pushed it through? Before we go deeper into the hidden motives behind this unprecedented action, I want to hear from you. Do you think Sarah Ferguson is being targeted, or is the palace hiding something much darker? Comment your thoughts below, because what comes next may change everything. Now, let's get into the full story. To understand why the palace moved with such shocking brutality, we need to go back to when the warning signs were already forming long before the public noticed anything unusual. Here's what they don't want you to know. Inside the royal household, Sarah's situation wasn't viewed as a sudden crisis. It was seen as the slow, inevitable unraveling of a woman caught in the tightening grip of royal rules, financial catastrophe, and shifting political tides. When King Charles ascended to the throne, he brought a governing philosophy his advisors had anticipated for decades. A streamlined monarchy, smaller, sharper, and far less forgiving of individuals who carried what they called reputational risk. Under Queen Elizabeth, Sarah had always been an exception. She was welcomed at family gatherings, allowed to remain at Royal Lodge with Prince Andrew, treated gently despite her missteps. Elizabeth operated with grace, with memory, with sentiment, but Charles inherited a different world, a world where online scrutiny is merciless, where political pressure is relentless, where the institution could no longer afford what one senior aide quietly called nostalgic allowances. And here's the uncomfortable truth that changed everything. Unlike Andrew, Sarah held no title of Her Royal Highness. Unlike working royals, she had no public role to justify security or housing support. And unlike the newer generation, William, Catherine, and their children, she represented a past version of the monarchy, one weighed down by controversies the crown was desperate to bury forever. Behind palace walls, discussions about Royal Lodge began much earlier than anyone realized. The rising maintenance costs, the future use of grace and favor residences, the legal structure tying Andrew to the property. Each time these issues surfaced, Sarah's name appeared as an unavoidable complication. Without an HRH title, without duties, without a defined institutional purpose, she was an anomaly in a system built entirely on hierarchies. But tradition and cost weren't the only forces driving the shift. Here's where it gets dark. Political figures in Westminster began pressing the monarchy quietly but firmly to address lingering concerns connected to the Epstein fallout. The public, especially those who remembered the scandals of the 1990s, increasingly questioned why a non-working divorced duchess continued living in a Crown estate property. The palace noticed. They logged the polling numbers. They recognized the pattern. Sarah was becoming a symbol of everything Charles's modernization plan sought to eliminate. Can you see it now? The walls were already closing in. The decision was no longer if, but when. And as these pressures converged, legal, financial, reputational, political, the once small conversations about Sarah's future grew sharper, more urgent, and impossible to avoid. Catherine's discovery. But there's someone else in this story. Someone whose quiet observations revealed just how serious this situation had become. Princess Catherine. The first real signs of trouble didn't come from headlines or scandals. They came from subtle, easily overlooked anomalies that only those closest to the royal system noticed. And for Catherine, whose life had been shaped by decades of protocol and public expectation, these irregularities around Sarah Ferguson began to feel like warning bells nobody else wanted to hear. It started during a routine briefing at Kensington Palace. Catherine overheard two staff members discussing Windsor properties. One mentioned that Royal Lodge maintenance cost projections had doubled again. The other added with uncomfortable hesitation, "The complication remains. Sarah still living there. Still not a working royal. Still tied to Andrew's diminishing position." Catherine didn't intervene. She simply paused, absorbing the tone. Because she knew when palace staff speak tentatively, something deeper is always brewing. Weeks later, another inconsistency surfaced. Catherine received a briefing pack summarizing public sentiment toward different royal family branches. Most was predictable: strong support for the Wales family, cautious optimism around Charles's modernization. But one graph caught her attention: an unexpected spike in negative sentiment associated with the York household, not toward Beatrice or Eugenie, who remained privately respected. Specifically toward Sarah, the phrasing in the analysis was telling, "Public perception reflects unresolved associations and outdated expectations." Catherine understood exactly what that meant. Then came the moment that changed everything. During a spring charity event, Catherine greeted well-wishers along the rope line when an older woman leaned in and gently asked, "Dear, why is the Duchess of York still in that big house if she's not working for the crown? It doesn't look quite right, does it?" Catherine smiled politely, offering a diplomatic reply. But inside, she felt a tightness forming. When ordinary citizens voice the same concerns private advisors whisper, the gap between public understanding and palace silence has become too dangerous to ignore. Meanwhile, inside Windsor, the atmosphere had shifted dramatically. Staff who once described Andrew and Sarah's arrangement as odd but functional now used different language: strained, unsettled, uncertain. Even more revealing were the briefings about foreign press coverage. American outlets were quietly linking Sarah back into the Epstein narrative because of her past emails, including the infamous one calling him a supreme friend and the revived congressional inquiry. Catherine knew how catastrophic this was. Once an individual becomes part of an international scandal discussion, the Crown's risk assessment changes completely, and Sarah had no role, no institutional shield, no functional justification to keep her within the royal framework. Late that summer, Catherine was shown an internal document summarizing external reputational threats. Sarah was listed prominently. The reasoning was stark: non-working royal with unstable finances, public visibility and unresolved associations, invites scrutiny inconsistent with modernization strategy. Do you understand what that means in royal terms? It was the beginning of the end. The strategic meeting. By the time the decision was finalized, conversations inside Buckingham Palace had shifted from quiet concern to strategic urgency. The question was no longer whether action should be taken. It was how far the Crown was prepared to go, and at the center of this transformation stood Queen Camilla, a woman who understood better than most how fragile the monarchy's public image could be. Camilla's mornings often began with thick folders of press summaries, but in recent months, a disturbing pattern had emerged. Major American outlets were no longer focusing solely on Prince Andrew's downfall. They were turning their attention to Sarah. Articles in the Washington Post, segments on MSNBC, late-night discussions on CNN, all asking pointed questions about why the Duchess of York still occupied a Crown Estate residence while carrying reputational risks linked to Andrew's scandals and her own financial disasters. The tone was shifting from curiosity to open criticism, and for a monarchy hyper-aware of its international image, this development mattered profoundly. Camilla called a private meeting in the Green Drawing Room, a space quiet enough to avoid casual eavesdropping. Those invited included Sir Edward Chapman, Fiona Lyle, and Rupert Kane, senior advisors with decades of crisis management experience. She opened with characteristic calm, but the urgency in her voice was unmistakable. Public patience is not endless, nor is institutional tolerance. Sir Edward unfolded a document summarizing the amplification of international coverage, mentions of Sarah's financial troubles, the Epstein connection, and the revived congressional inquiry were rising sharply in American media cycles. Even mainstream British journalism, once cautious about pushing too hard on Sarah, was now framing her presence at Royal Lodge as a symbol of inconsistency. Then Princess Anne joined the discussions, and she didn't mince words. "We're trying to streamline the monarchy, not drag the past forward with us." Anne had always respected Sarah personally, but she believed institutions survived only when they followed rules, not memories. William, briefed separately at Kensington Palace, echoed the sentiment in his measured way. "We cannot continue carrying burdens that do not belong to the future we are building." But the most revealing insight came from the communications wing. Analysts presented Camilla and Charles with data showing a sharp rise in negative sentiment among viewers over 50 inches the United States, a demographic loyal, deeply engaged, and often nostalgic for the Diana-era monarchy. The data was devastating. A young communications staffer, reviewing engagement metrics, offered an insight that silenced the room. People aren't just watching this as royal drama, they're watching it as a moral question. How much responsibility does a family bear for the actions of someone linked to them? Camilla and Charles reviewed the draft statement. The language was crisp, restrained, deeply institutional. It didn't attack Sarah. It didn't reference scandals. It framed the decision as procedural, necessary, aligned with long-term restructuring. But beneath its calm tone, anyone familiar with royal subtext could see its true meaning. The crown was stepping away permanently. Before finalizing, Camilla made a suggestion rooted in her own experience. "We must ensure this does not read as punishment. It must read as policy." Several lines were rewritten to emphasize neutrality and precedent. Inside the palace's private offices, a quiet understanding settled. The decision was irreversible, and its impact would echo far beyond Windsor and Buckingham Palace. The announcement, the full palace statement, went live, a meticulously worded document that rippled across the world within minutes. It was short, polished, and unmistakably final. The Crown confirmed that, effective immediately, Sarah Ferguson would no longer receive housing provisions, security consideration, or transitional support from the royal household. Every line felt like a door slamming shut. For Sarah, the impact was immediate and devastating. She was sitting at a small writing desk in the corner of a London hotel suite when her phone erupted with notifications. She had moved there quietly days earlier, sensing something decisive was coming. But not knowing how hard it would land, when she saw the official Buckingham Palace header appear on her screen, she froze. For a moment, she simply stared at the announcement, reading it twice, as if the words might shift the second time around. They didn't. What struck her first wasn't the loss of Royal Lodge that had been foreshadowed for months. It was the tone, the absence of warmth, the formality, the unmistakable message that the Crown was drawing a clean, unbridgeable line between Sarah Ferguson and the institution she had once married into. Regardless of the years spent rehabilitating her reputation, the charity events, the children's books, the public resilience, none of it mattered. No. In the eyes of the monarchy, she was no longer part of its future. Across newsrooms worldwide, the reaction was shock mixed with grim recognition. The palace's modernization strategy under King Charles had always hinted at a leaner, more focused royal structure, but nobody expected the shift to land so sharply and so publicly on the Duchess of York. The timing felt surgical. Andrew was already being relocated to a smaller property. The Epstein investigation in the United States was accelerating. Pressure from Parliament to ensure ethical clarity around royal associations had reached its highest point in years. For observers, it was clear Sarah had become a liability the Crown could no longer afford to defend. The global media storm intensified as pundits recounted her long list of setbacks, her financial entanglements including the failed Pegasus Bitcoin venture, the infamous email calling Epstein a supreme friend, her charity partnerships now framed as a career cut short by association and misjudgment, even her personal resilience, once admired, became part of a tragic narrative about a woman who had been offered second chances but never found solid footing. The daughter's desperate plan, but while the world dissected the public fallout, something far more personal and far more desperate was unfolding in the shadows. Beatrice and Eugenie had been preparing for this moment. According to sources close to the sisters, they were devastated but unsurprised. They had known the announcement would be definitive, and they had taken steps quietly, urgently to prepare their mother's escape route. Their property in the coastal region of Comporta, Portugal, had already been readied. Staff arranged temporary accommodations. Local contacts helped secure privacy upon arrival. Make no mistake, this wasn't a vacation plan. This was a relocation plan. A survival plan. The sisters moved with military precision, determined to ensure their mother had somewhere safe, quiet, and controllable to land. But beneath the practical tasks lay a deeper, more heartbreaking fear that once Sarah left the UK, the distance between her and the monarchy would become permanent, irreversible. Meanwhile, inside the palace, advisors felt a strange mixture of relief and apprehension. Relief because a lingering institutional dilemma had finally been resolved. Apprehension because Sarah remained unpredictable, historically outspoken, a woman who had never disappeared quietly. Her financial instability made her vulnerable to book deals. Her long relationship with Andrew meant she had knowledge that could unsettle the monarchy further if ever revealed, and her reputation as a woman who refused to fade away made her next steps impossible to predict. The hidden motives. Now we arrive at the question everyone's asking, but nobody's answering. What are the real motives behind this decision? Because if you think this is simply about modernization or financial efficiency, you haven't been paying attention. Let me break down what's really happening behind those palace walls. Motive 1. The Epstein shadow. The revived congressional inquiry in the United States isn't just examining Andrew. Investigators have begun asking questions about financial connections, communications, and associations that extend to Sarah. Her past emails, her business dealings, her proximity to figures under scrutiny, all of it creates exposure the Crown cannot tolerate. By severing ties with Sarah now, the palace creates legal distance. If she's investigated, questioned, or implicated in any way, the monarchy can truthfully claim she has no official connection to the institution. That's not coincidence. That's strategy. Motive 2. Financial liability. Sarah's financial history is a minefield. The failed business ventures, the mounting debts, the questionable partnerships. Each one represents potential embarrassment for the Crown. But here's what's truly alarming. Sources suggest Sarah may have been seeking financial assistance from the royal household to cover legal fees and security costs. The palace had to make a choice: continue propping up someone with no official role or cut ties completely. They chose severance over support. Motive 3. The American audience. The palace is acutely aware of American sentiment, and American viewers, especially those over 50 who represent a massive engaged audience, have been increasingly vocal about the York situation. Polling data showed this demographic questioning the monarchy's judgment in maintaining ties with Sarah given the controversies. For an institution that depends on international goodwill and soft power, losing American support is unthinkable. This announcement was as much for Washington and New York as it was for London. Motive 4. William's succession planning. William is thinking decades ahead. He's building a monarchy for George, Charlotte, and Louis, and in that vision, there's no room for the complicated, scandal-tainted figures of the past. Sources close to William suggest he's been the strongest voice pushing for clean breaks. Not out of cruelty, but out of calculated necessity. Every lingering controversy from the previous generation becomes a weapon that can be used against the future. Motive 5. The Portugal connection. Why Portugal? Why Comporta, specifically? Because it's quiet, isolated, and far from British tabloid scrutiny, because it allows the palace to say Sarah has relocated abroad for personal reasons without revealing she's essentially been exiled. Portugal isn't just a fresh start, it's a strategic containment. Inside the palace, the hours following the announcement carried a tension that settled into every corner of the royal ecosystem. Within minutes, the legal office convened. Advisors reviewed Crown Estate lease structures and policies governing non-working royals. One lawyer summarized it with devastating clarity. Her Royal Highness status is gone. Her support structures are gone. Under current statute, there is no pathway back. At Windsor, the reality had already begun reshaping Prince Andrew's world. The logistics team confirmed he would be relocated to a smaller property before Christmas, a downsizing framed as routine restructuring. Though everyone understood the symbolism, Andrew would remain under the Crown's roof. Sarah would not. At Kensington Palace, William studied the developments with thoughtful silence. He carried no personal grudge against Sarah, but understood the political risk tied to her financial instability and proximity to Andrew's scandals. Privately, staff noted, William seemed relieved more than distressed. A lingering uncertainty had been resolved. Catherine's perspective, though quieter, was equally grounded. She sympathized with Sarah. Both women had endured the tabloid machine's brutality, but Catherine also knew the palace could not shield a figure whose presence complicated modernization efforts. In her view, letting Sarah step away, however harsh the optics, was the only sustainable option. The practical nightmare. Without royal support, Sarah would no longer qualify for security coverage, an immediate concern given renewed public interest in her past. The Home Office confirmed she would need to arrange her own security abroad. The financial assessment was equally grim. Without housing provisions, without security support, without the safety net she'd relied on for decades, Sarah would need to generate significant income immediately. And here's where it gets truly concerning. A financially desperate Sarah Ferguson, with intimate knowledge of royal operations, personal relationships, and private conversations, represents exactly the kind of risk that keeps palace advisors awake at night. Book deals, tell-all interviews, documentary participation. Each represents a potential minefield. The palace had severed ties, but they hadn't eliminated risk. They'd arguably increased it. The daughters' heartbreak. Beatrice and Eugenie found themselves caught in an impossible position. Daughters torn between institutional necessity and maternal protection. They understood the palace's decision. They'd seen the mounting pressures, but understanding didn't ease the emotional devastation of watching their mother be formally expelled from the only world she'd known for nearly 4 decades. According to sources, both sisters reached out to their mother within minutes of the announcement. The conversations were brief, emotional, and focused on immediate practicalities, because in crisis, the York women do what they've always done. They act, they protect, they survive. The preparations accelerated. Documents were delivered discreetly. Bank accounts were reviewed. Legal counsel was engaged for the Portugal transition. Every detail mattered because one misstep could expose their mother to dangers. The palace was no longer obligated to shield her from. But beneath all the logistics lay a question neither sister wanted to voice. Once their mother left British soil, essentially exiled by the institution their grandmother once led, would she ever truly come back? Global reaction. From which country or city are you watching this moment unfold? Because this story is being interpreted completely differently, depending on where you're sitting. In America, viewers see this as the monarchy finally holding itself accountable to modern ethical standards, even if painfully late. In Britain, the response is more divided. Older generations remember Sarah fondly and see this as unnecessarily harsh. Younger audiences view it as long overdue institutional house cleaning. In Europe, particularly in countries with their own monarchies, royal watchers are analyzing this as a template for how modern crowns handle legacy complications. In Commonwealth nations, the reaction ranges from sympathy to frustration that the monarchy continues generating drama when it should be focused on meaningful service. Your perspective matters because how this story resonates globally will influence how historians ultimately judge this decision. Leave a comment below telling me where you are watching from and what's your honest reaction. Sarah's silent response. Sarah remained in that London hotel suite. She hadn't issued a statement, hadn't appeared publicly, hadn't even posted on social media. A silence that, for a woman known for her communication, spoke volumes. Those closest to her described someone in a state of processing shock mixed with steely determination. She had survived scandals before, weathered divorces, financial ruin, and public humiliation. But this was different. This wasn't a scandal she could rehabilitate from or a misstep she could apologize for. This was an institutional rejection, absolute and irreversible. Friends report she spent hours on the phone with her daughters, with legal advisors, with a handful of people who remained truly loyal. She reviewed documents, made lists, planned next steps with the methodical focus of someone who understood the severity of her situation. Because Sarah Ferguson may be many things, but she's never been passive. And as night deepened over London, one truth became increasingly clear. The palace had made its move. Now the world was waiting to see how Sarah would respond. The monarchy's gamble. For King Charles and his advisors, the decision to sever ties with Sarah represents both a victory and a massive gamble. The victory. They've eliminated a complication that was becoming increasingly untenable, sent a clear message about modernization priorities, created legal and political distance from potential future scandals. The gamble. They've also created a loose cannon, a financially vulnerable, potentially angry ex-royal, with decades of insider knowledge and nothing left to lose. History shows us that exiled royals don't always go quietly into the Portuguese sunset. The Duke and Duchess of Windsor, Princess Margaret in her later years, even Diana in the final year of her life, separated from the institution but still possessing the power to shake it. Sarah has that same power now, multiplied by modern media, social platforms, and an international audience hungry for royal revelations. The palace's strategy assumes Sarah will accept her exile gracefully, fade from view, and allow the monarchy to move forward without her. But what if she doesn't? What if financial desperation, personal anger, or simple human frustration leads her to start talking to journalists, documentarians, or authors who would pay significantly for her story? What if the palace just created their own worst nightmare? What this means for us, beyond the royal headlines, this story offers profound lessons about power, loyalty, and reinvention. Lesson 1. Unresolved problems don't disappear. They compound. Lesson 2. No structure built in one season lasts forever. Lesson 3. Institutions prioritize survival over individuals, always. Lesson 4. Sometimes reinvention requires a forced break. The hidden truth? This announcement isn't the end of Sarah Ferguson's story. It's the beginning of a completely new chapter. For nearly 40 years, Sarah has existed in the shadow of the monarchy, defined by her marriage to Andrew, judged by royal standards, constrained by institutional expectations. Now, for the first time since 1986, she's completely free of those constraints, free to speak, free to write, free to build a life entirely on her own terms without worrying about palace approval or royal protocol. Is that liberation or devastation? The answer probably depends on what Sarah chooses to do next. If she retreats quietly and lives out her years in Portuguese obscurity, then the palace wins completely. But if Sarah emerges as a voice, writing books, giving interviews, participating in documentaries that reveal uncomfortable truths about royal life, then this decision might be remembered very differently as the moment the monarchy created its most dangerous adversary by giving someone who knew too much absolutely nothing left to lose. Final thoughts. Sarah Ferguson's fall from royal grace isn't just a headline. It's a human story about resilience, consequence, and the brutal mathematics of power. Yet, beneath the tragedy lies something potentially transformative. Portugal may not have been her dream, but it offers distance, safety, and a chance to rebuild without the constant shadow of royal expectations. For a woman who has lived most of her adult life beneath the harsh glare of public opinion, that might be its own kind of liberation. For the monarchy, this decision marks a deliberate step toward the future King Charles has envisioned, a crown that is smaller, more accountable, more aligned with modern expectations. Power structures may define the rules, but individuals define their stories. Sarah Ferguson has been many things: controversial, resilient, unpredictable, flawed, human, but she has never ever been silent. And now that the palace has spoken firmly, finally, fatally, the world waits to see how she will respond, what she will reveal, who she will become without the walls of Windsor to define her. In the end, the decision to cut off all royal benefits for Sarah Ferguson was not just a cold announcement from the palace, but a declaration that anyone once considered part of the royal family can be removed from the circle of power at any moment. Although the reasons made public sound reasonable, it is clear that behind them lie motives. The palace does not want to mention meetings that never appeared on the official schedule, unusual changes inside the royal office, and especially the calculated silence of several high-ranking figures. All of it creates the sense that this story still has many layers that have yet to be uncovered. Sarah was once part of the royal family, once devoted her name and her image for many years. The fact that she was removed so decisively shows that there are things the palace wants to bury very deeply. Thank you for staying with us until the end of the video. What do you think is the real reason behind this decision? Leave your opinion in the comments. And do not forget to subscribe to the channel so you can continue exploring the hidden corners of the British royal family with us. An 8-year-old boy stands on the balcony of Buckingham Palace. He beams with a wide smile, waves his hand, and even dances spontaneously in front of thousands of people below. In just a few short minutes, that image spreads across social media, gathering billions of views. The whole world laughs and calls him the most adorable meme star of the British royal family. And that boy is none other than Prince Louis. But pause for a second. Behind that innocent smile, is there something the public does not see? Because just seconds after those playful moments, his eyes sometimes reveal a fleeting confusion. Something difficult to name. An 8-year-old child should only know joy. Yet he is growing up under pressures that even adults struggle to handle. We have seen Louis in viral moments, like Trooping the Color, the long yawns during the coronation of King Charles III, or the unfiltered expressions that make the world laugh. But few people talk about the bigger picture behind it. A mother, Catherine, Princess of Wales, facing cancer. A royal family shrinking in size like never before. And a haunting position, the spare to the spare. A shadow that history once placed heavily on Prince Harry. So the question becomes, where is the future of Prince Louis heading? Will he find a stable place in a system that is changing? Or will he repeat the tragedy of those who came before him? What do you think? Comment number 1, if you believe the royal family will protect the boy. Comment number 2, if you fear history will repeat itself. Share your thoughts below. And now, we begin to uncover each layer behind the smile of this 8-year-old royal child. If you have watched any royal event in recent years, one thing is almost certain. Your attention will soon be drawn to a young boy who is anything but small in influence. That is Prince Louis. Not because he is carefully prepared to be the center of attention, but on the contrary, it is his natural and unforced behavior that makes him the most memorable figure. Let us return to the moment at the coronation of King Charles III. While the world followed every solemn ritual, every detail calculated down to the second, Louis simply yawned. A real yawn. A childish one. Completely unhidden. That moment instantly spread across the globe. People did not just laugh. They felt connected. Because, in the middle of all the formality, that boy reminded them that he is still just a child. Then came Trooping the Color in the year 2025. While other members stood properly on the balcony of Buckingham Palace, Louis could not stay still. He bounced, swayed to an imaginary rhythm in his head, sometimes turned to talk, and even displayed dramatic expressions. The crowd below laughed. The internet exploded. Within hours, the images appeared across thousands of accounts, from TikTok to YouTube. And it did not stop there. In many other official events, Louis continuously created moments that could not be staged. Sometimes he made funny faces, stuck his tongue out slightly, sometimes squinted or frowned, as if trying to understand what was happening around him. At times, he waved enthusiastically, ignoring all formal protocol, as if greeting each person in the crowd. That breaking of the mold became his strongest appeal. One of the most shared clips shows Louis changing expressions within seconds, from serious to surprised, then suddenly laughing. Viewers were drawn in as if watching a short film without a script, and what stands out is that everything is real. There is no staging. No perfect control. According to many unofficial statistics, in the year 2025 alone, clips related to Louis gathered more than 2 billion views on social media, a number that even many entertainment stars would dream of. But Louis is not an entertainer. He is just a child. And that is precisely his greatest strength. Compared to his siblings, Louis is often seen as the one who expresses emotions most clearly. No hiding. No excessive restraint. When he is happy, he laughs fully. When he is bored, he shows it immediately. And when he is curious, his eyes say everything. That authenticity makes the public feel they are seeing a real person, not a constructed image. Those moments make the world smile. But because of that, we begin to ask, what awaits a child who is so real in a system that demands almost absolute control? Because behind the laughter, behind the massive number of views, lies a unique position. A position that brings not only attention, but also invisible pressures that few can see. To understand why the innocent moments of Prince Louis make people both laugh and worry, we must look at something seemingly dry yet decisive: the line of succession of the British royal family, an order that appears simple, yet shapes the entire life of every member born into it. At present, the first in line is Prince William. Right after him is his eldest son, Prince George. Next is Princess Charlotte, and finally, in the fourth position, is Louis. A position that may sound close to the throne, but in reality, it is something entirely different, because in royal history, there is a concept that has always haunted those who are not born to inherit directly. It is the spare, the one who stands behind, always ready, but rarely chosen. And in the case of Prince Louis, the story goes even further. He is not only the spare, he is the spare to the spare, the one who stands behind the one who already stands behind. It may sound abstract, but its meaning is very concrete. The chance for Louis to become king, according to many analyses, is almost zero. Some estimates even suggest it is below 1%. That means it is almost certain he will never sit on the throne. Yet the paradox is this: he still has to live his entire life under the rules, pressures, and expectations of a senior royal. Royal biographer Christopher Anderson once emphasized that the position of the spare is always tied to a quiet identity crisis. Not the heir, but not an ordinary person either. No clear path, yet bound by duty and image. Meanwhile, former royal correspondent Jenny Bond also noted that spares in history often have to define their own worth, and not all of them succeed in doing so completely. We have seen this before, most clearly with Prince Harry. As someone who once carried the title of the spare, Harry grew up in the shadow of his older brother. He had more freedom, but lacked a clearly defined role, and that gap, according to many observers, contributed to later conflicts and controversial decisions. But Louis stands in an even more complex position. If Harry was the spare, then Louis is the spare to the spare. The distance between him and the throne is not just one person, but three. This makes his role more uncertain than ever. He does not carry the direct responsibility of succession like Prince George. He does not hold a strong symbolic position like Princess Charlotte, who represents change in modern succession rules. And he does not have a clearly defined path like previous generations. This creates a major question. Who will Louis become within this system? A working royal, actively taking on public duties, or someone who gradually steps away to build a private life? Each choice comes with its own cost. And that is why the joyful moments we see in public take on an entirely different meaning in this context. They are not just the charm of a child. They are the image of a boy standing in a position that history has shown is far from easy. That position is already full of challenges. But then, the year 2024 brought an event that made everything heavier. A fear not only for Louis, but for the entire family, something no child should have to face so early in life. The year 2024 began like any other for the public. Familiar images of Catherine, Princess of Wales, continued to appear. Composed, with almost no visible sign of anything unusual. But behind the closed doors of the royal family, a completely different story was unfolding. A diagnosis, a shock, and a spreading fear that no one could have prepared for. Information about Catherine's cancer was not announced immediately. The family chose to keep it private, both to protect her privacy and to have time to face the harsh reality. During the early months of the year, the public began to question her unusual absence. Speculation spread, but only when Catherine herself appeared and confirmed it did the world truly understand the seriousness of the situation. For Prince William, this was not just a personal challenge. He later described it as the hardest year of his life, not only because of his royal role, but because of his responsibility as a husband and a father at a time when everything seemed to collapse at once. On one side was duty to the nation, on the other was his family, and in the middle were 3 children, including Prince Louis. the youngest, when his mother began treatment, including chemotherapy. The life of the entire family changed almost completely. Public schedules were adjusted. Appearances were limited. The familiar images became rare. And more importantly, the atmosphere within the family was no longer the same. For a child like Louis, this was an experience far beyond his understanding. When it began, he was only about 5 to 6 years old, too young to fully understand what cancer is, yet old enough to sense that something was wrong. Children at this age have a unique ability. They do not need detailed explanations, yet they can feel emotional changes in adults. The days when his mother could not be present as before, the moments when his father became more quiet, conversations that stopped when he entered the room. All of these things, even unspoken, created a quiet anxiety. And the greatest fear, though never spoken aloud, was always there: the possibility that his mother might not be there anymore. According to many child psychology experts, when facing a parent's serious illness, young children do not understand it logically, but imagine it in their own way. And that can be even more frightening, because a child's imagination has no limits, and often drifts toward the worst possibilities. Louis, with the most expressive personality among the 3 siblings, may feel this more strongly than anyone else. The natural expressions the public sees at events may be only a small part of the complex inner world he is going through. A child who laughs in one moment may, just hours later, become quiet, thinking about things he cannot yet put into words. In that situation, Prince William and Catherine, Princess of Wales, were forced to make difficult choices. They tried to keep everything as normal as possible for their children. They explained just enough, not too detailed, but without hiding everything. They created private family moments, away from media attention, and most importantly, they made sure their children always felt safe, even as the world around them seemed to shake. By the years 2025 and 2026, the situation gradually showed more positive signs. Catherine was reported to be in remission and began adjusting her lifestyle. Fewer appearances, more selective, with a focus on health and family. But what happened in the year 2024 could not simply disappear. It left a mark, not only on the adults, but especially on the children. For Prince Louis, this may have been the first time he faced a very big concept: fragility. Even those who seem strongest, closest, can still be hurt. And once that feeling appears, it does not easily go away. While the family was still trying to heal those invisible wounds, another event from the adult world began to spread. A scandal not directly related to Louis, but one that could affect his future in ways few expected. And that is what truly raises the bigger question. Not only how this boy will grow up, but whether he will be able to keep the position, the title, and the path he was born to follow. To understand why an adult scandal could directly affect the future of Prince Louis, we need to return to a long-standing tradition of the British royal family. The title Duke of York is not just a title. It is a symbol, a part of history stretching back to the 15th century, usually granted to the second son of the monarch. Across generations, this title has been closely linked to the role of the spare, the one who does not inherit the throne but still holds an important place in the royal structure. For many decades, this title belonged to Prince Andrew. The younger brother of King Charles III was once seen as a prominent figure, with a military career and certain public contributions. But everything began to change when a series of personal scandals came to light. Serious allegations, controversial associations, and especially the case connected to Jeffrey Epstein caused his public image to collapse rapidly. At first, the royal family tried to distance itself, limiting Andrew's public appearances. But by the period from 2025 to 2026, the situation escalated beyond control. According to many sources, Andrew not only lost his public role but also almost all honorary titles. From a prince, a duke. He was gradually pushed out of the official system. The name Andrew Mountbatten Windsor began to be used more often, as a way of emphasizing that he had become a private individual, no longer representing the royal family as before. There were even shocking rumors in the year 2026, suggesting that Andrew could face more serious legal issues, including the possibility of arrest. Although these claims were not officially confirmed, their mere existence was enough to make the title Duke of York appear deeply tarnished in the eyes of the public. And this is the key point. In royal tradition, the title Duke of York would normally be passed down to the next generation, likely to someone like Louis when he comes of age. But now, that is no longer simple. A title once seen as an honor is now tied to controversy. A symbol once respected has become a burden of image. Many royal experts believe that reassigning this title in the near future will be extremely difficult. When Prince William becomes king, he will have to consider very carefully, because every decision carries not only personal meaning, but also affects the image of the entire new reign. And at a time when the royal family is trying to rebuild public trust, attaching his son to a heavily damaged title would be a major risk. This leads to a striking reality. A decision made by adults in the year 2025 may have completely changed the future of a boy who was only 7 years old at the time. Louis may never receive the title that tradition had almost predetermined for him, and without such a title, he also loses part of the definition of his role within the system, because in the royal family, a title is not just a name, it is a position, a duty, a path. When a title is removed or no longer suitable, the one who was meant to receive it must face a void, a difficult question. Who will I be? And for Louis, that question becomes even more complex when placed in the context of being the spare to the spare. There is no throne ahead, and now not even a guaranteed symbolic title behind. This makes his path more uncertain than ever. But the story does not end there, because as a new reign begins to take shape under Prince William, the changes are not only about titles, they are about how the entire system operates. A more streamlined monarchy, fewer members, fewer roles. And that is the greatest challenge waiting for Louis ahead. If the earlier parts showed pressure coming from the past and family events, this part reveals something even more thought-provoking. The future, not a distant future, but one being shaped right now by Prince William himself. A clear and decisive plan that could completely change how the British royal family operates for decades to come. The concept of a slimmed-down monarchy is no longer a rumor. It is a strategy that has been mentioned many times. A smaller royal family with fewer working members, focusing on key figures to reduce costs, increase efficiency, and meet modern expectations. It sounds reasonable, but behind that logic are significant consequences, especially for people like Prince Louis. In this new structure, the central role almost certainly belongs to Prince George. George's path has already been set, step by step, stage by stage. Everything leads to one destination: to become king, clear, direct, with very little ambiguity. And paradoxically, that is an advantage, because at least George knows who he is and who he will become. But for those who stand behind, the story is completely different. Princess Charlotte and Prince Louis are no longer part of a large system where every member has a defined role. In a slimmed-down monarchy, the number of working royals will be strictly limited, and that leads to a very real possibility. Charlotte and Louis may grow up with the titles of prince and princess, but without official roles. One striking reality: while Prince George has a clear path to becoming king, Charlotte and Louis face the risk of becoming royals without roles. No real power, no clear function, yet still carrying public attention. A position that is both privileged and empty. In that picture, Charlotte may have a certain advantage. As the only daughter, she is often seen as someone with the potential to become an active working royal. Her image aligns with modern expectations: confident, composed, and capable of representing a new generation. Many experts believe she may be guided more clearly, taking part in public duties, charitable work, and becoming a key support figure for George in the future. As for Louis, his path is far less defined. He has no natural role like the heir. He does not have the symbolic advantage that Charlotte holds. What remains is a range of open choices, but also deep uncertainty. The military, like many royal members before him, charitable work, if he chooses to stay close to the system, or even a semi-independent life, gradually stepping away from royal duties. But each of those choices comes with its own pressure. If he stays, he must accept an unclear position, always on the margins. If he leaves, he will face a question of identity. Who is he without a royal role? And in both cases, the shadow of the family will always remain. What makes this story even more intense is an undeniable reality. Louis has lived in the spotlight since birth. Every expression, every action, every moment has been recorded, analyzed, and shared. From a child becoming a viral phenomenon to growing up under the constant observation of millions, that pressure does not disappear as he grows older. It only changes form, from laughter at his charm to more serious expectations, from viral clips to questions about role, responsibility, and future. And for someone in the position of the spare to the spare, those questions become even heavier. So, what happens when a child grows up in a system that is shrinking, with a role that has never been clearly defined? When every path is open, but none is certain. The answer may not depend only on Louis himself. It will also depend on how an entire reign chooses to define itself in the years ahead. From the very first moment he appeared in public, Prince Louis had no choice. He did not enter the world as an ordinary child. He emerged from the hospital doors in the arms of Catherine, Princess of Wales. In front of dozens of waiting cameras, flashlights burst continuously. And from that moment, his life has almost been recorded frame by frame. What does it mean to grow up in that environment? It means that every first step, every expression, every private moment risks becoming public property. Even though Prince William and Catherine have done everything they can to create a normal childhood for their children, there are limits. They can choose schools, control appearances, reduce media exposure, but they cannot completely turn off the curiosity of the world. That is the paradox. The more loved Louis is, the more he is watched. The more natural he is, the more he becomes the center of attention. The moments the public loves most are the moments he is not performing at all. And that creates an invisible pressure as he grows up, because one day, he will realize that every action is being observed, judged, and even interpreted in ways he cannot control. What makes Louis special, as many have noted, is the authenticity in his expressions. He does not hide his emotions. He does not try to fit a perfect royal mold. When he is happy, he laughs fully. When he is bored, he shows it clearly. When he is uncomfortable, his eyes and face say everything. That is what makes the public feel close to him. But at the same time, it also makes his path to adulthood more complicated. Because the royal family, to a certain extent, always demands control. Control of words, behavior, and emotion. And when a child who is used to expressing himself naturally has to learn restraint, that transition is not easy. It can lead to a very early question in life. Should I be myself? Or the version that others expect? This is the beginning of a form of identity conflict, not dramatic at first, but gradual, step by step. As Louis becomes more aware of his position, his family, his role, and the way the world looks at him, inner tensions may begin to appear. One side is his true self. The other is the image he is expected to maintain. In that context, there is one person who understands this feeling deeply: Prince William, not only because he also grew up under constant flashes, but because he has witnessed what happens when those pressures are not handled well. Through his younger brother, Prince Harry, William has seen a path he likely does not want Louis to follow. And that is why the real question is no longer whether Louis will remain the adorable meme boy. It is whether he can grow up without losing himself, in a world that has never stopped watching him. If there is one lesson the British royal family cannot forget, it is the story of Prince Harry, a classic spare, growing up in the shadow of his older brother, loved, noticed, yet lacking a clear role. For many years, Harry was both inside the system and somehow on its edge, and that contradiction, according to many experts, built up into deep emotional wounds. When the memoir Spare was released, it was not just a personal story, it was a warning, a view from the inside of how the feeling of being unnecessary in a system can shape psychology, relationships, and ultimately life-defining decisions. For the royal family, it was not only a media crisis, it was a costly lesson. And that is why the way Prince William and Catherine, Princess of Wales, are raising their children appears to be moving in a very different direction. At least from what the public can observe, they are trying to build a more balanced family environment, a place where Prince George, Princess Charlotte, and Prince Louis are not overly separated in daily life. Even though everyone knows their future roles are different, small but telling details, the children are taken to and from school like any normal family. They take part in outdoor activities. They are encouraged to express their individuality. And most importantly, they are kept at a certain distance from public pressure in their early years. These are things the previous generation did not always have. According to some royal observers, the palace understands one thing very clearly. They do not want a second book. They do not want to repeat a scenario where a family member grows up feeling overlooked and later tells that story to the world. That would not only damage the image, but also shake the very foundation of the system. But even with these changes, reality cannot disappear completely. The difference between the heir and those who follow still exists. The pressure of roles, the expectations of the public, and the limits of royal life are still there. And the central question remains, will these efforts be enough to change a model that has existed for hundreds of years? Or will they simply make it slightly easier to live within? And for Prince Louis, will that be enough to keep him from walking a path history has already seen? And when we look back at the entire journey, a clearer picture begins to form, not just the playful moments that make the world laugh, but a layered story filled with emotion and pressures that are not easy to see. From an 8-year-old boy standing on the balcony of Buckingham Palace, dancing freely and becoming a global phenomenon, Prince Louis has quickly become a symbol of authenticity in a system known for control. But what lies behind that smile? A childhood surrounded by cameras. A year 2024 marked by fear, when his mother, Catherine, Princess of Wales, faced cancer. A position as the spare to the spare, which history has shown is far from easy, and a future filled with uncertainty, as traditional titles may no longer exist following events linked to Prince Andrew. All of this creates a paradox. Louis is one of the most loved faces of the royal family, yet he may also be one of those facing the most questions about his own future. A boy seen by the entire world, yet with a path ahead that is more uncertain than ever. So, what awaits Louis? There are two scenarios many people consider. The first, he finds his own path, perhaps in the military, perhaps in charitable work, or in a new role suited to a modern monarchy, a position not tied to the throne, but meaningful enough for him to feel a sense of belonging. In that scenario, Louis grows up, keeps his authenticity, and learns to balance it with responsibility and expectation. But there is also another scenario, a path we have already seen with Prince Harry. When pressure builds over time, when the question, "Who am I?" has no clear answer, When the gap between the real self and the public image becomes too wide, and eventually leads to controversial decisions and fractures that are difficult to repair. What matters is that neither scenario depends entirely on Louis himself. They depend on how Prince William and the royal system choose to evolve, whether they can create an environment where each child, regardless of position, has a clear identity and a real purpose, or whether they continue a structure where some must always live in the shadow. Because in the end, the biggest question is not who Louis will become, it is whether the royal family will truly give him the chance to become himself. And now, I want to hear your thoughts. Which scenario do you believe in? Comment number 1, if you think Louis will find his own path and succeed. Comment number 2, if you fear history may repeat itself. If you want to explore more hidden sides of the British royal family, do not forget to like, share, and subscribe so you do not miss the next analyses. Thank you for following the story of Prince Louis today. The roar of engines tore through the stillness of the Norfolk countryside just as dawn began to break. Across golden barley fields stretching to the horizon, a place once filled only with birdsong and the soft whisper of wind was now overwhelmed by the harsh metallic noise of excavators and heavy trucks. Layers of earth were being dug up without pause. Dust filled the air. Local residents stood at a distance in shock, their eyes full of confusion. An elderly man murmured in worry. This was not an ordinary construction site. This was something far bigger. Something was being hidden. None of them could have imagined that the center of this chaos would lead directly to one of the most private and discreet royal residences, Anmer Hall, once seen as a symbol of peace and absolute privacy. A special gift from Queen Elizabeth II to Princess Anne was now being pulled into an unprecedented storm of controversy. Allegations began to spread like wildfire. Camilla and her son, Tom Parker Bowles, were suspected of quietly transforming the property into an unauthorized luxury resort, completely disregarding Anne's legal authority over it. What shocked the public even more was the mysterious flow of money. In just a few short months, more than £2.5 million were believed to have been transferred through offshore funds, leaving behind countless unanswered questions. Was this merely a management oversight, or a carefully calculated plan to seize control of assets and power from within the royal family? So, what do you think? Is this just a misunderstanding, or a sophisticated scheme? Comment number 1 if you believe it is a misunderstanding. Number 2, if you think this was intentional. And now, we will begin to uncover the full truth behind this story. Anmer Hall has long been considered one of the last remaining private corners within a royal family constantly under scrutiny. Nestled in the Norfolk countryside, surrounded by ancient trees and endless fields, it carries a sense of peace that feels almost completely detached from the outside world. Mornings here usually begin gently. Sunlight filters through the leaves. A thin layer of mist lingers on the grass, and the only sounds to be heard are birds singing or the wind brushing against old stone walls. But that peace was suddenly and violently shattered at around 6 in the morning, when most residents in the area were still asleep. A series of unfamiliar sounds began to emerge. At first, it was only distant engine noise, but within minutes, it quickly turned into a storm of sound. Trucks roared, metal clashed, excavators dug relentlessly. The ground trembled slightly, as if from a minor shock. Families living near Anmer Hall began opening their doors in confusion. No one understood what was happening. Within that single morning, more than 50 heavy vehicles had appeared. Trucks carrying materials moved in and out continuously. Excavators operated without rest. Areas that had once been strictly protected were suddenly breached, as if a large-scale construction project had been planned in advance. Yet what stood out was that no one in the local community had been informed. No warning signs, no permits made public. Frustration began to spread. Residents recorded videos, took photos, and posted them on the platform X. Within hours, images of a massive construction site rising in what was once considered untouchable land spread at an astonishing speed. Comments flooded in. What is this project? Who is behind it? Why is it happening in silence? And more importantly, why has there been no official announcement? Amid this wave of information chaos, one name began to surface: James Hartley, an investigative journalist known for his sharp reporting on the British elite. Notice the unusual signs. Unlike others who only shared images, Hartley began digging deeper. He reviewed local planning records. He checked construction permits. And the results surprised even him. There was no record whatsoever of any new project in the Anmer Hall area. Sensing the seriousness of the situation, Hartley decided to take a bold step. He directly contacted the office of Princess Anne to verify the information. The initial call received no clear response, but just a few hours later, a chain reaction began to unfold within the royal system. Emily Carter, a close aide to Anne, was the first to initiate an internal review. With access to asset management records, Carter examined every detail, every permit, every plan approved over the past year. And then, a troubling truth began to emerge. There had been no approval recorded for the construction taking place at Anmer Hall. This was not merely a procedural oversight. It was a complete void. A large-scale project involving dozens of vehicles, operating continuously for 3 weeks, yet leaving no legal trace within the system. That was almost impossible unless there had been deliberate interference from someone. This information was quickly passed to Princess Anne, and for someone known for her discretion, someone who rarely intervenes directly in public controversy, her reaction this time was considered unusual. Internal sources revealed that immediately after receiving the report, Anne ordered an urgent review and demanded a clear explanation for all activities in the area. Meanwhile, outside, the wave of suspicion continued to spread. Unanswered questions began to pile up. How could such a large-scale operation take place under royal oversight without anyone knowing? Who was behind it? And what was the true purpose of this project? But perhaps the biggest question at this moment was not about what was happening, but about the deeper cause behind it. What had pushed someone like Anne, who had always kept her distance from disputes, to step forward and act so decisively? To understand that, we need to go back 6 months earlier, when the first signs of a much larger plan began to quietly take shape. 6 months before the first excavators appeared in Norfolk, everything was still hidden in the shadows. There was no noise, no unusual signs, only a closed-door meeting taking place behind tightly shut doors at Clarence House, a place where even many senior staff were not allowed access. Soft yellow light fell across a long wooden table. The atmosphere was heavy, and those present understood very clearly that whatever was discussed in that room could never be allowed to leave. Camilla was the one who began. Her voice was calm but firm. She did not speak much about emotion. Instead, she went straight to the point. Power was shifting. Assets once considered stable were now facing the risk of being reassessed as the next generation prepared to take control. The greatest concern was not the present, but the near future. As William gradually strengthened his position, underused properties such as Anmer Hall could be placed on a list for redistribution. And once that happened, the opportunity to control them would almost disappear. Tom Parker Bowles sat across from her, listening with intense focus. Unlike his mother, Tom approached the matter from a more practical perspective. To him, Anmer Hall was not just a symbolic asset, it was a wasted business opportunity, a vast estate, secluded in location, tied to the royal family yet rarely used. In the eyes of high-end investors, it was a potential gold mine, a private resort for the elite, where absolute privacy could be guaranteed. capable of generating enormous profit if developed properly. The advisors in the room began to propose options. No one suggested direct action. Too risky. Instead, they spoke of complex legal structures, layers of cover that could conceal the true purpose of the project. One name was introduced: Regal Estates, a newly formed company, registered under the purpose of heritage management and preservation. On the surface, it appeared entirely legitimate, even positive, but behind that name, an entirely different plan was taking shape. Details began to fall into place. The company would apply for the necessary permits under the guise of restoration and preservation, not new construction, not commercial development, simply infrastructure upgrades to maintain historical value, a justification reasonable enough to avoid outside attention. At the same time, the funding would not be transferred directly. Instead, offshore funds would be used to ensure that the flow of money could not be easily traced. The initial figures seemed modest. Regal Estates was registered with a capital of just £1,000, an almost insignificant amount for a project of this scale. But within a few months, transactions began to appear. Large sums of money were transferred into the company account from unidentified sources. The total quickly surpassed £2.5 million, enough to transform a quiet estate into a busy construction site in a short time. Everything appeared to be carefully calculated. The timing of implementation was chosen during a period with fewer royal events. When media attention was scattered, contracts were signed through third parties. Workers were hired from multiple sources to avoid creating a clear chain of connection. Even the construction schedule was broken into smaller phases to avoid drawing too much attention in the early days. For several weeks, the plan operated smoothly. There were no leaks, no reaction from local authorities, and most importantly, no sign that Princess Anne had realized what was happening. Everything unfolded in silence, like a perfectly oiled machine operating without leaving a trace. But then, a small mistake changed everything. An internal email was sent during the coordination of the project. The sender was one of Tom's assistants. The content was originally just a routine progress confirmation, but at the end of the email, a short line appeared. "Mother approved," a phrase that seemed harmless. Yet in this context, it became a crucial piece of the puzzle, because it did not only confirm Camilla's involvement, it also showed that this was not a spontaneous action, but a plan approved at the highest level. The email had not been properly secured. It was forwarded through multiple parties, and eventually, it entered a system that no one in the project team had anticipated. A system connected to the Royal Asset Management Office. When this information began to surface, the first suspicions emerged internally, and this time, nothing could remain hidden. Financial data, legal records, and unusual transactions were all cross-checked. Inconsistencies began to appear. Gaps in the approval process became clearer than ever. Princess Anne, who had previously not been drawn into any disputes related to assets, now began receiving detailed reports. With her years of management experience, she quickly recognized that this was not a simple administrative error. This was a coordinated chain of actions, planned in advance, with a clear objective. The first steps of tracing the activity began. Every contract was re-examined, every transfer of money was tracked, and every individual involved was placed under review. This was no longer a vague suspicion. It had become a full investigation, with consequences that could spread across the entire power structure within the royal family. The plan that once seemed perfect now began to show cracks, and from those cracks, the full picture slowly emerged. But what none of the original participants could have predicted was the speed at which everything would collapse once the truth started to come to light. The operation had run smoothly in the shadows, but a single small mistake, a seemingly insignificant line in an email, changed everything. From that moment on, Princess Anne began following the trail. step by step, moving closer to a truth that many may not have wanted her to discover. As soon as the first reports were placed on her desk, Princess Anne did not hesitate for a single second. There was no delay, no indirect discussions. She understood clearly that time was the decisive factor. Every hour that passed, every ongoing construction activity, meant that traces could be erased, evidence could be blurred, and the entire truth could risk fading into silence. And so, an unprecedented internal investigation was launched at the heart of the royal family. Anne assembled a small group of individuals she trusted completely. Not high-profile names, not senior officials who might attract attention, but legal experts, financial auditors, and asset management advisors who had worked within the system for many years. Her private office quickly turned into an emergency coordination center. Documents arrived continuously, computers ran day and night, and every smallest detail was examined with precision. The first step was to review all records at the Norfolk Local Council. This was where all permits related to construction and renovation should have been stored. The experts examined every document, every application, every meeting record over the past months. But the more they checked, the more troubling the conclusion became. There was no official record of any project on the scale of what was taking place at Anmer Hall. This was almost impossible if everything had followed proper procedure. Not stopping there, the investigation team began tracing the related entities. The name Regal Estates quickly became a central focus. At first glance, the company registration appeared entirely normal. A small company, modest capital, with a stated purpose related to heritage preservation. But as they dug deeper into the ownership structure, layers of cover began to peel away. Intermediary entities appeared, duplicate registered addresses surfaced, and then one final name emerged in the ownership chain: Tom Parker Bowles. At that moment, the atmosphere in the room seemed to freeze. No one spoke. Yet everyone understood that the situation had gone far beyond a simple administrative violation. This was no longer about permits or procedures. This was a matter directly involving individuals with a unique position within the royal family. Anne did not waste time reacting. On that very day, she ordered a complete halt to all construction activities at Anmer Hall. An urgent notice was sent to all contractors. Machinery had to stop. Workers had to leave the site. No exceptions, no delays. The decision was enforced with a speed that surprised many. But for Anne, it was a necessary step to prevent any further attempts to conceal the truth. At the same time, she made a direct call to King Charles. No secretary, no intermediary. The conversation was kept confidential. But according to close sources, Anne presented everything she and her team had uncovered, from the absence of permits, to the unusual financial flows, to the involvement of Tom Parker Bowles. This was not just an internal issue. It had the potential to become a public crisis if not handled in time. Support from the king, though not publicly announced, was believed to have opened additional resources for the investigation. Access to financial systems, internal communication channels, and even previously restricted records was now made available. And from that point on, the most critical pieces of the puzzle began to emerge. Information technology experts were brought in to collect data from multiple sources: internal emails, messages, schedules. Everything was analyzed. A series of email chains related to the project was recovered. Within them, exchanges between assistants, advisors, and contractors revealed a remarkable level of coordination. This was not a spontaneous plan. It was organized systematically, with each step calculated in advance. Not stopping at emails, meeting records were also placed under review, although many meetings had not been officially documented, through schedules and access data. The investigation team was still able to determine the timing and participants. And then, a critical detail emerged. Within 3 months, there had been 3 secret video meetings between Tom Parker Bowles and a group of international investors. These meetings were not registered in the official royal system. There were no minutes, no notices, and most notably, not a single line in the discussions mentioned the Royal Asset Management Office. It was as if the entire project had been operated completely outside the normal control structure. At the same time, financial transactions were traced in detail. Large sums of money were transferred through multiple layers of intermediary accounts before reaching regal estates. Although offshore funds were designed to conceal their origins, with the coordination of auditing experts, part of the money flow could still be tracked. The transaction timelines matched the construction progress. Payments to contractors, purchases of materials, and labor costs were all made immediately after funds were received. Each piece of evidence was collected. Every detail was cross-checked, and the overall picture became increasingly clear. This was not a misunderstanding. This was a structured plan. With clear financial backing and the involvement of influential individuals, what made the situation even more serious was that the entire process had taken place without any approval from official authorities. Anne followed every step of the investigation with absolute focus. She made no public statements. She revealed no signs to the outside world. But internally, the pressure continued to build. Each new piece of evidence not only reinforced suspicion, but also pushed the situation closer to an unavoidable breaking point. However, as evidence began to accumulate, another reaction emerged at the same time. Those involved did not remain still. Signs appeared that some data was being deleted. Certain accounts suddenly became inactive. Communication channels were altered. It was as if someone had realized they were being watched. That only made the investigation more urgent, because if the erasure of traces continued, what had been discovered might be only a small part of the entire story, and the rest, if successfully hidden, might never be known. The evidence was enough to raise major questions. But was it enough to hold those behind it accountable? And while the investigation continued, a silent race was unfolding in parallel. One side was trying to expose the truth. The other was doing everything possible to erase the final traces. The evidence kept growing. The pressure kept rising. But Camilla and Tom did not yield easily. They began to act. Data was erased. Connections were cut. Traces gradually disappeared. And the biggest question now was whether everything that had been uncovered could be secured before it was too late. As the evidence began to come together into a clear picture, the other side no longer remained still. Camilla and Tom understood that they had little time left. If the investigation continued to go deeper, everything would move beyond control. And so, a damage control effort was launched. Quietly but urgently. The first step was to control the narrative. A statement was prepared and circulated through unofficial channels, aiming to downplay the entire situation. According to it, what was taking place at Anmer Hall was merely a heritage survey, a project focused on assessment and preservation, not yet entering any formal construction phase. There was no resort, no commercialization plan. Everything was simply an exaggerated misunderstanding. At the same time, financial movements began to shift. The flow of money into regal estates suddenly slowed. Some investments were quickly withdrawn. Connections with offshore funds became unusually silent. It was as if the entire system was being scaled back in an effort to erase traces before it was too late. But the problem was that what had already been uncovered could no longer be concealed by a single statement. The confrontation that many had anticipated finally took place. At St. James Palace, one of the most symbolic locations and a place that had witnessed many important royal decisions. A private meeting was arranged. There was no press, no official announcement, only those directly involved. The atmosphere in the room was tense from the very first moments. Anne entered with a thick file of carefully prepared documents. There was no lengthy introduction, no indirect approach. She placed all the materials on the table and began to present them. One piece of evidence at a time. Every email, every financial transaction, every meeting record, each detail arranged in a clear and logical sequence, leaving no room for denial. Camilla listened in silence. At first, she maintained her usual composure, but as the details became more specific, as the connections grew impossible to deny, tension gradually appeared on her face. Tom, sitting beside her, said almost nothing. His expression kept shifting, from defensive to anxious, and finally to complete silence. The most critical moment came when Anne stopped, looked directly at Camilla, and waited for a response. There was no longer space for vague explanations, no room for avoidance. And then, after a long pause, Camilla finally spoke. She did not fully deny it, but she also did not openly admit everything. Instead, she chose to acknowledge part of it, explaining that the project had originally been intended to make use of an underutilized asset, that the goal was to create value without damaging the heritage. An apology was offered, not to the public, but within that closed room, a personal apology, a strategic one, and perhaps a final attempt to lessen the consequences. But Anne's response did not change. She listened, but did not yield. Her voice remained calm, yet more resolute than ever. For her, the issue was not only about intention or outcome, but about the method. The fact that a large-scale project had been carried out without approval, without transparency, and especially through complex financial structures designed to conceal it, was unacceptable. There were no exceptions. Regardless of who was behind it, the decision was made right there. The project had to be completely terminated. There would be no transition phase, no adjustments. All activities related to Regal Estates at Anmer Hall had to stop immediately. After the meeting, another critical step was taken. King Charles, after reviewing the entire file and the recommendations, signed an order to revoke all permits related to the project. This decision was final, not just a suspension, but a permanent end to any possibility of continuation in any form. What followed was almost an emergency dismantling. Within 1 week, the entire construction site at Anmer Hall was cleared. Excavators disappeared. Trucks withdrew. Temporary structures were taken down. Areas that had been dug up were filled in again. But what could not be erased were the traces beneath the surface. Unfinished foundations, incomplete structural elements. All of them stood as evidence of a project once carried out on a large scale, with costs reaching millions of pounds. This rapid transformation could not avoid attention. Local residents, who had witnessed the earlier chaos, now observed an unusual silence, as if nothing had ever happened. But the memory of those noisy weeks remained, and the questions, though never publicly answered, continued to exist in the minds of many. Inside the royal family, the consequences did not end with a cancelled project. Relationships between members became more strained than ever. This was no longer just a dispute over property. It had touched on trust, on governance, and on the sensitive boundaries of power. Subsequent meetings were said to carry a cautious atmosphere. Conversations became more guarded, and the distance between individuals seemed greater than before. For Tom, the consequences were also clear. He gradually withdrew from all activities related to projects connected to the royal sphere, no longer appearing in major plans, no longer participating in financial structures tied to shared assets. An unofficial withdrawal, but enough to show the impact of the situation. As for Anne, this was not just a successful investigation, it was a statement of principle, a clear affirmation that the values represented by the royal family could not be compromised under any circumstances. She did not seek attention. She made no public statements, but her actions spoke for themselves. Protecting heritage is not only about preserving physical structures, but also about safeguarding the principles behind them. As everything settled, Anmer Hall returned to its original calm. The fields became quiet again. Mornings once more began with sunlight and birdsong. No more machinery, no more lines of trucks. But the story that had unfolded left a mark that could not be erased. And now, as the curtain has fallen, as actions have been taken and consequences have become clear, perhaps it is time to look back at the entire situation from a broader perspective. Not only at what happened, but at what it reveals about how power, assets, and trust intertwine within one of the most closely watched families in the world. As the story gradually comes to a close, one question still lingers. Was this truly just a misunderstanding in asset management, or a calculated power move from the very beginning? On the surface, everything could be explained by a lack of transparency, by flawed decisions in managing an underused property. But when examined in detail, from the shell company structure, to offshore financial flows, to unrecorded secret meetings, the picture takes on a very different tone. The key lies in intent. A project that truly aims to preserve heritage would not require such complex layers of concealment. It would not need to operate outside the official control system. And certainly, it would not leave such significant legal gaps that an entire management structure would be caught off guard. This has led many to believe that this was not simply an error, it was an attempt to gain control over assets in a time when power is gradually shifting. Throughout the story, the legacy left by Queen Elizabeth II becomes the central focus. Not only the properties and historical structures, but also the way they are protected and preserved over time. That legacy does not belong to any one individual, but to an entire system, a national symbol. And for that reason, any action that risks distorting its original purpose carries consequences far greater than what appears on the surface. The role of Princess Anne, therefore, becomes especially clear. She did not simply stop a project. She protected a principle, that what has been entrusted cannot be turned into a tool for personal gain. That power comes with responsibility, and that responsibility cannot be ignored in pursuit of financial opportunity. This story, even though it has come to an end, leaves behind a profound lesson. In any system, whether a royal institution or a modern organization, the line between management and control is always fragile, and moments like this will determine whether that line is preserved or not. After everything we have uncovered, have you commented number 1 or number 2? Do you believe this was simply a misunderstanding in asset management, or a carefully calculated scheme from the very beginning? Leave your opinion below, because it is these different perspectives that help us see the full picture more clearly. If you are drawn to royal drama stories like this, do not forget to like, share, and subscribe so you do not miss the next revelations. Each video is not just a story, but a journey into hidden corners rarely spoken about. Because, in the end, the legacy of Queen Elizabeth II endures, not only through buildings or titles, but through those who are willing to stand up and protect it, like Princess Anne, who never yields. A scenario that even the British royal family would never want to face. A prince, once praised as a war hero, once seen in military uniform adorned with prestigious medals, is now being mentioned in allegations linked to the network of Epstein. His name appears repeatedly across the media, not with respect, but with suspicion and anger. And then, a shocking number emerges: £12 million. A settlement paid in the year 2022 to Virginia Giuffre. There is no formal apology, no public trial, but the price paid is unmistakably clear. By the year 2026, everything appears to spiral beyond control as new allegations continue to push the case to its peak. Meanwhile, at the center of the storm, King Charles is facing another battle. A battle with cancer, Although the intensity of his treatment has been reduced, the pressure from the public, from the media, and from within the royal family itself has not diminished. His decisions at this moment are no longer merely personal matters, but could directly affect the future of the monarchy. The numbers are telling a troubling story. The disapproval rate for Prince Andrew has reached 82%, the highest level ever recorded in modern royal history. Yet, on the other side, Prince William and Catherine continue to maintain a support rate of 77%. One side represents a crisis of trust, the other a hope for renewal. So what is the question being asked? Should King Charles abdicate to protect the image of the royal family and pass responsibility to the next generation, or is his staying in place the very factor that preserves stability during this sensitive time? What do you think? Comment number 1 if you believe he should abdicate, and number 2 if you believe he should remain. Now, let us go deeper into the details of the scandal shaking Buckingham Palace. To understand why this crisis has erupted with such intensity, we need to turn back to the year 2019, the moment when everything began to slip out of control. The controversial interview on the Newsnight program by Prince Andrew was not merely a media misstep. It was widely seen as the turning point that caused his image to almost completely collapse in the eyes of the public. Instead of clarifying the suspicions related to Epstein, his unconvincing answers, even perceived as cold and lacking empathy, ignited a wave of criticism stronger than ever before. Public pressure spread rapidly. Within a short time, charities, business partners, and even military affiliations connected to him began to sever ties one after another. The peak came when Queen Elizabeth II was forced to accept that her son would withdraw from official royal duties. This was not an easy decision, but it demonstrated the severity of the situation at that time. Moving into the year 2022, a new development continued to fuel controversy. The settlement agreement with Virginia Giuffre was announced, with an estimated figure of up to £12 million. What drew particular attention from the public was not only the amount, but also its source. Many reports suggested that the money was linked to royal assets, including support from King Charles III and funds associated with the family. Although there has been no detailed official confirmation, the use of royal resources to resolve a personal scandal severely shook public trust. During this period, the strategy of the royal family could be summarized in 2 words: silence. There were no further interviews, no direct responses to the media, and certainly no effort to bring the matter into the light with transparency. But that very silence led many to question, was this a way to protect the institution, or simply a delay of a larger crisis? By the year 2026, everything entered an entirely different phase. On February 19th, Prince Andrew was arrested on charges of misconduct in public office, related to the sharing of confidential information with Epstein in the past. This was no longer a civil or moral scandal. It had turned into a serious criminal matter, drawing the involvement of high-level investigative authorities. The public reaction this time went beyond anger. Surveys showed that the negative perception of Andrew had reached 82%, an unprecedented level. Notably, this figure surged after news of the arrest was made public, showing that trust, already fragile, had now almost completely collapsed. For many people in Britain, this was no longer the story of one individual, but a test of the transparency and accountability of the entire royal family. In that context, King Charles III was forced to act more decisively than ever before. Andrew's remaining military titles were stripped away. He no longer represents the royal family in any official capacity. Some sources even suggest that he was required to leave central royal residences and live in near isolation. It is a harsh move, but one that many believe came far too late. However, it is precisely at this point that a series of difficult questions begins to emerge. How much did King Charles III truly know about what had taken place in the past? When the allegations first surfaced many years ago, why was there no stronger action from the very beginning? Was the delay in handling the situation a strategy to minimize damage? Or did it unintentionally make matters worse when everything was finally exposed? Some analysts argue that Charles was placed in a nearly impossible position. If he had acted too early, he might have been criticized for turning his back on his family. But if he hesitated, he would face the risk of being seen as complicit. And in this case, it seems that the second choice has cost him more in terms of public image. Meanwhile, the investigation is still ongoing. New documents may be released. Other figures could be drawn into the vortex. And every new piece of information carries the risk of increasing pressure on the royal family, especially at a time when King Charles III is dealing with his own health issues. All of these factors combined have turned the scandal of Prince Andrew into the source of a true storm. It is no longer just a personal controversy, but a widespread crisis of trust, raising questions about how the royal family handles responsibility, power, and transparency in the 21st century. And it is here that a larger debate begins to take shape. With such a serious scandal, many are questioning whether King Charles III has handled the situation properly. Conservatives argue that he had no other choice, and that abdication at this moment would only make the situation more chaotic. But is that argument truly solid? Amid the growing wave of criticism, a significant segment within British politics and media offers a completely different perspective. According to them, the crisis involving Prince Andrew, while serious, has not reached the level of threatening the survival of the monarchy. Polling data in the year 2026 shows that around 64% of the British public still supports maintaining the monarchy. The proportion calling for its complete abolition remains in the minority. According to conservatives, this is clear evidence that trust in the institution itself has not been broken, even though the reputation of certain individuals has been severely damaged. Their first argument focuses on the distinction between an image crisis and an institutional crisis. The scandal of Prince Andrew is viewed as a personal issue, not a systemic failure. The involvement of one royal member in controversy does not mean that the entire structure of the monarchy is brought to an end. Historically, the British royal family has faced many turbulent periods, from marital crises to political controversies. Yet it has managed to maintain its position. Therefore, they argue that an overreaction, such as calling for King Charles III to abdicate, could create a dangerous precedent. Another important point they emphasize is the constitutional issue. From a legal perspective, a reigning monarch voluntarily stepping down is not common practice in the modern British system. The case of Edward VIII in the year 1936 is often cited as a precedent, but even they consider it an exceptional case rather than the rule. When Edward VIII abdicated the throne to Mary, it triggered a deep constitutional crisis that forced the entire system to adjust in a short period of time. Conservatives argue that repeating a similar scenario in the current context could undermine the stability that the monarchy has tried to preserve for decades. They also raise a counter-question. If every time a scandal involving a member occurs, the head of the institution must step down, would that weaken the very principle of succession and continuity that forms the foundation of the monarchy? For them, the strength of the royal family does not lie in the perfection of each individual, but in its ability to maintain stability through periods of upheaval. In addition, conservatives argue that King Charles III has taken the necessary steps and even the strongest possible actions within his authority, stripping Andrew of his military titles, completely removing him from official duties, and allowing authorities to conduct investigations without interference are seen as clear signals that there are no protected areas. From this perspective, the king has placed the interests of the institution above family ties, something that is not always easy within a structure that is both public and deeply personal. Another figure often cited to support this argument is the level of support for King Charles III. Around 60% of the British public still holds a positive view of him. Despite the controversies surrounding his family, this suggests that, in the eyes of the public, the responsibility of the monarch and the actions of other members are not entirely equated. In other words, Charles' personal credibility has maintained a certain degree of stability. Conservatives also warn of unintended consequences if abdication were to occur in the current context. A sudden transfer of power, especially one driven by public pressure, could be interpreted as a sign of weakness. This would not only affect the domestic image, but also the standing of the monarchy on the international stage, where stability and continuity are always considered key factors. Moreover, they argue that King Charles, the third remaining on the throne, is in fact the best way to manage the crisis. With decades of experience as heir, Charles is seen as someone who understands the inner workings of the monarchy better than anyone else. Replacing him at such a sensitive moment could create a power vacuum, at least in the short term, and complicate the process of handling the crisis. Another notable argument is the distinction between legal responsibility and symbolic responsibility. While authorities continue to investigate allegations related to Prince Andrew, the role of the monarch is seen as maintaining stability and representing the nation. From this viewpoint, requiring him to bear direct responsibility for the actions of another individual is not entirely reasonable in principle. However, conservatives do not deny that the current situation is serious. They simply argue that the solution does not lie in changing the head of the institution, but in continuing to strengthen transparency measures, enhancing accountability, and allowing the legal process to proceed independently. According to them, this is the path to restoring trust in a sustainable way, rather than relying on symbolic decisions that may carry significant risks. All of these arguments together create a clear picture of how the conservative side views the crisis. It is not the collapse of an institution, but a test of its ability to adapt and self-correct. And in that test, they believe that King Charles III remains the right figure to maintain balance. But their argument does not stop there. Conservatives also emphasize another important factor, which is the health and duty of the king in the current context. One of the strongest arguments from the conservative side is not rooted in politics or media, but in the human factor. King Charles III is not only facing pressure from a family scandal, but is also battling cancer. In the year 2026, many sources report that he has had to adjust and reduce the intensity of his treatment in order to continue fulfilling royal duties. For conservatives, this is not just a detail about health, but evidence of the king's personal level of commitment to his role. They stress that, in the British monarchical tradition, the throne is not simply a position of power, but a lifelong oath, a form of commitment that is almost sacred, where the head of state represents not only the nation, but also the continuity of history and national identity. Abdication, therefore, is not seen as a normal option, but as a step that breaks a core principle. When King Charles III ascended the throne, he did not only receive power, but also took on a responsibility that, in traditional thinking, ends only with life itself. Conservatives also try to place the image of Charles within a broader context, rather than focusing only on recent controversies. They recall that before becoming king, he spent decades engaged in activities related to the environment, charity, and social issues, from promoting sustainable agriculture, protecting traditional architecture, to supporting the homeless through community initiatives. Charles is seen as one of the royal members with long-term and meaningful involvement in public issues. From this perspective, he is not a figure detached from reality or present only in ceremonial appearances. On the contrary, He has built a personal image closely tied to responsibility and dedication. Conservatives argue that asking such a person to step down at the most difficult moment could be seen as unfair, even as a denial of all his previous contributions. Another notable point in their argument is the comparison with the current political context. In recent years, the United Kingdom has witnessed constant changes at the government level, with prime ministers changing rapidly and policies frequently being adjusted. In that context, the royal family, and especially King Charles III, is seen as a rare source of stability, not directly involved in politics, yet playing a symbolic role of continuity and order. Conservatives argue that this stability is exactly what society needs in a time of uncertainty. If the king were to abdicate, especially under public pressure, the message sent could be that everything can be changed by short-term crises. According to them, this could weaken trust not only in the monarchy, but also in other institutions. They also raise a practical question. Would the abdication of King Charles III truly solve the problem? The scandal involving Prince Andrew is a process that has lasted for many years. With complex legal and personal elements, changing the head of the institution does not alter past events, nor does it stop ongoing investigations. In this scenario, abdication may be merely symbolic, while the risk of instability is very real. Some voices within the conservative side even go further, arguing that such an abdication in the current circumstances could create a dangerous precedent for the future. If every major crisis leads to a change in leadership, then continuity, the core principle of monarchy, will gradually erode over time. In that case, the royal family risks being drawn into the same cycle of volatility as politics, something it has always tried to avoid. In addition, they emphasize the personal element in the king decision. Given his current health condition, continuing to fulfill his duties is not only a responsibility, but also a matter of honor. In the eyes of many supporters, King Charles III is trying to carry out his role to the very end, despite physical difficulties and psychological pressure. According to them, this deserves to be seen as a sign of resilience, rather than an attempt to cling to power. All of these factors lead conservatives to believe that maintaining the status quo is the less risky option, not because they deny the seriousness of the scandal, but because they place greater value on long-term stability over short-term reactions. For them, the monarchy has survived for centuries precisely because of its ability to preserve its structure even when facing major upheavals. However, this argument is not without opposition. While conservatives emphasize tradition, duty, and stability, critics focus on a different dimension. They argue that what is happening is not just a personal crisis, but a sign of a deeper problem, and that delaying change could make the situation impossible to control. Conservatives may strongly defend their position, but the larger question remains: is maintaining the current course truly the best way to protect the monarchy, or is it simply delaying an inevitable change? This is where it becomes necessary to listen to the opposing view. On the other side, critics view the entire crisis through a completely different lens. For them, this is no longer just the story of Prince Andrew, but a systemic issue, where ultimate responsibility still returns to the head of the institution, namely King Charles III. And the starting point of dissatisfaction lies in the £12 million settlement made in the year 2022. Although this agreement helped avoid a prolonged trial and further reputational damage, the way it was handled left many serious questions. Critics argue that the lack of transparency regarding the source of the funds is unacceptable in the modern context. When royal funds are linked, whether directly or indirectly, to public assets or state support, the use of such a large sum for a personal scandal makes many people feel betrayed. For them, this is not just a financial decision, but an issue of ethics and accountability. Alongside this is the prolonged silence from King Charles III. Throughout many phases of the scandal, the official response from the royal family has often been limited, even evasive. Critics argue that this approach no longer aligns with public expectations in the 21st century, where transparency and communication are considered basic standards. The fact that the king has not directly explained or engaged with the public leaves many with the impression that he is trying to distance himself from responsibility rather than confronting the issue. The consequences of this are beginning to appear in public opinion indicators. Although the monarchy still maintains overall support, a sense of indifference is growing. A segment of the public no longer reacts as strongly as before, but instead shifts into a quiet loss of trust. Surveys show that positive perceptions of the royal family have slightly declined, and the name Prince Andrew is frequently mentioned as a factor dragging down the image of the entire family. Notably, one striking figure shows that only around 28% of respondents believe that King Charles III has handled the Andrew case well. This reflects a widening gap between how the royal family views its own actions and how the public evaluates them. For critics, this is a clear sign that the current approach is no longer effective. In that context, they put forward a strategic argument. If the goal is to protect the long-term future of the monarchy, then an early transfer of power may be the more reasonable choice. And here, Prince William and Catherine, Princess of Wales, are seen as key figures. Surveys indicate that support for this couple ranges from 74 to 77%, a level significantly higher than many other members. Critics argue that William and Catherine not only have an advantage in image, but also demonstrate an ability to adapt to a new era. They appear more approachable to the public, engage in social issues in a more direct way, and maintain a stable family image. In the eyes of many, they represent a more modern version of the monarchy, where responsibility is not only symbolic, but also reflected in concrete actions. Another aspect emphasized by critics is the need for reform. They argue that the scandal of Prince Andrew could not have occurred in isolation. Reports suggest that some palace staff were aware of concerning behaviors earlier, but there were no sufficiently strong mechanisms to address or report them. This raises questions about internal culture and the level of transparency within the system. From this perspective, continuing to maintain the current structure without significant change may allow similar issues to arise again in the future. Abdication, therefore, is not only a personal decision, but also an opportunity to reset standards. From internal governance to public communication, critics also reject the argument that abdication would create instability. They contend that in the current context, change could have a positive effect if carried out in a controlled manner. A clear and transparent transition process, with careful preparation, could help restore trust rather than weaken it. For them, the greatest risk is not change, but the failure to change when it becomes necessary. In addition, they point out that the image of King Charles III has been affected not only by the Andrew scandal, but also by how he has responded to it. In an era when the public increasingly demands personal accountability from leaders, maintaining distance and limiting statements can be interpreted as a lack of transparency. This further reinforces the view that a new generation of leadership with a different communication style may be more suitable. All of these factors together form a consistent argument from the critics. They do not deny the historical role of King Charles III, but they believe that the current situation requires a different approach. For them, abdication is not a sign of failure, but a strategic decision aimed at protecting the institution in the long term. And from this perspective, the question is no longer whether Charles should step down, but when and how such a process could be carried out most effectively. However, every scenario carries its own risks, especially if future legal developments become more serious. What would happen if Prince Andrew were formally convicted? As the debate continues, a larger question begins to emerge. What would happen if the worst-case scenario truly unfolds? If Prince Andrew were formally charged after the investigation, the impact would not stop with him alone. It could trigger a chain reaction that even the royal family might struggle to control. In this scenario, legal documents could be made public in greater detail. Information that was once kept private could be brought into the light. One concern among critics is the possibility that evidence may emerge indirectly linking to King Charles III, such as past financial transactions, including funds believed to have supported or been connected to settlements. One figure that has been mentioned in speculation is around £1.5 million, although there has been no official confirmation. Yet even the appearance of such details in legal records could be enough to create a seismic impact on public perception. At that point, the story would no longer be a personal scandal, but could evolve into an institutional crisis. Court proceedings, if conducted under intense media attention, could place the royal family under an unprecedented level of scrutiny. Questions about responsibility, knowledge, and past decisions would be raised repeatedly, and with each repetition, the pressure on King Charles III would continue to grow. Some analysts even warn of the emergence of a kind of parallel court of public opinion alongside the formal legal process. In the modern media environment, where information spreads rapidly, any detail can be amplified. This could affect the image of the royal family not only in Britain, but across the world. However, even in the most pessimistic scenario, history shows that the British monarchy is not a structure that can be easily broken. In the year 1997, after the death of Princess Diana, the royal family faced an unprecedented wave of criticism. The initial silence of the palace at that time triggered a strong public reaction, raising questions about the connection between the monarchy and the people. But later, through adjustments in communication and public presence, they gradually regained public trust. Even earlier than that, the abdication of Edward VIII in the year 1936 was also seen as a major shock to the system. However, it was precisely from that upheaval that the royal family restructured itself and entered a period of stability that lasted for decades under the reign of his successors. These precedents highlight an important point. The ability to adapt is what allows the monarchy to endure over time. Current polling data also reflects this to some extent. Although the reputation of certain individuals has been affected, the majority of the British public still does not support abolishing the monarchy. This shows a clear distinction between individuals and the institution in public perception. Even when trust is shaken, the overall foundation has not been broken. Looking at the entire debate, we can clearly see two different approaches. The conservative side emphasizes stability, tradition, and duty. They point out that around 64% of the public still supports the monarchy, and around 60% still holds a positive view of King Charles III. For them, these figures are evidence that there is not yet a strong enough reason to change the head of the institution. In contrast, critics focus on responsibility and trust. They highlight the 82% negative rating for Prince Andrew, along with the fact that only 28% believe King Charles III has handled the situation well. For them, this is a clear sign of a growing gap between the royal family and the public. Between these two perspectives, a more neutral approach is beginning to emerge. Instead of focusing entirely on whether to remain or abdicate, this approach emphasizes a core factor: transparency. In a modern society, where information is no longer tightly controlled, the ability to communicate clearly and honestly may be more important than any individual decision. From this viewpoint, whether King Charles III continues to reign or not, the most important issue is how the royal family confronts its challenges, making information public, acknowledging mistakes if they exist, and establishing clear oversight mechanisms could help restore trust in a more sustainable way. At the same time, many are looking toward the future with particular attention on Prince William and Catherine, Princess of Wales. With high levels of support and a positive image, they are seen as figures capable of reshaping the relationship between the monarchy and the public in the years ahead, not necessarily through a sudden change, but through a gradual and controlled transition. In the end, the question returns to you. Should King Charles III abdicate to make way for a new generation, or is his continued reign the key factor in maintaining stability during this period of uncertainty? Leave your comment. Type number 1 if you believe he should abdicate. Type number 2 if you believe he should remain. And do not forget to share the video. Like and subscribe to follow upcoming analyses. The British royal family has endured for centuries, overcoming many crises and upheavals, but each era brings its own challenges, and this time is no exception. Is the British monarchy a symbol of stability, or is it standing at a turning point of change? Time will provide the answer. There are secrets that are never revealed to the public. They exist quietly behind ancient stone walls, protected by tradition, by protocol, and sometimes by a silence that lasts for decades. But history has shown time and again that no matter how carefully the truth is hidden, it will eventually find a way to surface. And when it does not arrive gently. It comes with legal documents, with letters from lawyers, and with questions that the royal family can no longer avoid. For many years, the British royal family has endured no shortage of storms. From personal scandals to crises of public image, they have always found a way to preserve their power structure and maintain stability in the eyes of the public. But this time, the situation appears to have changed. It is no longer pressure from the media or public opinion from the outside, but a challenge emerging from within the family itself. A youngest brother, once seen as standing outside the center of power, is now appearing with a completely different stance, no longer silent, no longer avoiding, but directly using the law to question what has long been considered settled. Numbers have begun to surface. Hundreds of millions of pounds, 2 iconic estates tied closely to royal history, and a will that has been kept sealed, never fully disclosed to the public. All of it is becoming the center of a dispute that could shake principles once considered untouchable. So, what is really happening behind the palace doors? Does Prince Edward truly have the right to claim what he believes belongs to him? Or is King Charles correct in maintaining control and management over the entire system of assets? Leave your opinion. Comment number 1 if you support Edward. Number 2, if you believe Charles is right, and explain your reason. We will now dive deeper into the full story. Within the complex structure of the British royal family, where each member carries a clearly defined role and public image, Prince Edward has long been the least mentioned name. As the youngest son of Queen Elizabeth II, he has not stood on the front line of power, nor has he frequently appeared in controversial narratives. His presence, when noted, is often associated with steady activities, low-profile engagements, and a life almost detached from the media storms that have surrounded other members of the family. Born at a time when the spotlight of public scrutiny had already begun to shine intensely on the monarchy, Edward seemed to choose a different path. Rather than fully committing to traditional royal duties, he once ventured into television production, established his own company, and sought to build an independent direction. While not always successful as expected, that choice revealed something clear. Edward was not merely a symbolic figure, but someone aware of the need to create his own place within a system that had already been structured in advance. His personal life reflects this as well. His marriage to Sophie, the Duchess of Edinburgh, is considered one of the most stable relationships in the modern royal family. There are no shocking scandals, no dramatic separations, and no prolonged controversies across the press. While many other members have faced intense media pressure and image crises, Edward and his small family have maintained a quiet rhythm of life, almost outside the vortex of public scrutiny. It is precisely this contrast that makes Edward's position unique when placed beside his siblings. King Charles III, the eldest, has spent decades surrounded by controversy related to his marriage to Princess Diana and his relationship with Camilla. Princess Anne, with her direct and firm style, is often seen as one of the strongest figures in the family, yet has also sparked debates over her approach to duty and personal views. Meanwhile, Prince Andrew has become the center of serious scandals that have directly affected the reputation of the entire royal family. Amid all of this, Edward appears to be a quiet space, but that very silence raises a larger question. Is that silence a choice, or the result of being pushed away from the center of power? And more importantly, can someone who has stood outside the spotlight for so long truly hold no advantage within a system that values hierarchy and tradition? In recent years, Edward's role has shown signs of change. After being granted the title of Duke of Edinburgh, a title closely tied to the legacy of Prince Philip, his position within the royal structure has been reinforced in both symbolic and practical ways. However, along with that title come not only recognition, but also questions about rights, assets, and agreements that have existed for decades without ever being clearly disclosed. What makes this story even more complex is that Edward is not known for shocking statements or impulsive actions. If he truly decides to step into a dispute, it is unlikely to be an emotional decision. It would be a calculated move, grounded in legal basis and supported by concrete evidence. And this is exactly where attention begins to grow. Because in a system where most power is maintained through tradition and internal consensus, the law may become the only force strong enough to shift the balance. Unofficial sources have begun to suggest that Edward may be reviewing rights related to assets and titles connected to his position. Old documents, undisclosed agreements, and even details within the will may now be examined under a legal lens. If this is true, then the story is no longer simply a family disagreement, but could evolve into a dispute capable of setting a precedent. And that is the critical point, because when a figure like Edward, once seen as standing outside all conflicts, decides to use the law to reopen the question, then every previous assumption about the stability of the royal family can be called into doubt. Yet behind that quiet exterior, Edward may be holding one of the most powerful tools of all, not the media, not personal influence, but the law. And to understand why that matters so much, we need to return to the history of a very particular title, the Duke of Edinburgh, a designation that for many years has often been viewed simply as a matter of ceremony. In reality, it is one of the titles that carries the most complex layers of legal and historical meaning within the structure of the British royal family. It is not only tied to honor or status, but also directly connected to property rights, financial provisions, and commitments that were established very early on. In the year 1947, just before marrying Princess Elizabeth, Prince Philip was granted the title of Duke of Edinburgh. This was not only a symbolic decision recognizing his position within the royal family, but also a clear legal establishment through letters patent. These documents defined the scope of the title, the line of succession, as well as the provisions related to assets and obligations attached to it. Within the British royal system, letters patent are not merely ceremonial procedures. They form a long-lasting legal foundation, often drafted with a high level of detail to ensure stability across generations. Over the following decades, this title became inseparably associated with Prince Philip, not only as a designation, but as part of a broader system of rights and responsibilities that he held. However, under traditional principles, when the holder of a title passes away, The designation returns to the crown if there is no direct line of succession specified. This is what occurred in the year 2021, when after the passing of Prince Philip, the title of Duke of Edinburgh formally reverted to the control of the crown. The notable point lies in what followed. In the year 2022, during the period of the Platinum Jubilee, Queen Elizabeth II regranted this title to Prince Edward. This was seen as a deeply personal gesture, as there had previously been indications of Prince Philip's wish that the title would ultimately pass to his youngest son. However, the regranting of the title was not merely a nominal act. It raises an important question. When a title is regranted, are the original legal provisions reactivated as well? This is where many analysts begin to focus their attention. The letters patent from 1947 do not simply define the title, but may also include provisions related to assets, annual allowances, and mechanisms designed to protect the rights of the holder. In addition, in many cases, major titles are linked to trust documents, legal instruments that establish trusts to manage assets across generations. These trusts are typically designed with strict binding provisions, which may include beneficiary rights, conditions for asset distribution, and even limitations on external interference. If such documents exist in the case of the Duke of Edinburgh title, then the regranting of the designation to Prince Edward may carry more than symbolic meaning. It could imply the reactivation of a range of legal rights that had been established previously. And this is precisely where the story becomes more complex. Because if these provisions remain in force, they could create legal obligations for the Crown or for the bodies responsible for managing royal assets. Another factor to consider is the binding nature of these provisions. In many instances, trust documents and letters patent cannot be altered unilaterally, especially when they were originally established to protect the rights of beneficiaries across generations. This means that even if the power structure within the royal family has evolved, legal commitments from the past may still remain in effect. And if there is any conflict between current management practices and the original provisions, then a dispute may become difficult to avoid. For that reason, viewing the title of Duke of Edinburgh as merely a ceremonial designation may be an oversimplification. Behind it lies a complex network of legal documents, trust structures, and agreements that have existed for decades. These elements are rarely discussed in public, yet they play a crucial role in determining the actual rights of royal family members. In the current context, as Prince Edward holds this title, attention is beginning to focus on whether these historical provisions are being reviewed. If they are, then the issue extends beyond who holds the title and moves into the question of who has rights over the assets and benefits associated with it. And that is why many believe that documents which once seemed confined to history may now become decisive factors in the present. Provisions written decades ago, in a completely different context, may now be brought into the light and interpreted in new ways. When that happens, they are no longer just lines in an archive, but become the foundation for legal arguments capable of reshaping the entire landscape. And it is precisely these old provisions that have quietly existed like a slow, burning fuse. They do not create immediate impact, but once activated, their consequences can spread far beyond expectation. After the passing of Queen Elizabeth II in the year 2022, a historic transition of power officially began. It was not only the succession of King Charles III to the throne, but also a process of restructuring the entire system of personal royal assets. Particularly iconic properties such as Balmoral Castle and Sandringham Estate. For many years, these estates were not part of the Crown estate, but were considered the private property of the monarch, passed down through the line of succession. This meant that upon the Queen passing, effective control over these assets transferred to Charles almost immediately. In that context, a series of management decisions began to take shape. Sources suggest that King Charles III moved to consolidate control over both Balmoral Castle and Sandringham Estate, including reviewing ownership structures, revenue streams from the land, and agreements related to their use. This was not an unusual step during a transition period, as any successor would need to ensure that the asset system operates in a stable manner and aligns with long-term strategy. However, it is precisely during this process that another factor begins to emerge. The legal team of Prince Edward is believed to have started reviewing documents related to the title of Duke of Edinburgh. This review does not stop at the letters patent from the year 1947, but also includes supplementary materials, trust documents, and agreements that have never been widely disclosed. The objective of this review is not simply to confirm the title, but to clarify the actual scope of rights attached to it. The initial findings of this process are said to have created a turning point. Provisions within these older documents may not only refer to the title itself, but could also include rights to use certain assets, rights to benefit from income, and even a share of interests connected to historic estates. If these provisions remain valid, then the re-granting of the title to Prince Edward could imply that he has the right to request the enforcement of those benefits. This is exactly what makes the situation sensitive, because if a member of the royal family can rely on legal provisions to establish claims over assets traditionally seen as under the control of the monarch, then the entire framework of managing private royal property could be called into question. And this is not merely theoretical. The figures involved have begun to surface, and they are significant enough to draw attention. Balmoral Castle is not only an iconic residence, but also the center of an estate covering approximately 50,000 acres. The estimated value of this entire area is often placed at over £100 million, and in some assessments, even higher. Meanwhile, Sandringham Estate, with an area of around 20,000 acres, is valued between £50 million and £200 million. These are not just numbers on paper. They represent income streams from agriculture, land leases, commercial activities, and tourism. If the legal provisions tied to the title of Duke of Edinburgh include rights to a portion of income or usage related to these assets, then the actual value of those benefits could reach tens of millions of pounds over time. This is where the concept of partial interest begins to emerge. It does not necessarily mean full ownership, but it is enough to create a substantial financial stream that can be protected by law. What is notable is that such rights, if they exist, are rarely made public. They are embedded within complex legal documents, drafted in specialized language, and typically understood fully only by experts. This means that for many years, they may have existed without attracting attention. But once a legal team begins to examine every detail, they can be brought into the open and become the basis for specific claims. In the case of Prince Edward, the decision to pursue a legal route, if it is indeed taking place, reflects a very different approach from what the public has previously seen. There are no controversial statements, no public interviews, but rather a quiet process of working through documents and provisions. Yet it is precisely this silence that leads many to believe this could be one of the most serious challenges to the current asset structure. On the other side, King Charles III has clear reasons to maintain centralized control. Managing large estates, such as Balmoral Castle and Sandringham Estate, is not only about personal benefit, but is also closely tied to the image and functioning of the entire royal family. Any division of interests, if not tightly controlled, could create complex precedents for the future. For that reason, if legal claims are formally raised, the response from the palace may not be purely defensive, but also strategic in the long term, because once a provision is recognized and enforced, it may open the door for similar claims from other members, or force the system to adjust in an entirely new way. All of these factors combine to form a picture in which the law is no longer a secondary element, but becomes the center of the story. It is no longer just a question of who holds the title, but who has rights to the real value behind that title. And when those values are measured in hundreds of millions of pounds, any shift can create significant consequences. So what are the real stakes in this story? And why is the mere review of legal provisions enough to raise concern within the palace? As legal documents begin to be reviewed in a systematic way, the most important question is no longer who is right in principle, but the actual value of the rights being discussed. In the case of Prince Edward, if the provisions attached to the title of Duke of Edinburgh are indeed valid, then the scope of benefits may be far greater than the public has ever imagined. First, it is necessary to look at the nature of the assets involved. Balmoral Castle is not just a symbolic retreat. It is the center of an estate covering approximately 50,000 acres, including forests, grasslands, rivers, and areas used for agriculture and wildlife management. Each year, this estate generates income from multiple sources. Agriculture provides a stable stream through livestock and cultivation. Land leases and usage rights contribute a significant portion. Tourism brings a steady flow of visitors during open periods. In addition, regulated hunting activities and ecological management can generate further revenue, particularly from high-end clients. Similarly, Sandringham Estate, with its approximately 20,000 acres, represents a diverse asset system. It is not only a private residence of the monarch, but also an economic complex with multiple revenue-generating activities. Large-scale agriculture, renewable energy projects, property rentals, and visitor programs all contribute to a substantial income stream over time. Importantly, these revenues are not fixed figures. They fluctuate based on market conditions, management strategy, and demand in each period, but overall remain at a high level. In that context, if legal provisions allow Prince Edward to claim a share of income or certain usage rights, then the true value does not lie in a single figure. It lies in a long-term financial stream that could extend over many years, even decades. This is exactly why the concept of partial interest becomes so significant. Full ownership is not required. Even a defined percentage of income is enough to create a very large financial value over time. Another factor that needs to be considered is the right of use. In many cases, usage rights do not carry only personal meaning, but can also be leveraged economically. The right to access certain portions of land, the right to organize specific activities, or the right to participate in decisions related to asset management can all be transformed into direct or indirect financial benefits. If these rights are clearly defined within legal documents, they can hold value equivalent to tangible assets. What is notable is that this entire situation does not involve a dispute over the throne or position within the line of succession. Prince Edward is not making claims about political power or representational roles. The focus lies entirely on rights defined by property law and binding provisions that have existed for decades. This makes the argument more difficult to dismiss, because it is not based on emotion or personal opinion, but on specific legal principles. When these elements are combined, the financial picture becomes clearer. The value of Balmoral Castle alone has been estimated at over £100 million. Sandringham Estate ranges between £50 million and £200 million, depending on the valuation method. When adding the annual income streams from agriculture, tourism, leasing, and other activities, the total economic value involved may far exceed the initial estimates. In a scenario where Prince Edward rights are partially recognized, the total value he could access or benefit from over time could reach hundreds of millions of pounds. This is not an exaggerated figure, but the result of accumulating asset value and long-term income streams. In some assessments, This figure is even considered larger than the financial scale of certain royal charitable foundations, which are typically viewed as well-resourced entities. It is precisely this scale that transforms the situation from a simple internal matter into something far more significant. When asset values reach this level, any adjustment in rights can create ripple effects. It may influence asset management strategies, investment decisions, and even how the royal family defines its role in the future. More importantly, it could establish a precedent. If one member can rely on legal provisions to assert rights, then similar cases may arise in the future. From this perspective, evaluating the real stakes goes beyond monetary figures. It also concerns who has the authority to participate in shaping the royal asset system. And when that authority is grounded in law, it carries weight far beyond traditional agreements. All of these factors lead to an unavoidable question. When information about these potential rights is formally compiled and presented, how will Buckingham Palace respond? When the first indications of Prince Edward legal review began to circulate internally, the response from Buckingham Palace was not a public statement or a clear denial. Instead, it was almost complete silence. In many cases, silence can be interpreted as a strategy of information control. But in this context, it carries a different meaning. It reflects the sensitivity of the issue, and may indicate that the parties involved have not yet reached a unified approach on how to handle it. Alongside that silence, a series of actions are believed to have taken place behind closed doors. Discussions are said to have occurred between the legal team of King Charles III and representatives of Prince Edward. The objective was not only to clarify the provisions, but also to assess their binding strength in the current context. Documents from decades ago were brought back for review, with every clause analyzed through a modern legal lens. This is not a rapid process. It requires time, caution, and a high level of confidentiality. One notable element is the involvement of independent advisory groups. When an issue has the potential to set a precedent, relying solely on internal advisors may not be sufficient. Seeking opinions from external experts is therefore understandable. This indicates the seriousness of the situation. When multiple layers of legal evaluation are required, it suggests that no one wants to make a rushed decision that could lead to long-term consequences. At the same time, signs regarding the personal relationship between King Charles III and Prince Edward have begun to attract attention. In the past, Edward was often seen as one of the most stable and least confrontational figures in relation to Charles. However, in the current context, their interactions are believed to have become more cautious. There are no public statements of disagreement, but there are also no clear signals of complete alignment as before. This can be explained by the nature of the issue. When a dispute involves asset rights, it is difficult to separate it entirely from personal factors. Even if both sides attempt to maintain professionalism, facing legal claims from within the family inevitably creates pressure. This is especially true when those claims are based on provisions that may carry clear legal force. Another aspect to consider is how the palace is managing information in relation to the public. Up to this point, there has been no official confirmation of any dispute. No press release. No detailed explanation. This aligns with the traditional strategy of the royal family, maintaining silence to avoid amplifying attention. However, in an era where information spreads rapidly, silence can also create space for speculation. It is precisely this space that leads many observers to raise questions. If everything were entirely under control, would such a level of caution be necessary? The combination of a thorough legal review and private negotiations suggests that the matter is far from simple. It is not a misunderstanding that can be quickly resolved, but a situation that requires step-by-step handling, with careful consideration of both legal and reputational factors. Another commonly noted signal is the level of preparation on both sides. When an institution is confident in its position, it is often willing to present a clear stance. In contrast, when there is uncertainty, the general tendency is to delay and gather more information. In this case, the absence of a definitive response from Buckingham Palace may be interpreted as a sign that multiple scenarios are still being considered. All of these factors combine to form a picture in which silence is no longer merely a media strategy. It becomes part of the crisis management process. Negotiations take place in private. Legal teams work at high intensity. Personal relationships come under pressure. And above all, a sense of uncertainty begins to emerge, something rarely seen in a system that has always emphasized stability. For that reason, this situation does not remain confined within the family. It touches on the core principles of how the royal family operates, from asset management to the handling of internal disagreements. And when those principles are called into question, the impact can extend far beyond what is immediately visible. Looking more broadly, this story is not only about the interests of Prince Edward or the way King Charles III manages assets. It touches on a fundamental principle that has long existed within the modern legal system of the United Kingdom. No individual or institution stands above the law, including the royal family. For decades, the stability of the monarchy has relied in large part on the belief that internal matters are resolved discreetly and effectively. But when specific legal provisions are brought forward, the demand for transparency becomes more apparent. From this perspective, three main scenarios can be considered for what may happen next. The first scenario, and the most likely, is a private settlement. In this case, both sides reach an agreement through negotiation, which may include adjustments to financial rights or a clear definition of asset usage, without bringing the matter into the public sphere. This approach aligns with royal tradition, minimizing reputational risk and avoiding the creation of a public legal precedent. The second scenario is more confrontational. If no agreement is reached, the matter could be taken to court. In that case, all documents, from letters patent to trust structures, could be subject to public examination. This would be a highly significant development, not only because of the value of the assets involved, but also because it could require the royal family to explain its asset management practices before the legal system and the public. The third scenario is broader and structural in nature. If the situation generates sufficient pressure, it could lead to a wider review of how the royal family manages personal assets and titles. In this case, the role of the Parliament of the United Kingdom may come into consideration, particularly as questions of transparency and accountability become matters of public concern. Regardless of the outcome, one thing appears almost certain. This story has opened a new discussion about the boundary between tradition and law within the British royal family. When looking back at the entire development, what surprises many observers most is not the scale of the assets or the complexity of the legal provisions. It is the individual at the center of the story, Prince Edward, long regarded as the quiet one within the family, has chosen perhaps the most direct approach to an issue that has traditionally been handled through custom. There are no dramatic statements, no public confrontations, but each step appears to rest on a clear foundation. That foundation is the law. This also reshapes how the dispute itself is understood. It is not a power struggle in the conventional sense. It is not about hierarchy or personal rivalry between family members. The real focus lies on a simple yet powerful question. Do long-standing assumptions still hold when examined under legal scrutiny? And once the law is applied, those assumptions may no longer be sufficient to maintain balance. On the other side, King Charles III represents not only himself, but a system that has existed for generations. Protecting the structure of assets and the traditional methods of management is not only about the present, but about the future of the entire royal family. For that reason, any adjustment, even a small one, must be considered carefully. And that is why the response from Buckingham Palace has been so cautious. But regardless of the final outcome, this story has already left a clear mark. It shows that even within a system that appears to be the most stable, there are always points that can be challenged. And when that happens, it is not emotion or tradition that will decide the outcome, but what is written in legal documents. The British royal family has overcome many crises in the past. From personal scandals to major social changes, it has always found ways to adapt and maintain its position. But this time, the challenge does not come from the outside. It comes from the very principles within. And it can be summed up in a simple phrase: not quite. If you find this story thought-provoking, share your opinion. Do you support Edward or Charles? Comment number 1 or number 2 as asked at the beginning, and explain your reason. Press like if you find this content worth your attention. Share it so others can join the discussion. And subscribe to the channel so you do not miss future analysis. Thank you for watching. See you in the next video. In recent months, the British royal family has been engulfed in a storm of tension and uncertainty. Behind the gilded gates of Buckingham Palace, fractures within the monarchy have become more visible than ever. King Charles, whose health has shown signs of decline, appears increasingly frail with each public appearance. His struggle has sparked concerns not only about his ability to fulfill royal duties, but also about the looming question of succession. Meanwhile, Queen Camilla has stepped forward with growing authority, consolidating her influence in ways that have left the public divided. To some, she is simply filling a void left by the king's weakening condition. To others, her presence feels like a quiet power grab, reigniting memories of old scandals and resentments that never fully healed. Amid this fragile balance of power, Prince William faces the mounting responsibility of carrying the monarchy's future, while Prince Harry remains estranged across the Atlantic. Each move, each statement, adds fuel to an already volatile atmosphere. The once carefully managed image of unity now appears riddled with cracks. And just when the royal family could least afford more turmoil, today's announcement has shaken the nation. It is an announcement described as both tragic and monumental, one that will undoubtedly reshape how the monarchy is seen at home and abroad. But what does this mean for the stability of the crown? How will the public react to yet another blow to the royal family's fragile standing? And, most importantly, does this mark the beginning of an irreversible shift in royal power? What are your thoughts? Do you believe Camilla's influence is now greater than ever? Or is this the moment for William to step firmly into the spotlight? London awoke to its usual rhythm. Tourists at Buckingham Palace, guards in perfect stillness, and the palace gates shining under morning light, projecting timeless stability. Yet behind the grandeur, unease brewed. By mid-morning, the mood shifted. Journalists stirred, cameras realigned, and the royal press secretary appeared, his tense posture betraying the gravity of the moment. When he spoke, his steady voice masked a tremor. The king's health was far more serious than the palace had admitted. In an instant, the image of control fractured, and the world realized the monarchy's carefully guarded facade was beginning to unravel. In a single moment, months of speculation hardened into reality. Rumors that had once lingered at the edges about fatigue, about meetings abruptly cancelled, about secret visits to medical specialists, were no longer whispers. They had now been laid bare in black and white. The press secretary may have tried to sound composed, but the truth he carried shattered the illusion of control. Something inside the monarchy, something vital, was unraveling. The cameras quickly swung to the royal family members present. Each face told its own story, unspoken yet unmistakable. Prince William stood rigid, his jaw tight, his eyes reflecting both suppressed anger and unwavering determination. He was clearly stepping into a role larger than himself, the weight of the crown already pressing onto his shoulders. Beside him, Catherine, always the picture of grace, looked calm at first glance, yet for those who studied her closely, the worry was there, etched into the slight tightening of her lips, and the careful way she held her posture. She was steady, but not untouched. And then there was King Charles. The sight of him startled many. He appeared distant, fragile, and alarmingly ghost-like, as though age and responsibility had drained him. Not only physically, but spiritually, he did not look like the man prepared to lead a nation. He looked like one who was quietly fading, battling both time and fate. His presence, frail as it was, cast a long shadow over the moment, a reminder of human vulnerability within royal grandeur. But perhaps the most shocking part of that morning was not who was there, but who was missing. Queen Camilla's absence did not go unnoticed. In fact, it quickly became the loudest silence of the day. Questions erupted immediately. Was she unwell? Had she been deliberately kept away from the cameras? Or was there something deeper and far more troubling hidden beneath her absence? For centuries, the monarchy had lived by the power of symbols. Appearances mattered more than words, and silence was often the most powerful message of all. And yet, in this instance, the silence surrounding Queen Camilla screamed louder than any official announcement. It left the public restless, speculating, and hungry for answers. News outlets scrambled to interpret the situation, each offering their own theories. Some suggested she was protecting her health. Others believed she was shielding herself from the emotional storm. More daring voices hinted at tensions inside the palace, conflicts that had been carefully hidden until now. Whatever the truth, one fact was undeniable. Her absence had magnified the sense of crisis. The image of the royal family, once so carefully curated, was cracking before the world's eyes. Behind the polished gates and the time-worn traditions, the monarchy was confronting something it had always feared: uncertainty. And uncertainty, when draped in royal robes, is not just personal, but national. On that morning, what began as a seemingly normal day in London turned into a chapter of history still unfolding. The crowd outside the palace no longer saw only iron gates and ceremonial guards. They now stared at the uneasy silence of a dynasty standing at a crossroads where every look, every absence, and every whispered word carried the weight of destiny. Has Charles's health deteriorated so much? Since when has he been battling with this health condition? Let's delve into the details of King Charles's health condition. King Charles's deteriorating health. King Charles III is reportedly facing one of the most difficult periods of his life, with growing concerns about his health and legacy. While Buckingham Palace maintains silence, insiders suggest the monarch is battling both frailty and the weight of his reign. What began as a routine procedure for an enlarged prostate in early 2024 revealed a more serious diagnosis: cancer. Since then, his condition has reportedly worsened, raising questions about his strength to continue. Behind palace walls, the king is said to be confronting illness with courage, even as the public remains shielded from the full truth. At Chaptezech Shishase, Charles is no stranger to the demands of duty or the physical toll of a long and active life. But those close to him describe a man who now relies on a walking stick to manage even the simplest of movements. Recently, photographs taken at Sandringham, his 20,000-acre country estate in Norfolk, revealed him leaning heavily on a wooden cane as he strolled through the manicured pathways of the topiary garden. On the surface, the images released through Sandringham's official Instagram page seemed reassuring. Charles was smiling, appearing cheerful, and surrounded by the serene beauty of the estate. But those who know him best insist that the public sees only one side of the story. According to palace insiders, the king is putting on a brave face, masking his pain with an almost stubborn display of optimism. He knows the end is coming. One source confided, describing how the once vigorous monarch now shuffles slowly. A shadow of the man he once was, the walking stick, symbolic of his growing frailty, has become both a physical aid and a quiet reminder of his mortality. Reports also suggest that the king has turned to alcohol, particularly whiskey, in an attempt to dull the relentless discomfort and the despair that accompanies it. He is hitting the bottle. Another insider once said, adding that the combination of declining health and emotional strain has weighed heavily on him. This, they lamented, is not the end that Charles or anyone close to him would have envisioned. A proud man weakened not only by illness but by the sorrow of knowing time is slipping away. Adding to this emotional burden is the unresolved tension with his younger son, Prince Harry. Their relationship, strained for years, has remained a source of pain for Charles throughout his reign. Many observers believe that this fractured bond has only deepened the king's inner turmoil, leaving him longing for reconciliation while also facing the stark reality that opportunities to mend the rift may be running out. Despite these struggles, Charles continues to carry out his duties as best as he can. His appearances, though fewer, are carefully managed to project stability and reassurance to the public and the Commonwealth at large. Those who have seen him in recent months say he draws on reserves of determination to fulfill his role, even as his body betrays him. His composure in public, contrasted with reports of private suffering, paints the picture of a monarch embodying stoicism in the face of adversity. What emerges from these accounts is not simply the story of a man battling illness, but of a king wrestling with the dual weight of personal pain and public responsibility. For a monarch who spent the greater part of his life waiting to ascend the throne, the cruel irony of being struck with illness so early into his reign is not lost on anyone. In the eyes of the world, King Charles III is still the sovereign, still the figurehead of an institution centuries old. But behind palace walls, according to those close to him, he is also a man confronting fragility, regret, and the inevitability of life's end. Whether history remembers this as a sad end or as the brave final chapter of a long and complex life will depend on how the coming months unfold. Apart from the king's frail health, was there another announcement that hit royal fans so hard? Let's find out. The return of Diana's shadow. As Britain struggled to come to terms with the unsettling reports of King Charles's declining health, the palace dropped another announcement, one that landed like a thunderclap across the nation. This time, it wasn't about the king, but about his son and heir, Prince William, alongside his wife, Princess Catherine, revealed what they called the Diana Initiative. On the surface, the announcement sounded straightforward, a reform-minded project designed to modernize and expand the monarchy's charitable work. It was presented as the next step in bringing the royal family into closer alignment with the values and struggles of modern Britain. Yet, it was the choice of name that transformed this initiative into something far bigger than just another royal program. By invoking the name of his late mother, William was not only launching a new effort, he was reviving a memory the monarchy had spent nearly 3 decades trying to control, to soften, to bury beneath layers of official narrative. The mere mention of Diana's name cracked open old doors and reignited emotions that had never truly faded. Princess Diana, who tragically lost her life in a Paris car crash in 1997, remained one of the most influential figures of the modern age. Her impact was not measured only in her beauty or her title, but in her humanity. Diana connected with people in ways few royals ever dared to. She refused to be a figurehead locked behind palace gates. Instead, she stepped into the world's pain and offered empathy. She hugged AIDS patients at a time when fear and stigma isolated them. She walked through minefields not as a stunt, but to shine light on forgotten dangers. She spoke with an honesty that shocked the establishment, but comforted ordinary people. These acts etched her forever into global memory, not as a queen who never was, but as a people's princess who always would be. Now, by naming the initiative after her, William and Catherine were tying Diana's spirit directly to the monarchy's present and its future. It wasn't just charity work anymore. It was legacy work. Within hours of the announcement, social media platforms lit up. Old footage of Diana resurfaced. Her warm embrace of sick children, her effortless laugh, her tender smile that seemed to reach beyond the camera lens. To millions across the world, it felt as if Diana herself had returned. Not in body, but through her son and his wife, finally reclaiming the place history had denied her within the royal institution. But inside palace walls, the reaction was far more complicated. What looked like a heartfelt tribute to the public appeared to others as a bold, even rebellious act. To King Charles, the Diana initiative stirred ghosts he had tried to keep buried. It reminded him of painful chapters, the collapse of his marriage, the scandals that followed, and the enduring shadow of a woman whose presence seemed to define his reign, even in her absence. For him, this initiative was not just about charity. It was a reopening of wounds that had never truly healed. For Queen Camilla, the announcement cut even deeper. After decades of carefully reconstructing her image, building trust with a skeptical public, and slowly finding her footing beside the king, Diana's name once again loomed large, overshadowing everything. To many, Diana remained the true Queen of Hearts, and now her memory was being revived at the very center of royal life. Camilla's careful efforts risked being undone in an instant. Her absence from recent public events, once dismissed as coincidence or health-related, began to take on new meaning. Insiders whispered that she had distanced herself intentionally, reluctant to endorse a project that could dilute the monarchy's message and reduce her role in the story of the crown. Yet, with Charles weakened, her voice was fading. William and Catherine, it seemed, were no longer waiting for permission. They were stepping forward with confidence, staking a claim not only to the future of the monarchy, but also to its soul. The Diana Initiative was more than a program. It was a statement to the world. It was Diana's legacy reborn. To the palace, it was a quiet revolution. Was Prince William's initiative welcomed with open arms? Was there any silent or open criticism towards the initiative? Let's dive into the details of rivals that silently opposed the initiative. The silent rivalries and subtle power shifts. To the outside world, everything looked calm and orderly. The monarchy moved along with its usual rhythm. Ribbon cuttings, charity galas, handshakes with dignitaries, and carefully staged photographs designed to project unity and strength. To the casual observer, nothing seemed unusual. Yet, behind those glittering public moments, a different story was quietly unfolding. Beneath the polished surface of tradition and ceremony, a subtle but unmistakable shift in power had begun. It was the journalists who picked up the scent first. Reporters who closely monitored the royal calendar noticed that the heartbeat of the monarchy was changing. Kensington Palace, home to Prince William and Princess Catherine, was suddenly generating more headlines, more attention, and more excitement than Clarence House, the seat of King Charles and Queen Camilla. In press briefings, in feature stories, and even in gossip columns, the focus tilted toward William and Catherine. Advisors who once served Charles with absolute loyalty were now redirecting their energies. They began drafting strategies that placed William at the center of attention, not his father. Even palace meetings, once revolving around the king's presence, gradually took on a new tone, shaped around the heir instead. Prince William, long regarded as cautious and somewhat reserved, seemed to transform almost overnight. The hesitation that once defined his public persona gave way to a quiet but undeniable confidence. His speeches began to resonate with sharper conviction. His voice carried weight. His movements, once careful and understated, now revealed purpose and intent. He no longer looked like a man simply waiting for the crown to be handed to him. He looked like someone already carrying its weight on his shoulders. And at every step stood Catherine, the Princess of Wales. She was not just a supporting figure. She was the anchor of William's growing influence, where Camilla's appearances sometimes felt scripted and calculated. Catherine's presence radiated ease and sincerity. Each hospital visit, each school engagement, each warm exchange with ordinary people showcased her natural gift for connection. Her authenticity made her the monarchy's most dependable face. Poll after poll confirmed what the public already felt. Her popularity was soaring. She wasn't merely admired. She was trusted, and in that trust, she surpassed Camilla, sometimes even rivaling Charles himself. The tension, unspoken for months, finally revealed itself in a subtle but telling moment. At a charity luncheon, Camilla was asked about the Diana Initiative, a project honoring the late Princess of Wales. With a polite smile, she replied, "The monarchy has always served with dedication. We don't need to invoke the past to prove it." It was a measured response, carefully phrased, but to the world, it carried another meaning. The press read between the lines. Many interpreted it as a veiled dismissal of Diana's legacy, and by extension of Catherine, who had taken up Diana's memory as part of her mission. Within hours, the headlines blazed with speculation. Social media exploded, framing it as a clash between two women, Camilla embodying the old guard and Catherine symbolizing renewal. Catherine did not answer immediately. She waited. Days later, at a modest event dedicated to the initiative, she spoke with calm authority. Looking out at the audience, she said, "This work isn't about the past. It's about the future we build together." The statement was simple, but its weight was unmistakable. She wasn't just protecting Diana's memory. She was carrying it forward, weaving it into the monarchy's next chapter. And once again, the public leaned toward her. She had managed to turn a potential rivalry into a declaration of vision, one that people found both inspiring and hopeful. Inside the palace, whispers grew louder. Staff who had once carefully avoided comparisons now admitted what was obvious. Influence was shifting. Slowly, steadily. Power was moving away from Charles and Camilla toward William and Catherine. It wasn't a rebellion, nor a demand for abdication. It was something quieter, more deliberate. A rebalancing. One carefully chosen word. One thoughtful gesture. One strategic absence at a time. The monarchy had not yet officially changed hands, but in the minds of many press, public, and even palace insiders, the future was already here. And its names were William and Catherine. Did the opposition just wither away naturally with time? Did it snowball into another opening of old wounds? Let's dig into the details of the fresh rifts that followed the announcement of the initiative. Old wounds. New conflicts. Rivalries within the royal household are rarely simple, and this one was no exception. Just when it seemed the tension had settled, another powerful figure entered the frame, Princess Anne. Anne has long been respected for her unshakable loyalty, her direct and sometimes cutting honesty, and her relentless devotion to duty. Unlike others, she has little interest in the drama and whispers that often swirl through palace corridors. Yet, even someone as disciplined as Anne could not hide her irritation forever. Behind the polished appearances, insiders say she had grown openly frustrated with Camilla. What made their rift remarkable was not just its sharpness, but its history. It was a tension rooted in decades of tangled relationships. To trace the beginnings, one must look back to the early 1970s. At that time, Anne was closely connected with Andrew Parker Bowles, the dashing cavalry officer who later married Camilla. Though their bond eventually cooled, the connection was significant enough to leave its mark. When Camilla then became entangled with Charles, the future king, the situation grew even more complicated. What might have remained a private discomfort slowly blossomed into a lifelong wedge between the two women. By the 1980s, the scandal of the love triangle Charles, Camilla, and Diana was no longer just gossip. It became an open wound for the royal family. The humiliation Diana suffered was felt by the entire nation, and Anne, who admired Diana's strength, never forgot the pain. She found it difficult, perhaps impossible, to forgive Camilla for her part in it. For Anne, it was not only about personal loyalty, but about the dignity of the monarchy itself. When Charles finally married Camilla in 2005, some believed the passage of time would smooth old wounds. Yet, Anne's demeanor told another story. She remained civil, but her warmth was absent. She was courteous in public, but noticeably cool, her tone and actions often carrying subtle signals that Camilla would never be a true queen in her eyes. Those close to Anne claimed she saw Camilla as a permanent outsider, accepted by necessity, but never embraced. Recent events have only brought this tension back into sharper view. When Camilla received recognition for her literacy work at the University of London, many noted a small but telling moment as the two women prepared to leave. Anne allowed Camilla to walk ahead. To the casual observer, it looked like a gesture of respect, the natural order of precedence. But those who knew their story interpreted it differently, not as deference, but as silent defiance. A refusal to genuinely acknowledge Camilla's rank. In Anne's world, courtesy could be a weapon as much as kindness. Not long after, Camilla announced her withdrawal from a major royal event, citing illness. On the surface, it seemed routine. Royal engagements are demanding, and health must come first. Yet, the timing stirred questions in the press and behind palace doors. Was Camilla genuinely unwell, or was she stepping back deliberately? Some speculated she was tired of fighting for her place at the center of the monarchy. Others wondered whether she was being quietly pushed aside. The line between personal choice and palace strategy blurred, and whispers only grew louder. Meanwhile, Anne pressed on as she always had. Her schedule remained packed, her presence steady, where Camilla appeared fragile. Anne seemed immovable. The contrast between the two women became almost symbolic. Camilla, fading at times into the background, seemed to represent the monarchy's struggles, its cracks, its controversies, its moments of weakness, and by contrast, Anne embodied resilience, discipline, and a quiet strength that reassured the public. To many observers, this dynamic painted a striking picture of the monarchy's future. On one side stood Camilla, weighed down by the past and battling for legitimacy. On the other stood Anne, firm and unwavering, carrying the duties of the crown with a seriousness that never faltered. And behind them both rose the younger generation, William, Catherine, and their children, ready to claim their place in a changing world. In the end, the story of Anne and Camilla is not just about two women in conflict. It is about what they represent, the clash of old wounds and present responsibilities, the struggle between fading shadows and enduring duty, and the unspoken question of what kind of monarchy will emerge from these rivalries. What are the implications of the announcements on the monarchy? Will the opposition successfully redefine the initiative? Will the crown be able to bear the weight of the drama that might play out in the coming years? Let's find out. Shadows behind the crown. For over a millennium, the British monarchy has survived wars, scandals, abdications, and revolutions. But today, its greatest challenge lies within. King Charles, after 70 years of waiting, finally wears the crown. Yet, his reign already risks being overshadowed by the legacy of Queen Elizabeth II and the undying memory of Diana. the people's princess. Instead of being a monarch of reform, Charles may be seen as one presiding over transition while others quietly prepare for the future. Queen Camilla faces her own battle. Once scorned, she has fought to secure her place. But the ghost of Diana and the rising popularity of Catherine, Princess of Wales, cast long shadows. Though crowned, Camilla fears irrelevance, her role at risk of being eclipsed not by scandal, but by the force of history and public sentiment. The monarchy endures, but power is shifting within its own walls. William and Catherine carry the heaviest burden of all. To them belongs the future of the monarchy. The public looks to them as symbols of modernity, as the pair who can breathe life into an ancient crown without breaking it. Yet this expectation is a dangerous weight. They must modernize but never appear rebellious. Lead but never look as though they are snatching the throne from Charles's hands. They must carry the monarchy forward while forever honoring the past. A past haunted by Diana, whose image lingers as both inspiration and unrelenting comparison. Then there is Princess Anne, ever watchful, ever steady. She does not compete for the spotlight, yet her quiet strength makes her presence unavoidable. In her, people see the loyalty and stability that the monarchy so desperately needs. Even as its other members wrestle with rivalry and rumor, all these figures, Charles, Camilla, William, Catherine, Anne, and even the lingering spirit of Diana form the threads of a tapestry that is slowly being rewoven. The crown is not crumbling, but it is shifting. Power is moving in ways that cannot always be spoken aloud, and so the world watches, asking questions that no royal press release will ever answer. Is William being prepared to take the throne sooner than anyone admits? Is Camilla's step back from the spotlight temporary, or the beginning of her quiet eclipse? Has Charles already become more figurehead than king? And most haunting of all, has Diana, in death, returned to shape history once more? Her memory forcing its way into the palace halls, the monarchy thrives on silence. Its greatest power has always been found not in proclamations but in whispers, in absence, in glances exchanged during carefully staged ceremonies. Yet silence cannot mask reality forever. Something is shifting behind the polished smiles and glittering crowns. Change is happening in plain sight. The monarchy is not falling. It is being reshaped deliberately, strategically, and quietly. And as the world leans closer to witness this transformation, one truth becomes clear. The monarchy's deepest secrets are not written in official speeches or carved in stone monuments. They live in rivalry, in memory, and in silence that speaks louder than words. The crown will endure as it always has. But the most pressing question now is not whether it will survive. It is whose head it will rest upon tomorrow. They were once the most scandalous, most controversial couple, but also the most enduring duo in the history of the modern British monarchy. Despite criticism, despite fierce public opposition, Charles and Camilla still held hands through nearly half a century of storms. Yet now, when the world thought nothing could tear them apart, a shocking announcement hit. Charles and Camilla have split. No one could believe their eyes when the first reports leaked from inside Buckingham Palace. A silent separation. No press release. No formal farewell. Just the increasingly empty corridors once graced by Camilla. And the growing absence of Charles from royal events. Something had shattered. And this time, it was beyond repair. Insiders say it began after the king underwent intense medical treatment and started re-evaluating what truly mattered in his remaining years. The persistent presence of Camilla, once his refuge, had become too large a shadow, one that many within the palace wanted removed to clear the path for a new reign under William and Catherine. This is not just the end of a notorious love story. It is a clarion call signaling a purge of covert power within the British monarchy. where even a queen without a throne can be discarded mercilessly. On a cold, rainy night in July 2025, as the streets around Buckingham Palace lay silent, a back gate suddenly swung open. No motorcade, no guards, just a black Range Rover silently gliding into the storm, leaving behind a spine-chilling emptiness. Inside the vehicle, a woman sat in the back seat, head bowed, hand trembling as it clutched a white lace handkerchief. It was Camilla, the Queen of the United Kingdom, the woman who deserted her throne with no word of farewell, no official statement, and no preceding sign. News exploded just hours later. Queen Camilla missing. Buckingham's night of shattered silence. And Charles left all alone were headlines that plastered the front pages from The Guardian to the Daily Mail. Night bulletins switched to emergency mode. And royal experts flooded television with theories. Some suggested Camilla is gravely ill. Others said she was forced to leave, or even that a palace coup was in motion. The public was swept up in a cyclone of chaotic information. Some were shocked, some curious, and some unexpectedly moved to sympathize with a woman once despised, now vanishing as if she had never existed. The final photo was snapped by a press photographer hiding behind shrubs by the palace south gate. Camilla, tear-streaked, her face aged and weary, clutched a handkerchief embroidered with a silver letter C. The image was shared millions of times within hours, appearing on magazines from the United States to France, Australia to the Arab world. The picture was instantly dubbed with a haunting title: The Final Queen Leaving Her Throne in Silence. Inside Buckingham Palace, the atmosphere was as dense as if an earthquake had just struck. Royal staff could not hide their bewilderment. An insider told The Times that in the days before the departure of Camilla, fierce arguments had erupted between her and Charles. Angry voices echoed down the cold stone corridors. Private doors slammed repeatedly, and no one dared approach. A veteran guard summarized it bluntly by saying that was their final battle. They were no longer husband and wife, but two opposing fronts. At Sandringham, where Charles often retreats for quiet, the king reportedly fell into a terrifying silence. He did not appear publicly for 48 hours after the incident. Royal engagements were cancelled en masse. The palace refused all interview requests and offered only a brief statement saying, "Queen Camilla is currently away from the palace and on private leave." The vague response did nothing to quell the storm. It only fueled suspicions that her disappearance was not voluntary. People began revisiting a long and controversial chapter in royal history. The journey of Camilla, from the homewrecker in the marriage of Charles and Diana to a woman condemned by the public for decades, before finally ascending as queen under the decree of Elizabeth II in 2022. It was a journey marked by tears, being branded a witch, official trips met with jeers, and tabloid covers tearing her image and reputation for nearly half a century. Camilla had endured it all, standing beside Charles during the times he was most criticized, step by step rebuilding their public image with a patience that bordered on resignation. So what made her give it all up? What made the woman who once said she lives to be with Charles quietly turn her back at the very moment he needed her most? Another source from within the palace revealed the conflict did not come from the outside, but from the two of them. The years following the cancer treatment of Charles changed him both psychologically and in his habits. He became withdrawn, irritable, and unpredictable. Camilla felt excluded from important decisions, pushed outside the circle of trust, now revolving around William and the new advisors. The source said she felt she was no longer part of the power and was just a shadow in the palace she once fought to enter. The situation became even more tragic as the media turned its attention to those once close to Camilla. An old friend from Wiltshire told the British Broadcasting Corporation that they think Camilla was simply exhausted, tired of comparisons, tired of being doubted. and tired of feeling lonely in what was supposed to be the crowning victory of her life. These words were nothing less than a veiled indictment of Charles, the man who had once vowed to protect Camilla for life, but let her walk away on a rainy night without a single goodbye. Meanwhile, social media erupted with fierce debate. Some criticized Camilla for running away like a coward, while others defended her as a victim of a palace full of schemes and coldness. Many expressed regret, even remorse, for having despised her for so many years. One account wrote that she is not Diana, but she is no monster either. She is an old woman and she needs love like anyone else. The biggest question remains unanswered. Is this just a temporary interruption? Or is it the definitive end of a royal marriage that once shook the whole of Britain? And if it truly is the end, what does it mean? A failed Camilla? Or a Camilla who finally chose freedom for herself? Each bit of information, every photo, and every rumor continues to be spun. But within the cold halls of Buckingham Palace, where Charles now sits alone with a cup of cold tea by the window, only one sound can be heard: the falling rain and the absence of Camilla. A complete absence. Though she left in silence, the withdrawal of Camilla became the loudest explosion in the modern history of the British monarchy, like a velvet curtain suddenly dropping in the middle of the climax of a tragedy. The disappearance of the Queen left not only a void in royal ceremonies, but also exposed a truth long hidden. Behind the facade of a regal marriage was an unrelenting power struggle, and it was that very struggle that killed the love Charles had once fiercely protected. For years, people believed that Charles and Camilla were destined. He loved her despite public opinion, despite the institution, and even despite the pain of Princess Diana. But people often forget one thing. When love intertwines with power, everything changes, and in their case, love slowly corroded into a brutal political game, where both wanted to be the one holding the scales. Since the coronation in 2023, Camilla had begun making quiet but firm moves into the center of royal power, no longer just the silent support. She appeared more frequently at events, heavily influenced the schedule of Charles, the content of speeches, and even the internal staffing within Buckingham Palace. One palace insider revealed that Camilla was no longer just the wife standing behind the king. She acted as if she were the one truly ruling. This made Charles, a man who always wanted to control everything, begin to feel sidelined in his own kingdom. From small disagreements about ceremonial attire to intense arguments over the foreign strategy of the royal family, every little detail could trigger a fiery clash behind closed doors. Once, according to a bodyguard, Charles slammed his hand on the table and shouted that he is the King of England, not her shadow. As for Camilla, she no longer maintained the humility of the early years. She had endured countless humiliations, been called a homewrecker and the shameless other woman. Once seated on the throne, Camilla believed she deserved a voice equal to that of Charles, if not greater. She once coldly told an aide that she did not walk through hell just to shut up and play backdrop for him. The tension reached its peak in August 2025. When Charles was preparing to announce a gradual transfer of responsibilities to Prince William, this was a plan Camilla vehemently opposed. She argued that William and Catherine were not ready, that the public had not fully forgiven the Sussexes, and that any transfer at this time would weaken the standing of the monarchy. But for Charles, this was not just strategy. It was a step he believed would bring peace in the final chapter of his life. A former palace secretary said he wanted to withdraw from the battlefield, but Camilla did not. She wanted to keep fighting. In the final days before Camilla left, Buckingham Palace was like a powder keg just waiting for a spark. The aides were divided into two distinct camps, one loyal to Charles, believing the king needed serenity, the other supporting Camilla, claiming she was the only one strong enough to keep the monarchy from collapsing. Internal meetings became so tense that some people even shed tears under the pressure. A senior advisor exclaimed that they were living between two storms, one being the illness of the king and the other being the ambition of the queen. Then the rainy night in September arrived. No one expected it to be the end. After a fierce, 2-hour argument in the royal library, Camilla walked out without saying a word. She got into a car, head bowed, her hand gripping the handkerchief embroidered by Diana and given to Charles in 1981, which was a painful and symbolic detail. The car vanished into the downpour, carrying with it a chapter of history left unfinished. Notably, Buckingham Palace remained silent. No official statement, no press conference photos, and no confirmation of the whereabouts of Camilla or the health of Charles. That silence only fueled the theory that this was not a personal withdrawal, but the outcome of a silent civil war between the two greatest powers in the palace. Historians quickly recalled the tumultuous journey of Camilla from a detested lover to a queen who slowly earned acceptance. But they pointed out that throughout that journey, Camilla was never truly behind Charles. She was always fighting to exist, to assert herself. And perhaps that fight is what made their relationship explode. A veteran commentator wrote that Charles loved Camilla because she was not like Diana. But that very difference, her strength, astuteness, and ambition, became unbearable when she dared to step too close to the throne. The question now is whether this is truly the end or just a tactical retreat. Some believe Camilla is temporarily withdrawing to await a power renegotiation. Others think she let go because she was too exhausted. But whatever the truth, one thing is certain. Nothing remains intact after this battle. Charles, a king once expected to symbolize renewal, now stands hollow. And Camilla, the woman he once elevated to the throne with both his heart and royal power, has departed, leaving behind not only a cold palace but a deep fracture between love and authority. As the world reels at the split between King Charles III and Queen Camilla, the backstage corridors tremble once more at the name that has haunted the monarchy for nearly 3 decades. Diana, the woman thought to be laid to rest in history, now resurrects in every word, every emotional expression, and every crack ravaging the relationship once hailed as true love, overcoming all barriers between Charles and Camilla. No one expected that, despite all, Camilla's sacrifice to be acknowledged. She still could not step out from the shadow of a woman whom all of Britain once worshipped as an icon. And the scariest part is that it was Charles himself, the man she had loved for half a century, who kept that memory burning. Quietly but stubbornly, the portrait of Princess Diana still hangs neatly in the study of the king, an immortal testament no one dared touch. But Camilla did, and when she did, everything collapsed. The controversy began when the media once again brought up the explosive interview from 1995 with the immortal quote, saying, "There were 3 of us in this marriage." That statement, like a dagger piercing through time, stirred up the media and dragged Camilla back to 1995, when the entire nation condemned her as the third person. Amid the storm of public opinion resurrected from the ashes, Camilla suddenly became unusually silent. But within that silence lay a fury waiting to erupt. What seemed like a trivial matter sparked a confrontation no one inside the royal family dared to name. Charles had called to wish Prince Harry a happy birthday on September 15, 2025. This was a simple gesture, seemingly just the courtesy of a father. But to Camilla, it was the last straw. For Harry had once ruthlessly criticized her in his memoir titled Spare, calling her a dangerous villain and accusing her of manipulating the media for personal gain. To Camilla, Charles making the effort to contact and congratulate such a person was nothing short of public betrayal. Camilla had screamed, asking who he chooses, her or that boy, and his mother too, the one whose name this entire royal family never dares to speak. These words were not just jealousy. They were the distilled bitterness of years being seen as the replacement, the shadow of Diana, and the intruder into an unfinished fairy tale. Charles, exhausted from months of battling illness and post-Brexit political pressures, finally broke and said he cannot lose Harry too, as he has already lost Diana. That seemingly unconscious statement instantly became a fatal blow to the heart of Camilla. She was no longer the love of his life as so many once admired. She was just the second choice forever. In that tearful moment, Camilla walked out of the room without saying another word. But before leaving, she turned to look at the portrait of Diana one last time. The painting she had asked to be removed no fewer than 3 times. With a voice filled with restrained anger, she said, "This is a shrine to the past, and you have never left it." Charles did not respond. He just sat motionless, eyes fixed on the portrait of his first wife. The room fell into a suffocating silence. The man who had been the longest-serving Prince of Wales in British history, who once defied the establishment to marry the woman he loved, now saw everything slip through his fingers because of ghosts from the past he never dared face. Camilla did not return to the royal bedroom that night. A close source reported she had packed her belongings and retreated to her private residence at Ray Mill House. As for Charles, no one saw him leave his study the entire night. The portrait of Diana at that moment was no longer just a symbol of memory, but a witness to a love that had died and a new relationship that had just collapsed. The dispute between Charles and Camilla was not just a marital quarrel. It was the final manifestation of a decades-long smoldering war. A battle between the legacy of a departed woman and the position of a woman clinging to the throne. In that war, Camilla could not defeat Diana because Diana had become immortal in the heart of the public, while Camilla, despite being crowned, would forever remain the one who came after. The bigger question now is no longer whether Charles and Camilla can reconcile, but rather how Charles will spend the remaining years of his life, and with whom. Within the cold stone walls of Balmoral or Sandringham, will he once again ask himself if Diana were still alive? Would everything have been different? The answer? Perhaps. Only he knows. But history, as always, will not forget to remind, and each time it is mentioned, the name of Diana resurfaces, not as a ghost, but as a truth the British royal family can never escape. The collapse of Charles and Camilla is not just the breakup of two people who once defied the establishment to be together. It is the quiet unraveling of a monarchy patched together by ambition, pride, and calculated power. In recent days, as the public remains stunned by the news that Camilla has quietly left the palace, questions have begun to flood in. What truly caused a relationship once thought as solid as royal concrete to crack? Could it be that power itself, the very thing they believed they had grasped, was the double-edged sword that pierced their hearts? The answer seems to lie deep within the subtle shifts of Buckingham Palace. Since becoming queen, Camilla was no longer the quiet woman standing behind Charles. She began to have a strong voice in internal palace decisions. From organizing events and managing media to intervening in the relationships between Charles and his sons, in many private meetings, advisors noticed that Camilla no longer held back, but openly asserted her role as the queen in power. It was precisely this that began to destabilize her relationship with Charles. Charles, meanwhile, remained a man torn between duty and heart. He once believed that his love for Camilla was salvation after the breakdown with Diana. But as Camilla increasingly showed ambition for power, when she did not hesitate to exclude Catherine from important meetings on the grounds that this is a matter for key members only, Charles began to feel uneasy. It was not because he no longer loved her, but because he realized he was gradually losing control. Camilla wanted more than a title. She wanted to govern and to leave her personal mark on a reign long considered lackluster under the shadow of Elizabeth II. But Charles could not allow that to happen entirely. Silent conflicts between them grew as he rejected some of the proposals from Camilla. such as appointing her close confidants to the Privy Council. The whispers in the halls of Clarence House grew heavy, to the point that several longtime servants requested to be transferred elsewhere. Unable to endure the tension like a tightened string, that tension escalated as Charles grew weaker after prolonged treatment. His declining health forced him to delegate many duties to William and other members. But Camilla did not back down. She continued to appear publicly, speak out, and preside over major royal ceremonies, causing many within the royal household to view her as an acting queen. The dissatisfaction did not come from just one individual. It was a wave. A senior advisor once bluntly said that he does not need a reigning queen. He needs a wife by his side. But Camilla seemed to have moved beyond that role. Charles began to withdraw. He avoided events where Camilla would appear. He spent most of his time in his private office at Clarence House, where he kept a commemorative ring from Camilla engraved with the words, "Forever Together." Those close to him said he would often stare at the ring for hours in silence, as if trying to find again the image of the woman he once loved more than life itself. But what remained was only emptiness, heavy and full of regret. The peak of their separation did not come from one specific event, but from a string of days in which Charles felt increasingly pushed aside. In a private meeting with the Privy Council, when he suggested reducing the ceremonial role of Camilla to avoid public backlash, she angrily stormed out. The palace halls had never witnessed such fury from Camilla. Since that day, she no longer stayed at Clarence House. Charles once wrote a letter to Camilla, a tearful letter, never sent. In it, he expressed his pain, but also admitted that he cannot keep her without destroying what remains of the monarchy. The letter was torn to pieces, the ink stains still left on the desk, which was a living testimony to his inner turmoil. In a private conversation with a close aide, he blurted out that if it were not for Harry, maybe Camilla would not have left. This was a statement that seemed offhand, but revealed everything. The rupture had gone too deep, and Camilla no longer had the patience to wait for a family that could fully love her. Royal advisors later proposed a highly strategic course to reduce the role of Camilla from queen to consort to the crown, a title both symbolic and face-saving. But Charles refused. He could not diminish the woman who had once stood with him against all of England. And because of that refusal, he became isolated within a power system that had long ceased to stand by him. At the Trooping the Colours ceremony, Charles appeared alone on the balcony. There was no Camilla beside him and no forced smile to conceal the fractures. He stood there, his eyes sunken, reflecting a sorrow the public had never seen before. Alone among cheers and fireworks, he became the symbol of a monarchy trembling and a man who had just lost the final love of his life. From the quiet countryside of Gloucestershire, where Camilla had retreated in seclusion after the divorce crisis, a storm was silently igniting. In an old mansion amidst the still fields, Camilla began to write. These were not letters to Charles, nor private diary entries, but a memoir. It was a personal manifesto, drafted not to reclaim lost love, but to preserve her own dignity. The woman once called Queen of England, now cast out of royal chronicles as if she had never existed. Camilla told it all, from the early days of the affair and the hurried glances behind the back of Diana, to the quiet journey standing beside Charles for nearly 50 years. She did not sugarcoat, nor did she avoid, the sacrifices, the times she was cursed by the public, the sleepless nights under media pressure, and even the moments when she believed her love was unshakable, were all strung together like an indictment aimed at the very man who once promised to walk with her until the end of life. Charles, the one who once declared Camilla is his destiny, had now become the man who turned away indifferently. With every word, Camilla did not just ease the pain of betrayal, but also issued a veiled warning that she can reveal more than anyone thinks. And indeed, that was true. Leaked rumors from close sources revealed that the manuscript of Camilla contained more than a few secrets never before disclosed about the royal family. From tense meetings behind the scenes of Buckingham Palace to fractured relationships among senior members, all of it could be explosive if made public. Some media sources claimed that Camilla was considering releasing the memoir simultaneously with a legal battle over titles and property after the divorce, something that could plunge the monarchy into an unprecedented crisis since the death of Princess Diana. If that happened, it would not simply be a legal battle, but a war to redefine history. And Camilla, with her inherent sharpness, knew exactly how to play the final game. She held not only memories and wounds in her hand, but also media power through a network of friends, former allies, and a few once close journalists. One hint from Camilla alone could be enough to bring down the mask the British royal family had long worn. And now, as Charles weakens and William is stretched thin trying to manage a troubled Britain and a sick wife, no one in the royal family dares to underestimate this disempowered queen. Thus, although Camilla chose to live in seclusion in the countryside, no longer appearing publicly or speaking directly, she had not lost her influence. On the contrary, that silence became a terrifying strategy. Every time the press reported leaks from the memoir, and every time her friends hinted that she still keeps some of the personal letters of Charles, Buckingham Palace endured another sleepless night. People wondered if she was simply waiting for the right moment to strike back, to throw the final bomb at a throne already trembling. And at that moment, people suddenly realized a chilling truth. The departure of Camilla had not calmed the storm. On the contrary, it left deep cracks within the royal family. Charles, the man who once defied public opinion to bring Camilla into the palace, had now become the quietest, most heartbroken figure, the image of the king quietly leaving his desk earlier than usual, avoiding cameras, and retreating more and more into Sandringham was labeled by observers as irreparable signs of collapse. William and Catherine, the couple expected to inherit the throne, now had to shoulder the consequences. Not only were they tasked with preserving the image of the monarchy before the public, but also defusing a fresh wave of criticism, which viewed the separation of Charles and Camilla as a sign of a dynasty breaking from within. Meanwhile, Harry, the estranged son, remained a blurred figure in America, not trusted, unable to return, and no longer mentioned as a true heir. So, after many seemingly stable years, the royal family stood again at a crossroads, with Camilla, who once served as a behind-the-scenes bridge among internal forces, gone. Smoldering tensions now surfaced clearly. Who gets to sit at the meeting table? Who keeps internal secrets? And who controls the media suddenly became a silent war between those who once called each other family. The biggest question now is no longer whether Camilla has left, but whether she will leave as a cast-off woman or return as the final symbol of resistance in the darkest era of modern royal history. No one knows for sure, but one thing is clear. The memoir being written is the blade Camilla has been sharpening for decades, and if it is released, it will not be just a broken heart, but the entire throne that may shake to its foundation. Did any of them, Charles, William, or even the late Queen Elizabeth herself, ever foresee the day Camilla would return as the one holding the knife? Or perhaps she never laid down the weapon at all. It is just that now. She is choosing the moment to strike. And that is what sends shivers down the spine of everyone. When the lights in the ancient halls begin to dim, and when the crown can no longer conceal the fractures in the heart of an aging king, the story of Charles and Camilla officially comes to an end. Yet its aftershocks continue to quietly shake the foundations of the British monarchy. From Gloucestershire, where Camilla has chosen to retreat in silence but not in surrender, her memoir looms like a flame ready to ignite, burning through the carefully constructed illusions of decades past. Each page is not only the pain of a woman who once loved to the very end, but also a warning that she may be silent. But she will never allow herself to be forgotten. For Charles, the departure of Camilla is not merely the close of a marriage. It is a wake-up call for a royal life, teetering between tradition and reality. He has lost someone who was once an ally, someone who sacrificed her own honor for him, but also the one person capable of destroying what little illusion remains of a stable throne. And while William and Catherine are putting in all their efforts to preserve that stability, the shadow of Harry, the estranged son, lingers like an unhealed wound, quietly throbbing at the heart of the monarchy. The story is far from over, because Camilla still holds the trump card, and the British royal family, whether they want to or not, has entered a new game where the one who steps back may be the very one to make the final move.
I think the Queen's duty and her service, her tolerance, her commitment to others, I think that's all been incredibly important to me, and it's been a real sort of guiding example.
Do you believe in a silent act of revenge that lasts for 30 years, where every emotion is buried beneath the cold rituals of the royal institution? When the doors of Buckingham Palace close in silence, the familiar smile of Prince William suddenly fades. His eyes change, sharp and decisive. He is no longer the son who always preserves harmony, no longer the symbol of patience. What remains is a command delivered in the shadows. The Parker Bowles family is no longer on the list. There is no official announcement, no explanation. Yet those involved understand a purge has begun. This is not an unfounded rumor. This is a real shift of power. Quiet, yet powerful enough to shake the foundations of the British monarchy. As King Charles grows weaker, the balance of power is gradually tilting toward the heir. And for the first time, William no longer wishes to play the role of the dutiful son standing behind Camilla. He holds in his hands what many call her political lifeline. A single decision, a note, or even silence is enough to determine the fate of an entire family. But the biggest question remains, is this long-delayed justice for Princess Diana, or a ruthless move by a future king? Is William repairing the past, or creating a new fracture within his own family? If you support William, comment 1. If you feel sympathy for Camilla, comment 2 right below this video. In the year 1995, a 15-year-old boy sat in front of a television screen, so silent that no one realized his heart was breaking into pieces. This was not an ordinary evening in the royal family. It was the night the world listened to the Panorama interview, where Princess Diana spoke the truth that had been buried for years. There were 3 people in this marriage, a short sentence, yet powerful enough to pierce every wall of authority, and somewhere within the palace, Prince William heard it all. No one knows exactly how a child feels when they realize their family is not the fairy tale the world believes. But for William, it was not only pain, it was the collapse of belief. He saw his mother, a woman once loved by the world, now standing alone, defending her own dignity before millions of doubtful eyes. And the most painful part was not the betrayal, but how it was concealed, cold, calculated, and ruthless. In the years that followed, as Diana was gradually isolated from the center of power, William witnessed everything. The long, silent meals, the tears hidden behind closed doors, the late-night calls that were never answered. He needed no explanation. He understood. He understood that there was another woman, a name people avoided mentioning, yet present in every empty space within his family. And over time, that name was no longer a secret. What made the wound never heal was not only the past, but how the past was rewritten as time passed, as the media began to change its tone, as articles slowly shifted from criticism to sympathy. William realized something. His mother's story was being distorted, and the one who benefited from that shift was none other than Camilla. A long-term strategy, patient and calculated, step by step, Her image was softened, humanized, brought closer to the public. But what was the cost? It was the silence of two children who had lost their mother. It was being placed in a position where they had to accept, to smile, to appear before the public as if everything had been forgiven. William never forgot the headlines that subtly suggested Diana was too sensitive, that she had exaggerated everything, words that seemed harmless, yet cut like silent knives into his memory. And he knew those narratives did not appear by accident. At one point, William understood that this was not just about emotion. It was a battle of image, of media power, of who gets to tell history. And at that time, he was still a young man without enough power to change anything. He had no choice but to watch, to learn to control his emotions, to become part of a system he did not fully trust. But memory does not disappear. It waits. Every time Diana's name is mentioned, every time an article praises Camilla's resilience, every time the public begins to forget what happened, the scar within William aches again. Not an explosive anger, but something deeper and more enduring, a silent vow that was never spoken, yet always existed. The vow of a 15-year-old boy that he would not allow his mother's story to be forgotten, that one day the truth would be restored to its rightful place, and that those who had hurt his family would face consequences, even if delayed. As time passed, William was no longer that boy. He learned to smile in public, to shake hands with those he did not truly trust, to remain silent when necessary. But inside, everything remained unfadet, simply better controlled. And that control made him more dangerous than ever. Because unlike impulsive emotion, a decision nurtured over many years carries the weight of calculation. William does not act hastily. He observes, he waits, he understands that in the royal world, power does not come from loud words, but from small yet decisive changes, an appointment, a signature, a removal from a list. And now, as everything has changed, as he is no longer the one standing behind, as power begins to rest in his hands, what once was memory has begun to transform into action. It is no longer a story of the past. It is a strategy for the present. But emotion is only the surface. What truly makes Camilla uneasy is not what William feels, but the legal power he has just secured at the end of the year 2025. While official reports maintained their usual calm tone, a quiet yet decisive movement took place behind closed royal doors. There was no grand announcement, no formal ceremony. Yet those who understand the mechanisms of power recognized it. A milestone had been set, an unofficial transition, yet strong enough to alter an order that had existed for many years. And at the center of it all was Prince William. They call it Operation 2026, a name that never appears on paper, yet is whispered in private conversations among the elite. It is not an open coup, but a process of restructuring power carried out with near absolute patience and calculation. William does not need to speak. He lets the numbers speak for him. And the number that shocks many is 800 luxury brands, names that have been tied to the British monarchy for generations, are now under the direct control of William and Catherine. Royal warrants are not merely symbols of honor. They are keys that open the doors to prestige, profit, and recognition within elite circles. A brand granted a royal warrant does not simply sell products. It sells a story. It sells a connection to the highest level of national power. For many years, this system was distributed in a relatively balanced way among senior members of the royal family. But as William gradually took control of the Duchy of Cornwall, and as his influence continued to expand, that balance began to shift, not through a sudden decision, but through a series of small adjustments. Some brands were no longer renewed. Others were redirected in their patronage. And most of them, quite naturally, began to align more closely with William and Catherine. This was not a coincidence. This was strategy. Because William understood one thing clearly. In the modern royal world, power does not lie only in titles, it lies in networks. It lies in the relationships between the monarchy and the business world. Between ceremony and economic interest, when you control who is allowed to use royal prestige, you are controlling the flow of money and influence, and that is the key point. By concentrating the authority to grant royal warrants in his own hands, William is tightening the indirect financial resources that others can rely on. The banquets, the events, the relationships built around this patronage system have begun to shift direction. Businesses, always sensitive to power, quickly adjust. They do not turn their backs on the past, but they begin to look toward the future. And that future is named William. Camilla does not need to read reports to understand what is happening. She feels it through subtle changes. Invitations no longer arrive as frequently as before. Familiar faces at events begin to grow distant. No one says it out loud, but everyone knows the center of power is moving, and she is no longer standing where she once was. What makes the situation more serious is the way William is building a court within a court, not a formal structure, but a network of loyal individuals, advisors, and partners, all revolving around him and Catherine. They do not only share a vision, they share interests, and in such a system, loyalty does not need to be forced. It is cultivated through opportunity and recognition. Major businesses, luxury conglomerates, long-time royal supporters, begin seeking closer access to William, not because they are forced to do so, but because they understand it is the logical direction. A brand associated with the future of the monarchy always holds more value than one tied to the past. And when that choice becomes clear, the shift is only a matter of time. Meanwhile, Camilla faces an undeniable reality. She still holds the title, she still appears in ceremonies, but real power, the invisible yet decisive kind, is gradually slipping away from her. There is no direct confrontation, no formal declaration, only silence, and small but continuous changes, enough to create an ever-widening distance. William does not need to remove Camilla from the system. He only needs to ensure that the system no longer revolves around her. And when that happens, everything else will adjust on its own. That is the nature of power within the monarchy. It does not always manifest through dramatic actions. Sometimes, it lies in the ability to shape the environment, allowing others to make decisions that benefit you. Sharp observers recognize that this is not merely a personal move. It is part of a long-term strategy to redefine the role of the monarchy in the 21st century. William does not only want to inherit, he wants control. He wants to ensure that when the time comes, no competing center of power can stand against him. And in that process, those who are not part of the direct bloodline begin to feel the shift most clearly. No more unspoken privileges. No more doors that are always open. Everything becomes tighter, more conditional, and far more selective. A new system is being established, where position is no longer guaranteed by the past, but must be justified by alignment with the future. As money and patronage are tightened, relationships once considered solid begin to weaken. Promises no longer carry weight without tangible benefit, and in that context, Camilla family, those who do not carry royal blood, begin to feel more clearly than ever that they are standing at the edge of a circle of power that is steadily shrinking. As money and patronage are tightened, Camilla family, those who do not carry royal blood, begin to feel a chill from behind their backs. As changes in the patronage system begin to create a chain reaction, a quiet question emerges within the royal family. Who will be most directly affected? The answer does not lie with those under the spotlight, but with the names once considered part of a gray zone, not fully royal, yet benefiting from proximity to power. And on that list, The Parker Bowles family stands out as a clear example. Tom and Laura. Camilla, 2 children from her previous marriage, have long existed in a unique state. They carry no royal titles, hold no official duties, yet appear regularly at important events. They are seen as familiar guests, individuals with access that requires no explanation, a position close enough to benefit, yet distant enough to avoid responsibility. And for many years, that balance was maintained as an unspoken compromise, but everything began to change when William tightened the definition of working members. This is not merely an organizational concept, it is a tool of power. In the structure he is building, only those who truly hold official roles are permitted to appear at national-level events. There is no longer space for purely personal connections, no more exceptions based on sentiment or history. The difference between guest and working member suddenly becomes clearer than ever. One side carries responsibility, duty, and receives compensation from the system. The other side consists simply of those invited, without entitlement, without official standing. And when this boundary is redrawn with firmness, Tom and Laura immediately fall into the gap. The number 0 begins to appear in private discussions. No title, no salary, no official role, a number that seems simple, yet carries profound meaning. It is not only the removal of privilege, it is the redefinition of position. From those once near the center, they are pushed to the margins without the need for any public statement. William does not need to name them directly. He only needs to apply the principle consistently. When everything is placed under the standard of streamlining the institution, every decision appears reasonable. No one can oppose a system that is more efficient, more refined. But behind that logic lies a calculated choice: who is retained, who is removed, and more importantly, who no longer fits the image the monarchy seeks to build for the future. National-level events begin to change their guest lists. Names that once appeared regularly suddenly disappear. There is no official explanation, only empty spaces on seating charts. Invitations never sent. Phone calls never made. And in the world of royalty, silence is always the clearest signal. Tom, with his role in media and culinary circles, once served as a soft bridge between the monarchy and the public. Laura, with her relatively private life, still maintained a certain presence at family occasions, but as the new structure takes shape, those roles are no longer considered necessary. The monarchy no longer needs unofficial bridges. It needs control. It needs clarity. What is notable is the way William carries out this process. There is no direct confrontation, no outright refusal, only a series of small adjustments, enough to create the final outcome: an invitation note sans, a list reduced, a new criterion applied, step by step, without noise, yet impossible to reverse. And with each of those steps, the position of the Parker Bowles family becomes more fragile. They cannot react, because officially they never held power. They cannot demand, because they are not part of the system. Everything they once had depended on silent acceptance. And when that acceptance disappears, there is nothing left to hold on to. Camilla understands this better than anyone. She knows this is not merely a personal matter. It is a message, a reminder that within the new power structure, there is no place for relationships outside the framework, and that even those closest to her are not guaranteed a position. This shift does not happen in a single day. It is the result of a long process, where each small decision accumulates into a major turning point, and when that turning point becomes clear, no one can deny that an era has ended. Those who once stood on the edge of power now realize that the edge itself is shrinking. There is no longer space to stand in between. Either you belong to the system, or you are removed from it. There is no gray zone, no exception. And in a world shaped by such rules, the Parker Bowles family has no choice. But what makes the situation more tense is not what has already happened. it is what comes next. Because when a system is restructured, it does not stop at rearranging positions, it continues to expand, reaching deeper layers of power. Places that were once considered untouchable, this purge does not stop at guest lists. It reaches the final place of refuge for Camilla when King Charles is no longer there. The shift in power does not stop at guest lists or financial relationships. It moves deeper, touching the most fundamental layer of the monarchy, where law, tradition, and constitutional principles intertwine into an invisible network that controls every movement, and at that deep level, a cold truth begins to emerge. Before Camilla, a truth she cannot negotiate, cannot delay, and cannot reverse. A title can disappear in a single moment. Within the power structure of the British monarchy, a title is not simply a form of address. It is access, influence, protection, and also the key that opens every door. As Queen Consort, Camilla stands beside the king, appears in every major ceremony, shares the spotlight and a portion of symbolic power, but all of that is tied to a single condition: the existence of King Charles. When that condition no longer exists, everything around her will change in a ruthless way. The title, Queen Consort, exists alongside the king. It is not an independent entity. When the king passes away, that title ends its function. In its place comes another title, still formal in sound but entirely different in meaning. Queen Dowager, a royal widow, a name that seems to retain dignity, yet in reality is the clearest sign that power has departed. A Queen Dowager is not the center, not the one who holds authority, not the one who makes decisions. She becomes a symbol of the past, a figure maintained for tradition, but no longer capable of shaping the future. And in a system being restructured by William, that position is not merely on the sidelines, it is a space of isolation. What makes this prospect unsettling is not the name itself, but what comes with it. When William ascends the throne, he does not only inherit the crown, he inherits full control, from residences to budget to staff and to security systems. Everything falls under his authority. And that means Camilla, once at the height of power, must now depend on the decisions of the very person she once could not control. The number 24 hours is not a written rule, but it is enough time for an administrative decision to be executed within the royal system. If William issues a request, Clarence House, once the center of Camilla activities, may no longer belong to her. No debate, no explanation, only a directive, and the system will move. Clarence House is not just a residence, it is a symbol of position, a place where private meetings occur, where relationships are built, where power is maintained through presence. Losing that space does not only mean losing a home, it means losing an invisible form of power that the place provides, a loss that cannot be measured in numbers, yet carries deep consequences. Budget is the next factor. In the role of Queen Consort, Camilla activities are supported by a stable financial system, allocated according to protocol and position. But as a dowager, everything must be reviewed. Priorities shift. Spending is more tightly controlled, and most importantly, decision-making no longer belongs to her. Every expense, every plan, must pass through a system ultimately controlled by William. The security and household staff, once an extension of power, no longer remain unchanged. They are not just employees, they are the ones who ensure the smooth operation of everything around Camilla. But when the structure changes, they must adjust as well. Loyalty within the monarchy is not tied to individuals, it is tied to position. And when the position changes, loyalty shifts with it. William understands every one of these details, and it is this understanding that makes him dangerous. He does not need to issue a harsh command. He only needs to let Camilla see what could happen. to allow her to realize that every path leads to the same outcome, a future where she still exists, but no longer holds power. This is the true nature of a decisive strike, not immediate removal, but control over the entire context. When you control residence, you control space. When you control budget, you control action. When you control staff, you control operation. And when you control all of these, nothing more needs to be said. Camilla, with her experience, understands that this is no longer a personal confrontation. It is a systemic transition. Once it has begun, no one can stand outside it, and it cannot be reversed. The isolation in this context does not come from being completely removed. It comes from still existing within the system, yet no longer being part of it, from still appearing, yet no longer being heard, from still holding a title, yet no longer possessing real power, a suspended state where past and present no longer connect. Camilla may try to adapt. She may seek to maintain influence through personal relationships, through the media, through everything she has built over many years, but all of those efforts face an unchangeable reality. William is the one setting the new rules, and within those rules, there is no place for elements that no longer fit. Sharp observers recognize that this is not only the story of one individual, it is the sign of a new era. An era in which the monarchy no longer relies on silent compromises, but operates under clearer and stricter principles. And in Zucha's system, sympathy is no longer the deciding factor. Time is the final element. When the moment of transition arrives, everything will move faster than anyone can prepare. There will be no prolonged transition period, no gradual adjustment, only a single moment where everything changes. And after that moment, a new order is established. For Camilla, the most frightening part is not the loss of power, it is the loss of control over how that power is lost. When every decision lies in someone else's hands, every step becomes passive. And in a world where power is everything, that passivity is the clearest sign of defeat. A queen dowager in the new era is no longer a powerful figure behind the scenes. She becomes a symbol, a living memory, a part of history, but no longer the one who continues the story. And for someone who has spent a lifetime moving toward the center of power, that is an ending difficult to accept. But in the current context, when all signs indicate that the transition is approaching, the question is no longer whether it will happen, it is when, and when it happens, no one will be able to stop it. Because within the monarchy, when one era ends, the new era does not wait. It moves forward, cold, precise. And without looking back, an era does not end with an explosion. It closes in silence, slowly yet decisively. Just as everything in this story has unfolded, there are no public confrontations, no shocking declarations, only small changes, arranged with precision down to every detail, enough to create an irreversible outcome. And at the center of it all, William does not choose revenge through emotional outburst. He chooses a colder and more calculated path. He takes revenge through erasure. No one is condemned. No one is removed in a loud manner, but names disappear from lists. Doors close without explanation. Privileges are reduced until nothing remains. This is not punishment in the usual sense. It is elimination. Once you no longer appear, no longer get mentioned, no longer have influence, you no longer exist within the structure of power. And that is how an era is buried. What makes this story worth reflection is not only the outcome, but how it is carried out. The British monarchy has endured for centuries not because of absolute power, but because of its ability to adapt to the times, to public opinion, to inevitable change. And in the current generation, William represents that adaptability more clearly than anyone. But it is not a gentle adaptation. It is a ruthless one. where everything that no longer fits is removed, regardless of the cost. As the spotlight turns toward the future, the image of William and Catherine walking side by side emerges as a symbol of a new order, steady, controlled, and no longer bound by the past. Behind them lies the darkness, where once familiar names slowly fade into silence. No one turns back. No one retells the old story. And perhaps that is the most frightening thing in the world of power, not being defeated, but being forgotten. Thank you for staying with us on this journey to uncover the hidden corners of royal power. Do not forget to subscribe to the channel so you do not miss the next chapter about King William V. Goodbye. The sound of something shattering rang out, sharp and cold like a warning. The space seemed frozen before a voice filled with authority tore through the silence. Be silent at once. I order you to take it off and return it to Catherine. Immediately. This was not a carefully staged cinematic scene. This was the real fury of King Charles III. Erupting in the heart of Buckingham Palace on a chilling afternoon in April 2026. What happened next quickly spread beyond the ancient stone walls. Internal sources described an atmosphere so tense it was suffocating. At the center of every gaze was the 12-carat sapphire ring, a symbol once closely associated with Princess Diana, a legacy that carried not only material value but also memories, pain, and secrets never spoken aloud. Yet, in a way that was difficult to explain, it appeared on Queen Camilla's hand during a high-level reception, where every gesture was scrutinized. Was this an accident or a calculated act of possession? As Catherine was in a period of recovery, her absence unintentionally created a vacuum of power, and within that vacuum, a symbol had shifted. Some sources suggested this was a quiet act of retaliation by Camilla after years of enduring harsh public judgment. Others believed it was the final straw that forced the king to act in order to protect the line of succession. Was this justice being carried out, or merely a staged performance to calm a rising storm of public opinion? Comment 1 if you support the king's decisive action. Comment 2 if you believe Camilla will never easily let go of what she has desired for 30 years. In April 2026, the atmosphere inside the British royal family was no longer the calm composure the public had grown used to seeing from ceremonial balconies. It was dense, tense, and simmering like a storm yet to break. At the center of all speculation was the prolonged absence of Catherine. Her health condition, though carefully and sparingly disclosed by the palace, became the most dangerous power vacuum in many years. When the woman seen as the future of the monarchy was forced to step back, an invisible gap appeared, and like every gap within the British royal family, it never existed for long without someone attempting to fill it. Internal sources began to leak details that unsettled public opinion. During the time Catherine was absent from public view, access to the royal jewelry collection showed unusual changes. Pieces considered symbols of succession, closely tied to the role of the Princess of Wales, repeatedly appeared on Queen Camilla at high-level events. At first, these were minor details. A brooch, a pair of earrings that drew little attention. But over time, the extent of this borrowing became increasingly bold, even crossing long-standing unspoken boundaries. A shocking figure began circulating among royal observers. The total value of the jewelry pieces Camilla used during this period was estimated to reach £150 million. This number stunned the public not only for its material worth, but for the symbolic meaning of each item. These were not merely diamonds or gemstones, they were legacy, history, and messages of power passed from one generation to another. More notably, some of these pieces were believed to have been informally designated for the two sons of Diana, William and Harry. This raised an unavoidable question. Was this truly just temporary borrowing in Catherine's absence? or a calculated move to redefine Camilla's position within the royal power structure. Some experts believe that after many years of being viewed as an outsider in the public's heart, Camilla was attempting to strengthen her image by directly associating herself with the most powerful symbols. Others argued this was a risky act, because every piece of jewelry she wore was not just decoration, but a painful reminder of a past the public had never truly forgotten. The silence from Buckingham Palace during this period made everything even more difficult to understand. There was no official statement explaining the use of these pieces, no confirmation and no denial, only images appearing in the media. Every small detail examined, every glance analyzed, and in the royal world, where every gesture carries meaning, silence is sometimes the strongest statement of all. Meanwhile, reactions within the royal family were kept almost completely hidden. However, some close sources revealed that discomfort was quietly spreading, particularly from Prince William's side. Unlike his father, who always tried to balance duty and personal emotion, William was believed to hold a clearer and firmer stance when it came to his mother's legacy. To him, those pieces of jewelry were not simply royal assets. They were memories of Diana, the remaining fragments of a woman who had endured far too much within the very system he now stood to inherit. This tension did not explode immediately, but it built day by day, event by event. Each time Camilla appeared wearing a controversial piece, the pressure increased. Public opinion began to divide sharply. One side believed Camilla had the right to use what belonged to the monarchy as queen. The other side saw it as an unacceptable intrusion into Diana's legacy and Catherine's future. In that context, Catherine's health was no longer merely a personal matter. It became a central factor, directly influencing the balance of power. Her absence was no longer simply a period of rest, but a vacuum that was being exploited, and most notably, no one within the royal family openly intervened, at least not until everything had gone too far. What unfolded in April 2026 was not an isolated event. It was the culmination of years of accumulated tension, suspicion, and silent struggles that had never been acknowledged. And when the sapphire ring appeared on Camilla's hand, it was not just a piece of jewelry. It was the final drop, the moment when every boundary was broken. But Camilla forgot one thing. She could borrow jewelry, but she could never borrow the respect of Diana's eldest son, Prince William. In the days that followed, while public debate outside continued to rage over the sapphire ring, a real confrontation took place behind the heavy doors of Windsor Castle. No longer cold glances or indirect warnings. This time, everything was pushed to an entirely different level. According to highly credible internal sources, King Charles decided to take an unprecedented step within the modern royal family. He ordered the drafting of a formal legal document, binding in nature, to conduct a full inventory of the treasures that once belonged to the late Princess Diana. This was not merely a symbolic act, it was a clear declaration of power. The document, as described, was not simply a list of assets, but a detailed delineation of ownership and usage rights down to each individual piece of jewelry. Every ring, every necklace, every gemstone was recorded, cross-checked with archival records and informal agreements that had existed for many years. More notably, the document emphasized the element of personal legacy, indirectly affirming that not everything in the royal jewelry collection could be used at will, even by a queen. This move immediately shook a power structure that had long been maintained in a fragile balance for decades. Rules surrounding royal jewelry were governed by convention and unspoken consensus, rarely formalized into rigid legal documentation. King Charles, choosing to formalize the matter, revealed the seriousness with which he viewed the current situation. It also reflected a shift in how he handled conflict, from restraint to decisiveness, from diplomacy to direct confrontation. Camilla's response, according to what was revealed, was anything but conciliatory. On the contrary, she was said to have displayed an unprecedented firmness. In a private exchange at Windsor, Camilla did not deny using the controversial pieces. Instead, she presented a principled argument. As queen, she had the right to access and use anything within the royal collection. To her, those pieces were not the personal property of any individual, but symbols of the monarchy, and the person standing beside the king had the right to represent those symbols. On the surface, this argument was not entirely without basis. Historically, queens had worn many symbolic pieces without facing public objection. However, the difference lay in the context. The pieces associated with Diana were not merely royal heritage, they carried a unique emotional value, not only for the public but also for members of the family, especially her two sons. Their use, therefore, could not be seen as a neutral act. The debate between the two sides quickly moved beyond legal boundaries. It became a confrontation between two perspectives on power and legacy. On one side was the traditional view, where the queen's authority was defined by her position beside the king. On the other was a more modern approach, where personal legacy and family sentiment were placed at the forefront. Especially in an era where public image played a decisive role in the survival of the monarchy. According to close sources, King Charles did not hide his disappointment at Camilla's reaction. He was said to have emphasized that the issue was not about rights, but about appropriateness and respect. In a time when Catherine was absent due to health reasons, the use of jewelry symbolizing the role she held could be misunderstood and damage the image of the entire royal family. But this argument seemed insufficient to persuade Camilla. Her stubbornness was reflected not only in words, but in actions. Despite increasingly clear warnings, Camilla continued to appear at events wearing pieces from the controversial list. Each time, the pressure intensified. The media continued to question. The public grew more deeply divided, and within the royal family, fractures that had long existed began to surface more clearly than ever. Notably, throughout this process, Prince William remained largely absent from public debate. However, his silence was widely interpreted as a sign of a storm being contained. Those familiar with the internal structure of the royal family believed that William was not someone who would easily overlook matters related to his mother's legacy, and once everything crossed a certain threshold, his response might no longer be symbolic, but concrete. The confrontation at Windsor, therefore, was not a single event. It was the intersection of multiple currents of conflict, power, legacy, personal emotion, and public pressure all converged here, and when neither side was willing to step back, the outcome could only be escalation. In that context, the inventory document introduced by King Charles was no longer just a legal instrument. It became a boundary, a warning that what had once been accepted in silence would now be brought into the light, and anyone who crossed that boundary would face consequences. Camilla's stubbornness, instead of easing the situation, pushed everything closer to the point of eruption, because in a system where every action carries symbolic meaning, refusing to step back is not merely a personal decision. It is a statement of defiance. And it was precisely that defiance that drove the conflict to its peak, leading to an action no one expected from King Charles. Ladies and gentlemen, if the confrontation at Windsor was the breaking point of long simmering tensions, then William's arrival transformed it into a direct reckoning with no path of retreat, no longer rumors outside or private disputes behind closed doors. This time, Diana's eldest son stepped directly into the center of the storm, bringing with him something no one in that room could ignore. It was not only emotion, but evidence. According to internal sources, William requested a private meeting with the king and Camilla immediately after the inventory document was introduced, but not yet fully enforced. The atmosphere of the meeting was described as suffocatingly cold, not because of the temperature, But because of the presence of things that had never been spoken aloud before, William did not begin with anger. He began with deliberate silence. A silence long enough for everyone in the room to feel its weight. Then he placed a set of documents on the table. It was not an official palace file, but personal records, letters, and documents preserved from many years ago, directly connected to Diana. According to descriptions, they contained passages that clearly expressed her wishes that items of personal significance would be preserved for her sons and later for their families. Not in the form of a complete legal will, but clear enough to understand that for Diana, those items were not merely royal assets, but part of the memory and emotion she intended to pass on. William presenting this evidence was not only a legal or symbolic act, it was a direct reminder that this story did not begin in April 2026, but had stretched across decades, and that any decision made today must confront the shadow of the past. But what made the atmosphere in the room even heavier was not the documents, but what William said next. He spoke about Catherine, not as the Princess of Wales, but as a woman, a wife, and someone facing unstable health. According to accounts, William revealed that Catherine had truly broken down after seeing images of Camilla wearing the sapphire ring, a symbol she had always regarded as a sacred legacy of her mother-in-law. For Catherine, that ring was not just jewelry. It was a symbol of continuity, of responsibility, and of the sacrifices Diana had endured. Seeing it on someone else's hand, especially someone long associated with much of the past pain, created a profound psychological shock. William, during the exchange, did not hide his anger as he emphasized that the act was not only about ownership, but an intrusion into the memory and emotions of the entire family. These words, according to sources, changed the atmosphere in the room completely. It was no longer a debate about power or rules, but a confrontation with real human consequences. King Charles, who had tried to maintain the role of mediator from the beginning, was said to show clear signs of hesitation. He understood that the issue could not be resolved by documents or legal arguments alone. Meanwhile, Camilla's response continued to stir controversy. She did not deny what William said, but she also showed no clear sign of concession. Instead, she returned to her familiar argument about the rights of the Queen, but this time, that argument seemed to lose its weight, because it could not answer the core question William had raised. Why that ring? Camilla's choice was not random. In a vast collection of jewelry with hundreds of pieces, her decision to wear the sapphire ring so closely tied to Diana's iconic image gave rise to many theories. Some believed it was an assertion of power, a way to signal that the past had been replaced and the present now belonged to her. Others offered a deeper analysis, suggesting it reflected a jealousy that had lasted for many years. Diana's shadow had never truly disappeared from the British royal family. Even in death, she remained present in public memory, in the image of her sons, and in symbols such as that ring. For Camilla, who had lived under constant comparison, accessing and using these symbols could be seen as a way to redefine her position. But that very act unintentionally reopened old wounds, making her efforts to build an image more fragile than ever. The irony was that in attempting to assert power, Camilla only highlighted the contrast between herself and Diana in the eyes of the public. The ring, instead of becoming a symbol of continuity, became a symbol of conflict, and each time it appeared, questions of legitimacy and respect were raised once again. The confrontation at Windsor, with William's direct involvement, brought everything into the open in a way no one could fully control. The documents presented, the words spoken, all created a turning point. There was no longer a way to return to the previous state, where everything was kept hidden and resolved in silence, and as the first details began to leak out, the reaction of the British public no longer remained at the level of observation. A wave of opposition began to form, spreading from the media to social networks. From royal experts to ordinary citizens, the questions no longer revolved around a single ring, but expanded to the entire way the royal family handled its legacy and responsibilities. Amid these waves of accusation, the British public began a backlash. Unlike anything seen in modern history, the public reaction did not explode all at once like a sudden blast, but spread slowly and persistently, like a silent crack running through the very foundation of an institution. At first, it was limited to analytical articles in major newspapers, cautious commentary from royal experts, but within days, everything moved beyond control. Online forums, social media, and even live television programs began focusing on a single question: why did Camilla choose Diana's ring? And why did no one stop it sooner? The first number the palace could not ignore appeared at the end of the first weekend of April 2026. A large-scale public opinion poll showed Camilla's approval rating had fallen to a historic low, down to just 12%. This was not merely a warning figure, it was an unprecedented collapse for a reigning queen. More notably, the decline did not come only from those who had always held bias against her, but also from groups of the public who had gradually come to accept her role in recent years. Media experts assessed that this was the consequence of a symbolic miscalculation. In an era where images and messages spread faster than ever, every choice made by the royal family can become the center of millions of discussions